Cryptids from Medieval Times Iceberg. First up, we got the sea monk. The sea monk is this creature that is said to have a lower body of a fish, but an upper body that resembles a human that looks like a monk. It's said to play near the shore to attract people with games, where it then will drag someone in when they get close and eat them. What's really crazy is that we have record of it because it's been described in multiple natural history books from the 1500s as being a real animal. There was one that was supposedly caught between Denmark and Sweden around 1540, and most likely it was just a misidentified monkfish or angelfish. The wyvern. So a wyvern is a creature that is very similar to a dragon, but instead of having 4 legs like a dragon plus wings, it has 2 legs and wings. Normally these things don't breathe fire, and they are fairly popular throughout medieval artwork as a symbol of power. What I like a lot about it is oftentimes it is depicted much more serpent-like, and sometimes it uses like poisons, a lot like some sort of viper or snake. And fun fact, in Game of Thrones, these dragons that you see are actually technically wyverns, as they only have 2 legs and wings. Next up, we got snails. So if you look throughout medieval artwork, you will see that there's a lot of depictions of knights fighting snails for some reason. Many of the scenes involve a knight kneeling down and begging for their life in front of a snail that is attacking them. Other pieces of artwork depict a knight fighting bravely against this apparently dangerous foe, and this left historians puzzled for a really long time. They didn't know why they were doing this, and it led to a theory that the reason they have these snails is to show the knights as being like cowards if they're scared of them, or to maybe show how some knights would just kind of exaggerate their stories, like, oh yeah, I fought this really dangerous snail, it was actually very dangerous, and maybe they say similar stories about fighting other people. Monopods. So monopods are these kind of dwarf-like creatures that have this single giant foot that is in the middle of their bodies. It's said that they were able to leap with surprising agility, but they often were depicted as like lying down on their backs, using their giant foot as like an umbrella to shade them from the sun. They were first described around 400 BC and were said to originate from India by travelers back in the day. Their existence was later on popularized in books during medieval times, like the Travels of Sir John Mandeville, and people genuinely thought they existed. The vegetable lamb of Tartary. So this is a legendary animal-plant hybrid that was once believed to grow sheep that were alive as its fruit. It was described as this sheep that was attached to this plant by its umbilical cord, where it was then depicted as the lamb walking around grazing on plants near it until it ran out of food, where it then withered up. This myth originated in Central Asia, where it was believed to maybe represent like cotton plants, and it was also first mentioned in Sir John Mandeville's writings. The Bonacon. So this is a bison-like creature that kind of looks like a bull, but it has horns that curl inward towards each other, but these horns are useless for defense, so it has another weapon, which is attacking its enemies by spraying them with fiery diarrhea. This fiery acidic diarrhea was said to travel great distances, as much as 600 feet, where it then burns anything it touches, and usually this legend was just used as jokes in stories about travelers. The Blummies, or headless men. So these were described as these headless humans that had faces set in the middle of their chests. They were described as having great strength, and oddly enough, they were first mentioned by Herodotus around 500 BC as these odd people from distant lands that were later described pretty much the same way in some tales, saying that famous figures had seen them, such as Alexander the Great while he was on his military campaigns, and sometimes they're illustrated on medieval maps, seemingly to represent like the many monstrous creatures that lived at the edges of the known world. Last one, we got the Tarrasque. So the Tarrasque is this fearsome creature from French folklore that is depicted as this dragon-like creature with 6 short bear-like legs, a lion's head, a spiked back, and a long serpent-like tail. The most famous of these stories of the Tarrasque is of this one that lived next to the village of Nerluck. One day, this creature came down to attack this French village and ate many inhabitants, where the survivors then asked Saint Martha for help. She then traveled to the lair of the beast, armed with the cross and holy water, and converted it to Christianity to tame it. This monster then became friendly, where Saint Martha was said to lead it to the edge of the village, where the villagers, still scared of it, ended its life. The villagers then felt bad about this and renamed their town to Tarascon in honor of it. it. And the town actually still exists today, and they hold a festival every year to celebrate the defeat of Tarask. Anyways, I love cryptids, and it is so awesome that back in medieval times, even whenever they were dealing with like the Black Plague and stuff, they were like, you know what, these things are real, and that is very based. The Hoax Iceberg. First up, we got the BBC Spaghetti Tree hoax. So, the British Broadcasting Channel made this 3-minute spoof broadcast that aired on April 1st, 1957. In this video, they claim that this special tree in Switzerland grew spaghetti, and it was presented like really professionally by a respected broadcaster. The segment showed this Swiss family harvesting spaghetti strands off this tree, and they explained how the crop was cultivated and the ideal weather conditions to grow it. This was taken seriously by many viewers, and hundreds of people contacted BBC asking where to get their own spaghetti trees. Anyway, this hoax got super popular due to the credible presentation and because the public wasn't familiar with spaghetti at the time in Britain after World War II, and yeah, spaghetti tree. Balloon boy. So in 2009, there was this homemade large helium-filled balloon that was released above Fort Collins in Colorado by Richard and Naomi Heaney. This family claimed that their 6-year-old son, Falcon, great name, was trapped inside of this balloon. Authorities followed this balloon and saw that it reached 7,000 feet during its 90-minute flight, and the National Guard helicopters and local police pursued this balloon, where it then landed 12 miles northeast of the Denver International Airport. But the boy was not found inside of it. There was also a report during this that some object was seen falling from the balloon at one point, but after a large search, the boy was found hiding in the attic of his home, where he had apparently been the entire time. It's hard to say if this was done as a publicity stunt or if the missing kid actually made the family think that he was maybe in the balloon somehow, but it's crazy that this ever even happened. Finger in Wendy's chili. So in 2009, this lady claimed that she had found a human finger in a bowl of chili at Wendy's in California. This sparked media frenzy, and it caused an estimated loss of $20 to $30 million for Wendy's. But after further investigations, it revealed that the finger belonged to a co-worker of the lady's husband and was not cooked in the chili, but rather had been planted there as part of a fraudulent scheme to extort money from Wendy's. The Brazilian SpongeBob incident. So this is a claim that there was a lost episode of SpongeBob that only aired once in 2016 in Brazil. In this episode, Squidward was playing the clarinet where he accidentally hit the brown note. The brown note is this legendary hypothetical infrasonic frequency that when it's played at a high enough volume causes involuntary defecation by resonating with human bowels. And apparently when this episode aired, it caused hundreds of people across Brazil to simultaneously poop their pants. Some people believe that maybe this wasn't a hoax and it actually happened and it was covered up because they were testing it as a new type of warfare thing. But yeah, don't play the brown note. Mary Toft birthed bunnies. So in 1726, there was this lady named Mary Toft, a woman from England who claimed to have given birth to several rabbits and other strange things like a cat. She somehow had convinced local doctors, and this gained national attention, and even some of the king's court initially believed her, due to her convincing nature of her staged births. This deception later unraveled when a lady admitted to supplying Toft with bunnies, and Toft later on confessed to it being faked and was briefly imprisoned for fraud. And the hoax is now notorious, with showing how gullible people were back during the 18th century. Taco Liberty Bell. So on April 1st, 1996, Taco Bell released this announcement in several newspapers like the New York Times, where they said, in effort to help the national debt, Taco Bell is pleased to announce that they purchased the Liberty Bell and that they were going to change the name to the Taco Liberty Bell, and stated that it would still be available to the public to view. Thousands of worried citizens called both Taco Bell headquarters and the National Park Service in Philadelphia to find out if the bell really had been sold to them. And while some thought that this was really inappropriate and unpatriotic, this has to be one of the greatest April Fool's jokes of all time. Cottingley Fairies. So this was a series of photographs that was taken by two young young cousins in England between 1917 and 1920, where there's these photos that appeared to capture these girls interacting with real fairies in their garden. These pictures gained widespread attention and initially was even endorsed by notable figures like Arthur Conan Doyle, the author who created Sherlock Holmes, and at this time there was a widespread fascination with like spiritualism and supernatural stuff that likely caused this public receptiveness to the authenticity of such pictures. These photographs were later revealed to be a hoax and were just paper cutouts of fairies. The Travels of Sir John Mandeville. So this was a book written in 1371 that was titled The Travels of Sir John Mandeville. It described the travels of this English knight who left England around 1322 to explore the world. It was unknown who the author was, but it described things such as islands where inhabitants had the bodies of humans but the head of dogs, creatures called blemmies, which were essentially like headless people that had faces in the middle of their chests, and even creatures like monopods, these things that have one giant foot that it uses like an umbrella to shelter itself from the sun. Anyways, these stories were like interwoven with real geological descriptions of the world in different places at this time, and it was very accurate, so that's why many people believe that it was actually real. But no, this entire story was just fictional. Anyways, I love hoaxes. Pretty much all my videos are about hoaxes, but this one is more specific. World War I iceberg. First up, we got the Christmas truce. So this was an unofficial ceasefire that took place along the Western Front around Christmas 1914. German and Allied soldiers emerged from their trenches, exchanged greetings, sang carols, and even shared food and gifts and played football together. It was this brief, spontaneous moment of peace, but then fighting soon resumed afterwards, and commanders discouraged it from happening ever again. Fake Paris. So this was actually a fake version of Paris, France that was built near the city back in 1918 to mislead German bombers to not bombing the city. It included fake streets, lights, railways, and even wooden replicas of the industrial area in Paris. It was designed specifically to look convincing from the air at night, but the war ended before it was finished, so it was actually never used. Liberty food. So before the war, German was the second most widely spoken language in the United States, but this actually declined after the war due to anti-German sentiment. A lot of town names, people's last names, and even some food names were changed. Hamburgers became Liberty steak, Frankfurts became Liberty sausage, and sauerkraut was even referred to as Liberty cabbage. So the more you know. SMUB-85 monster. So this was an incident where this German submarine, the SMUB-85, was carrying 34 men when it was shot by British forces in 1918. This submarine was then forced to surface where the crew escaped before it sank, and whenever the German soldiers were taken as prisoners, they began to tell these British soldiers that they'd been attacked by this mysterious sea monster that they described as this huge beast with large eyes and a large horny sort of skull, and the British sailors were really skeptical about this, but then they examined the German submarine and saw that right before it sank, it had been damaged by something that looked like it had bitten a chunk out of the side of the submarine, kind of like a giant squid had done it or something. However, most historians think that the Germans just made it up because there was no evidence to prove their claims. California's war on squirrels. So in 1918, during World War I, California launched these aggressive statewide campaign to kill ground squirrels. The reason for this is because they were consuming or contaminating millions of dollars worth of grain that were vital to the war effort. This campaign was framed as a patriotic duty with slogans like "Kill the squirrel and help win the war." School children were then recruited to spread poisonous grain and then collect squirrel tails as proof, and by the end of the campaign, over 100,000 squirrels had been taken out in a single month. This has to be one of the most unusual home front efforts during World War I in the the US by far. The 3 Secrets of Fatima. So this refers to these alleged messages that was given to these 3 shepherd children that some believe was given by the Virgin Mary in Fatima, Portugal in 1917. The first secret was that these children were given this vision of hell that was believed to be like urging prayer and repentance. The second secret was a warning of World War II and the spread of communism if Russia wasn't consecrated to Mary. And the third secret showed this symbolic vision of the Pope and the Church suffering persecution linked to events in the 1900s. The Vatican actually kept this third secret a secret to the public for the next 83 years until the year 2000, because the popes had considered this to be a vision of a pope passing away, too sensitive and easily misinterpreted for the public to know. The USS Cyclops. So this was a ship that disappeared without a trace in March 1918 during World War I. This ship was carrying 306 crew and was passing through the Bermuda Triangle region. It was loaded with heavy magnesium ore, which possibly could have contributed to like structural stress. However, it disappeared without a trace. There was no distress call ever sent. The searches found nothing, no debris, no oil slicks or even bodies, and the theories about its fate range from it being sunk by a British submarine to storms taking it down to even, you know, paranormal causes, as this was like the Bermuda Triangle. This actually was the largest non-combatant loss of life in U.S. naval history, and it remains as one of the great maritime mysteries of the 20th century. German corpse factories. So in 1917, these stories started to appear about these German factories that would essentially take their dead soldiers' bodies and process them into materials like soap from the fat from their bodies, and this of course painted Germany to be inhumane and evil. This actually helped convince China to join the Allies, which probably was part of the reason why these stories were made, and it turns out that these stories were just completely fabricated, and because they had created this disinformation propaganda during World War I, it actually caused disbelief later on during World War II whenever there was early reports of the evil things that Germany was doing during World War II. So that's pretty crazy. Google Earth Iceberg. First up, we got donkey hit by Google car. So if you go to this road in Botswana, you will end up seeing this donkey just standing there. But then after the Google car passes, you can look back and see the donkey laying on the ground as if it got hit by the car. This got pretty popular online, and a lot of people were complaining to Google about it and accusing them of hitting the donkey. But then in 2013, Google released an official statement saying they didn't hit the donkey, and they showed pictures and explained how the donkey just laid down after the Google car passed to take a dust bath, which makes sense. Ice ship. This is likely referring to what looks like a frozen capsized ship about 100 miles off the coast of Antarctica that you can see if you still go back in time. It's roughly 400 feet long. It appears to have the roughly same shape as a yacht. It has chimneys and a line where I'd assume there would be windows. Although this ship doesn't appear to match any descriptions of known vessels lost in the area, it may be some sort of private ship that someone owned or a secret government vessel that they didn't want to disclose to the public. Even like the website Snopes, that's all about debunking conspiracy theories, doesn't have a clear explanation for what it was, but I could see people just dismissing it as a chunk of ice, but still, it looks like a 400-foot long ship. Creature on the balcony. So this is a really popular one. There is this town in France where this one block now is just completely blurred out on Google Street View, but if you go back in time and look at what it looked like, you will see a picture of this weird, creepy creature on the balcony standing near a bicycle that looks like a strange, evil alien thing. What's funny is this got so popular that it started a whole big argument online, and so Google tried to blur out like just the creature thing, which made it look way more ominous, and so it definitely grew the popularity. And yeah, Google did it to themselves. Flying rabbit. So there is this road in Poland where you see this rabbit hopping along the road, where then it suddenly looks like it's flying magically through the air. After people online investigated investigated it deeper, they realized it was not Volpertinger, the magic flying rabbit, but rather it seemed that the Google car had collided with the rabbit and sent it flying. Help. There's this area in Los Angeles where there's a whole bunch of different signs that say the words help spelled out really big as if it's someone trying to get someone's attention that's stranded on an island. This sparked a lot of debate online on whether it was actually someone in trouble or if it was something else. If you go into Google Street View, most of the area where the signs are blocked by walls, but from one angle you can see one of the larger signs. The area isn't extremely nice, which kind of adds to the creepiness of it. I personally thought it was just someone calling for help because they lived in Los Angeles, but the local police investigated these help signs and found it was linked to a homeless man who was trying to complain about how the LAPD treated homeless people. Ghost Girl. So this is a cemetery in Texas that shows a girl kind of eerily peeking from behind a tree. Now, although just the sight of a girl eerily peeking behind a tree is still kind of menacing looking, people point out a floating, shadowy thing in the background that they say is the actual ghost. Now, a few people have claimed to have made this picture for Google Street View and say that it was just their daughter hiding behind a tree, but either way, they have removed the picture, and that has kind of fueled the eerie, spooky urban legend around this cemetery. Giant crab. So this is referring to this thing online where people were saying if you go to this town in the UK, you can allegedly see this gigantic crab that is roughly the size of 2 school buses just below a dock. But obviously, if you look into this, it's just a hoax that got famous online, but it was a good one. I wouldn't mind if there was a giant crab in that was that big in the ocean. That's not true. I would care. That'd be horrible. Lincoln Way. So this is referring to a strangely abandoned road near Clairton, just southeast of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This is a little dead-end road called Lincoln Way. A couple years ago, they completely removed it off of Google Maps, but you used to be able to go there and do a street view on it. What we know is people lived there back in 2007. It seems most realistic that these people all left there because the area wasn't very nice and there was some crime, and people even had left this area in completely abandoned houses back in the 1970s. So it seems like something was going on. What's weird is this spot is popular for urban explorers, and a lot of people that explored these places have said that the homes look like the former residents just left their belongings, which would mean they left really quickly for some reason. There's different theories to why they did this. Some say there are several sinkholes in the area surrounding that neighborhood. Others say that maybe this nearby steel mill was doing something bad and putting off gases or something, but probably not because the neighborhood just across the road is still there and people haven't left. But there is this really interesting urban legend called the Beast of Lincoln Way. It's about this monstrous creature that lived just off the road in the nearby woods. It was this hairy, dog-like beast that people would say tormented residents, eating their pets, scratching on their doors and their windows, and that it terrorized the people on this road so much that they all just left. But while some people do claim this happened to them or someone they know, it likely just came from a creepypasta story. Google Earth Iceberg. Quick warning, some of these further down ones are kind of scary, so you might want to skip this one. First, we got Google Streetcar Falls Apart. So this shows the Google Streetcar driving along, where when it gets near this area in Newberry Spring, California, it hits this huge pothole, and it must have absolutely smoked this hole, as the hubcaps don't just fall off, they literally fly into the air and then continue rolling until they go to the other side of the road completely, where they then fall down. But it's really crazy that you can see the progression of the hubcaps popping off and then rolling, and I guess he just keeps driving. I think I probably would too. Phantom Island. So this is one of the few islands that have been undiscovered. So this island was first noted by Captain Cook back in 1774, and other explorers have mentioned it being there off the coast of Australia. It wasn't until 1974, when French map makers actually flew a plane over this area, that they discovered that it actually wasn't there at all. For some reason, this information didn't make it to the United States, and they continued to include this on their maps until 2012. For a long time, it was even recorded on Google Maps because the maps thought it was supposed to be there, so they just added this blacked out island shape as a void where it should be. An explanation for why they thought this was there is in this area there's a lot of volcanic activity, so maybe there was a giant floating pumice raft there from volcanic material. Scarecrow Village in Japan. So this place is called the Nagoro Scarecrow Village in Japan. On Google Earth, you can see this village of Nagoro that has these scattered scarecrow-looking things that are in these life-like positions. They appear to be doing different things like tending farms, fixing telephone poles, or waiting for the bus. Apparently, these were made by an artist who constructed hundreds of these scarecrows to inhabit her village after this once thriving town has now been abandoned, and there's less than 30 people or so living in the area. Each one of these scarecrows have their own name, personality, and life story according to the locals, and now that I think about it being a ghost town, it kind of makes it more creepy that people had lived there and now there's just a bunch of scarecrows. Scientology cult symbol. So if you go on Google Earth to this area called Mesa Herfanita in New Mexico, you can see this weird symbol that's etched into the mountains. These markings are located in the Trementina base that was built by the Church of Spiritual Technology, and this symbol has actually been trademarked by the church. Supposedly, this base has a vault that contains archived materials from the group's founder, L. Ron Hubbard, and I read this article about how this ex-Scientologist claimed that these arrows were designed to guide the church leaders in the future to Hubbard's work after a nuclear Armageddon wipes out humanity, or that these symbols serve to point craft coming from space in the future on where to go. I'm not sure how much of that is true, but it's still interesting. An island in a lake, on an island, in a lake, on an island. So this is actually a place called Vulcan Point. This is an island that is located within a crater lake inside of the island that is called Taal Volcano. This is an active volcano inside of Taal Lake, which is on the island of Luzon in the Philippines. So it quite literally is an island in a lake, on an island, in a lake, on an island. Demon under the bridge. So on the Cayuga Waterfront Trail in Ithaca, New York, you used to be able to see this kind of creepy, demonic looking face that is sitting underneath this bridge. Google has since blurred out this face, and people had kind of speculated that someone put a creepy mask up in there, but others think that it was just part of the bridge that kind of happened to look like a face. New Baltimore Portal to Hell. So apparently, there's an entire town in New Baltimore that is in the back rooms. So for a while, the entire internet was convinced that New Baltimore had fallen into a portal to hell due to these terrifying melty images that was captured by a Google vehicle. Likely the camera got screwed up or they corrupted the files somehow, but it is really pretty nightmarish and creepy looking. The glitch has since been removed from Google Earth and it's been remapped so it appears normal again, so maybe they just got outside of the upside down. R. Pref Oscar Acuna Street. So this is a street in Brazil where when you first enter R. Pref Oscar Acuna Street, everything appears relatively normal. The sun is shining, people are walking around, there's cars driving, and as you continue down the road, suddenly everything turns black and then you're plunged into darkness with what looks like some sort of terrifying figure that is staring at you and reaching out at you. I actually found this interesting thing online where this local in the area was claiming that there was this folklore for the area where this picture was taken in Florianopolis about how this island where it was taken has this legend about witches that live there and how these witches threw a party on a beach, but they didn't invite this powerful entity in the area, and anyways this entity cursed the witches and turned them into rocks, and that's why there's big stones there on the beach of this area. So some people think that this entity was trying to communicate with Google Maps, and yeah, witch lady entity thing. Anyways, today it is no longer on Google Maps, and it was probably just a glitch that is now fixed. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. There's a lot of things that are cool on Google Earth. I hope someday that maybe Google will come and film me. Anyways, I love you. Worst fossil reconstruction iceberg. First up, we got the two-legged stegosaurus. So back in the late 1800s, scientists used to believe that dinosaurs kind of walked around like kangaroos and also dragged their tails like kangaroos. This reconstruction is by O.C. Marsh. It shows the stegosaurus dragging its tail like a kangaroo and walking around on two legs, but it takes it even a step further, as this guy believed that stegosauruses had a brain in their tail, because when he had looked at a Stegosaurus fossil previously, he saw that it had a very small brain cavity, meaning its brain was tiny. This actually caused a pop culture myth about how Stegosauruses have two brains, and personally I learned this as a kid and I believed it until kind of recently, so that's nice that I learned that it was not real. Oldest pterodactyl reconstruction. So the first pterosaur / pterodactyl reconstruction was by Johann Hermann, a scientist who, before even seeing the specimen in person, did his own reconstruction. He thought that this thing was a mammal, and he made this reconstruction that showed that its wing membrane kind of made this big round arc and attached to the pterodactyl's ankles. Later on, other scientists speculated that pterodactyls' wings were actually flippers and that they swam in the open ocean kind of like sea turtles and hunted fish. So they've had it kind of rough throughout the years of reconstructions. The first woolly mammoth. So in the early 1800s, we had very few remains of woolly mammoths, just a few scattered bones, and scientists weren't for sure if this thing was actually like an elephant. An early paleontologist attempted to reconstruct the woolly mammoth based on the skeletal remains alone, not having the soft tissue that would have showed its trunk, and ended up with this. It's essentially a warthog that has tusks in its nose cavity. Now, while this is bad, at least they didn't make them like, you know, cyclopses, like the ancient Greek who thought that the dwarf elephants were cyclopses because, you know, they have a giant nose hole and they thought that's where the eye went. Spinosaurus elephant seal. Spinosaurus is great. I love it. It's a great, everything about the Spinosaurus is wonderful. Jurassic Park 3 Spinosaurus. But this specific design was based on two versions that this one guy online mixed together. He combined this speculated design that actually the Spinosaurus didn't have any legs really, as they only found a toe fossil before, and this other speculation that maybe it had a trunk kind of like an elephant seal that it would use to grab fish and breathe while diving underneath the water. Anyways, this is kind of just a joke, but you know, with these dinosaur fossil reconstructions, there is a lot of speculation involved anyway. So yeah, elephant seal, Spinosaurus. Diplodocus from 1916. So this picture itself is actually really interesting. It was created by a German painter named Heinrich Harder in 1916, who created this image for a chocolate company that was creating these collecting cards of prehistoric creatures. Now, the reason why he depicted it like this is because at this time, scientists kind of thought that maybe dinosaurs, being reptiles like a crocodile or a lizard, also had a similar sprawling gait to those animals, and they assumed that dinosaurs, being reptiles, moved in a similar way, but it just looks like horrible knee pain to me. Retrotherizinosaurus. So the Therizinosaurus was one of the most strange dinosaurs ever discovered, having the longest known claws of any land animal, reaching 3.3 feet long and being taller than a giraffe. So when Russian paleontologists examined this fossil in the 1950s, they thought that these claws belonged to a massive turtle that used them to harvest seaweed. And they named this thing the turtle beast, which seems pretty appropriate. Here's a picture of it next to a human. Anyways, in the 1990s, they discovered that it was more of like a bipedal, you know, normal-ish looking dinosaur thing that had long claws. And yeah, it's honestly kind of more nightmare fuel than a giant sea turtle. First dinosaur reconstruction ever. So in the mid-1800s, they began to find these really strange, massive bones around Europe. Because of this geologist named William Buckland was given the job to do the first dinosaur reconstruction ever. Imagine how hard it would have been to go off nothing and reconstruct basically a new animal. Anyways, in 1824, they named this thing the Megalosaur, which meant giant lizard. They thought this thing was an amphibian, being able to swim in the sea and live on land, and that it walked around on four legs. Today, we know that the Megalosaur looks more like this, but it's really cool because this was the first dinosaur reconstruction. There's a bunch of monuments that still exist of the Megalosaur today, where it looks like this huge, four-legged, kind of dog-looking reptile, and you can still see it today in the Crystal Palace area in London, in this park that still has the first sculptures of any dinosaur ever that was created reported in 1865. The Magdeburg unicorn. So this has to be the worst fossil reconstruction of all time. This very famous skeleton is called the Magdeburg unicorn. It was found in this place in Germany called the Unicorn Cave. This place was said to be used as unicorn trade, where people would trade these rare bones to make medicine back in the Middle Ages. Anyways, in 1663, they found this partial skeleton of a woolly rhinoceros near the town of Magdeburg in Germany. This is where prominent Prussian scientist and mayor of Magdeburg, Otto van Guericke, attempted to reconstruct this skeleton himself, but he lacked knowledge of paleontology. The mayor combined the bones of other animals such as the skull of a regular rhinoceros, mammoth bones for its legs, and a narwhal tusk, creating this two-legged abomination with a single horn sticking out of its head. Anyways, you really can't blame this guy too much based on, you know, the other dinosaur reconstructions we had back in the 1800s. But yeah, this one is pretty bad. I don't know where any of its vital organs would have been. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for being deranged and liking dinosaurs just like me. You're just like me for real. Things that shouldn't exist iceberg. First up, we got the anti-Hysteria mechanism. So this was an ancient Greek device that looked like some sort of calculating gear that was so advanced it resembled a computer. We don't know for sure what this thing was used for, but our best guess is the front side was used to display the planets and the phase of our moon in relation to the constellations. And then the rear side was supposed to be used as a display for timing the solar and lunar eclipses. It is crazy to me to think about something like this being so advanced at a time that was like 1500 years ago. It seems that civilizations did not build anything this complex until like they actually created a genuine clock later on. Imagine if they had kept building on technology just like this. I heard a scientist once say that if they had gone on building things like this, then their society would have progressed to have gone even to the moon within the next 300 years. And it's crazy that something even close to this could have existed during the Roman Empire. Great Wall of China. So this is the largest man-made structure in the world that stretches 13,000 miles. This thing is so big that it literally took over 2,000 years to construct. What I find very strange is that in history we are taught that this thing was built solely to keep the Mongols from invading China. But if you look back in history, early portions of this wall were actually built before Mongol threats even existed. So why was it truly built? The Voynich manuscript. So this is an undeciphered book that is filled with this unknown language with a lot of really weird pictures in it. It was written in the 1400s, but the original purpose of this book and the author still remain unknown. Some people like to say this book was just nonsense and it was like basically the first meme, but others think this was maybe written in some sort of magical land that had a different language and different plants that we've never seen before and different creatures and stuff like that, and that it's actually like a non-fiction book. The Baghdad Battery. So this is a pretty controversial object. Some think this thing is like a 2,000-year-old battery. Basically what it is a clay jar with a copper cylinder inside and an iron rod that was found near Baghdad in 1936. Some speculate that this thing actually could generate real electricity and it operated like a primitive battery that used something like vinegar or grape juice as an electrolyte to then produce up to 2 volts of power. Today, the true purpose of this thing is still speculative, and the original artifact was actually lost during a museum raid. Darren Kuyu Underground City. So this is a massive ancient underground city that once housed 20,000 people. What's really crazy is this 300-year-old city was just accidentally discovered when this random guy was knocking down a wall in his basement in 1960. As to why so many people lived underground, this likely was a forced condition because the area where this bunker was like a crossroad of empires such as the Greeks, the Romans, the Byzantines, the Ottomans, and so the underground city provided protection. Easter Island heads. So these are massive stone statues that were carved by the natives on Easter Island Island around 1200-ish AD. There's over 900 statues, some weighing as much as 86 tons and standing at 33 feet tall. Most of these were buried like at their shoulders, so most people back in the day thought that these were just massive heads, and it was a long time before they realized that there was like actual full torsos beneath the ground as well. What's really crazy is this huge feat of carving all these massive stone heads was done on this extremely remote place. One of the most remote places in the world, actually. It was so remote that they had this writing system that we still have not deciphered today, and we have no idea what they wrote. But some believe that these people that lived on Easter Island basically destroyed their society and everyone on it just to build these giant stone heads, and they destroyed their environment, and then everybody just perished. Forbidden grilled cheese. So this is referring to an internet joke about how we should take like all the different parts of extremely old food artifacts and make the world's oldest grilled cheese. The list of ingredients that people put together is the world's oldest cheese that was found in an Egyptian tomb that might be filled with deadly diseases, a 2,000-year-old lump of butter that was found in an Irish bog, the bog butter, and the world's oldest bread that was found in a prehistoric site in Jordan and is estimated to be 14,000 years old. They even have this ancient non-stick frying pan that's basically like a 2,000-year-old piece of pottery that's like non-stick to cook it on. We need to make this. Would you eat some? I'd have a slice. The London hammer. So this is a really old iron and wood hammer that was found encased in rock near the town of London, Texas in 1936. It appears to be encased in this rock that some people estimate to have formed like 100,000 if not millions of years ago. This sparked a bunch of theories that this thing only exists because of like time travelers or some sort of ancient advanced civilization that knew like how to make iron. However, some geologists like to argue that this rock has actually been recently concreted by mineral deposits within the last 400 years. There's a few other weird things about the hammer, such as like the iron hasn't rusted and that the wooden handle has partially begun to transform into coal, which is a process that normally takes thousands of years. But overall, it's kind of controversial on whether it's really legit or not, and it is very strange. Anyways, when I was doing research for this topic, I read this thing about how the best archaeological finds are just found from ordinary people from the past, because it lets you know what the normal person's life was actually like. This makes me think of like, what things do I have that would like tell people so much about me if one day in the future there's no record of our existence, or there's no record of how we built our technology. And it's just crazy to me to think that there was something like the anti-Hysteria mechanism that existed in a time that didn't even have a working clock that may have told like the moon phases. Imagine if we genuinely did go to space around like 300 AD. The world would be so much different. Tell me in the comments, do you think that we could like have our technology erased and then people would just like not know how to build it in the future somehow? It's just crazy to think about. Lost Media Iceberg. First up, we got the original Shrek. So originally, Shrek was going to be voiced by Chris Farley. He actually recorded around 85% of the lines before he died in 1997. Test footage of Farley's voice acting and the design for Shrek surfaced in 2015, and it revealed this Shrek that was like really kind of grotesque looking, but he was much more emotional and sad than the Shrek that we got with Michael Myers. Although I personally really like Chris Farley, I think he was a funny guy, I think Mike Myers was the guy for the job for the movie Shrek. Keck Croc. So this was a rumored unlicensed Sega Genesis game from 1993 that featured this really strange looking crocodile with a yellow hat. So it said that it did so bad that they didn't hardly sell any copies, and the only ones that were really sold were at discount stores. The game is extensively documented basically only on 4chan and other websites like archive.org, with questionable ROM versions being available to be downloaded and played. But this game was rumored to have 5 levels where you play as this strange Keck Croc traveling through these levels with a plunger, dodging enemies. And considering nobody has a physical copy of this game and the only people that remember it are a bunch of anonymous users online, I would say it's highly possible that this is made up. But let me know if you've played it. The original Sonic movie. So in 2019, 2019, the Sonic movie released its first trailer. It featured Sonic looking as this more realistic version that's kind of unsettling, and people did not like it. The fans were so upset that they put a ton of pressure on the studio, and the studio actually listened and completely recreated the character for the entire movie. What's funny is there is still a version out there somewhere where there's the terrible looking version of Sonic for the whole movie, and it's somewhere out there, and the public has not seen it. Squidward's Red Mist episode. So Red Mist was this rumored episode of SpongeBob that featured a very dark storyline for Squidward. To summarize, this guy with bagpipes shows up at Squidward's door and warns him that there is something called the Red Mist coming. Later on, Squidward goes and performs his clarinet in front of an audience, and it's an absolute failure. So he goes home and he's sad, and then suddenly Bikini Bottom is enveloped in this red light that seems to be like a curse, and this drives Squidward insane, and that's pretty much the entire episode. Turns out this entire thing was just kind of a creepypasta that was created as a fan film. Dexter's Lab banned episode. So this episode was banned even before it was released because of how much cussing the characters did in it. So fans had speculated this episode existed up until 2013, when Adult Swim posted a tweet that they were going to release this episode that was from the 90s. I watched this episode. It features a plot where Dexter and Dee Dee remove the rudeness from themselves and essentially make these evil clones that just cuss the entire episode, and they're like rude to their parents, their mother. But despite the cussing being censored out, they didn't want to release it because they felt like it was kind of in bad taste for a children's show. And yeah, so now you can go watch it now. Graggle Simpson, also known as Weird Matt or Gumpy, great name. This is kind of a Mandela effect in a way, where some people say that the original 6 characters in the Simpsons family had this character called Weird Matt or Graggle or Gumpy. It's rumored that this character was forced into the show by the Simpsons creator Matt Groening as a way to represent himself and say jokes that he wanted to say in the situations they were in. Graggle is said to either be Homer's adopted Chinese son, or other times it's said he's Bart's best friend replacing Milhouse, or even be like a father figure to the kids whenever Homer isn't a father figure. And it's said to even be in one of the greatest video games of all time, The Simpsons Hit and Run. So many claim that this character was actually in the show and was part of it for a long time, but then it got a ton of hate, and then Disney bought it and they were like, we don't like this character, we'll delete him and wipe him, and he's not there, he never existed. And so yeah, Graggle. Super Mario 64 2. So, you know, Super Mario 64 was a Mario game on the N64 that was released in 1966. It was extremely popular. I'm sure you know of the game. Anyways, during the hype of this game, there was a rumor that there was going to be a sequel of it. Sometimes this was called like Super Mario 2, or it was sometimes called Bowser's Revenge. Some sources said this game was going to have multiplayer split screen, which would have been super awesome, and you would be able to play as Luigi. And it was speculated that this game was going to be on the new disk drive version of the Nintendo 64 that was releasing in 1999. But that Nintendo 64 disk drive was actually like a failed console. And so anyways, there was these big rumors about this game coming out, but later on they found a version of Super Mario 64 that was playable on the disk drive version of the N64, but they found out it was just a normal version of the game that was created to show off the capabilities of this new console. So we didn't get Super Mario 64 2, which is really sad. We should have that. MTV Invincible. So Invincible, if you don't know, is a comic book and now a very popular show on Amazon Prime about this animated superhero who has powers, obviously. But did you know back in 2008, MTV actually made a 6-episode motion comic-based series of Invincible, and it wasn't like the Invincible show we have today on Amazon Prime. Instead of being animated, it was rather just pictures that kind of moved along with voice lines of characters, you know, saying things. But after 6 episodes, they decided not to continue making it, and since then, all streaming platforms have taken down all the versions of the show. Not the new one on Amazon Prime, but the old one that was like the picture version of the show. I actually watched the first few episodes of this. I kind of skimmed through them, and they really weren't that bad. I thought they were pretty good. But personally, I like the lore of Invincible, so of course course, I like the show. But anyways, that is all for the Lost Media Iceberg. It's really cool finding media from back in the day that you would think would be popular, but then they just kind of hide it away, or it doesn't get popular enough to be continued. I really think Nintendo should make a Super Mario 64 2. It would do so well. Everybody loves Super Mario 64, and it's really a huge missed opportunity to not do that. Earthquake Iceberg. First on this list we have skyquakes. So skyquakes are this mysterious booming sound, or sometimes a trumpet sound, that seems like it's coming from the sky. People describe them as sounding like a sonic boom or distant thunder, or in some videos they sound like trumpets that are way up in the sky. And while some people think they are planes flying faster than the speed of sound, it seems unlikely. Apparently they have been reported for centuries, so it doesn't seem like that could be a good explanation. And today we still have no idea what they are. Largest earthquake ever. So the 1960 Valdivia earthquake, also known as the Great Chilean Earthquake, was the most powerful earthquake ever recorded. It was a magnitude 9.5 on the Richter scale, and it triggered a series of tsunamis that were so bad that they caused fatalities as far away as Hawaii and Japan. What's interesting is it actually triggered the eruption of a volcano, Mount Puyehue, and if you look at the pictures of the towns, it's insane how bad the buildings are and the roads. This thing was so devastating. Namazu. Namazu is one of Japan's most iconic mythical creatures. It is this giant catfish that lives underground. The legend goes that this thing swims through the seas and rivers beneath the ground, and whenever it thrashes around, the earth trembles. What's cool is that the lore of this catfish might actually be rooted in real things. Some studies suggest that catfish act really erratically before an earthquake, maybe because they can sense the subtle changes in Earth's magnetic fields or something like that. And so maybe people saw catfish doing this and they realized an earthquake was going to happen, or thought that catfish was being influenced by a giant one beneath the ground. Earthquake lights. So this is a strange phenomena where people either see this faint rainbow in the sky or giant flashes of lights way up in the atmosphere. There's a few scientific theories on what this is. The main one is that it's caused from sudden friction caused by the movement of Earth's crust, and it creates this kind of static discharge, similar to like whenever you rub your socks on a carpet, but on a much larger scale. But this is still an unproven theory. HAARP causes earthquakes. So this is a conspiracy theory that different organizations can cause large-scale weather manipulation. Specifically, some people believe that the HAARP base in Alaska, which essentially does these strange tests on the upper part of Earth's atmosphere, can cause earthquakes and other natural disasters. What's really strange is the former president of Venezuela, Hugo Chavez, back in the day said that the US was responsible for the 2010 Haitian earthquakes, which I have no idea how we would cause an earthquake all the way down there, but I guess you never know. Scuba diving earthquake in Indonesia. So this was actually a 7.2 magnitude earthquake that was seen underwater in 2023. This group of scuba divers got this footage. It is so cool. They got a really good video while they were scuba diving of the entire seafloor shifting, and the video is very scary. There's like a deep rumbling sound when it happens, and what looks like wave currents tossing them around underwater is actually the earth literally moving. What's scary to me is that the visibility instantly gets really bad, which can make a dive really dangerous. But man, I feel like that's like the rarest thing in the world to ever see. Fukushima Mothman. So in 2011, there was this terrible underwater earthquake that was rated as a 9.1 in magnitude. This earthquake caused a tsunami to hit Fukushima, and this caused massive destruction and then a nuclear meltdown, which actually was the worst nuclear accident since Chernobyl. However, in the midst of all this, there was Mothman. So there's this rumor about Mothman being there, and the legend goes that there was this local guy there named Marcus Pules who claimed to have seen this large moth-like creature near the Fukushima power plant. So in February of 2011, this guy claimed he heard whooshing noises and a tremendous scream one night, where he at first had just seen the shadow, but then this creature spread its wings and flew 30 feet into the air, and it was all black and had red eyes, and he claimed this thing circled the power plant 5 times, as if it was warning that this nuclear power power plant was going to melt down. Anyways, if you know the legend of Mothman, you know it's about this moth creature that usually shows up right before disaster happens, so it kind of tracks with how Mothman has been viewed in the past. Deadliest day in human history. So the Shanxi earthquake was back in 1556. It was a huge earthquake that happened right dead in the center of China. It was measured at roughly 8 on the Richter scale, and this was not only the deadliest earthquake ever, but actually the deadliest single day in human history. It was estimated to have taken the lives of 830,000 people. How could something do this in just one day? The main reasons for this are that it affected a huge area of 520 miles, and at the same time, tens of thousands of people lived in these carved houses into the sides of cliffs. They were essentially like man-made caves, and when this earthquake happened, these structures collapsed on them instantly. It also caused secondary effects such as large landslides, massive cracks in the ground, and soil liquefaction. And there was huge fires that burned for weeks. But it was crazy, the devastation from this earthquake. Entire landscapes were changed permanently. For example, mountains were just completely gone from certain areas, and some towns had every single building there collapse. And after this was all done, there was huge famine and disease, and because there was so many people there and it was back in the day, there was hardly any disaster relief. Anyways, those were some horrible things that happened. I'm glad we got that out of the way. I'm sure it won't happen again, but thank you guys for watching. Earthquakes are cool, but they are scary. Cursed Artifacts Iceberg. First, we get the Hope Diamond. This item is now owned by the Natural History Museum of Washington, D.C., but all its past owners have all seemed to pass away in a terrible way, or have just had odd deaths in their families. Here are a few examples. There was this 17th century French merchant named Jean-Baptiste Tavernier, who allegedly stole this diamond from a Hindu statue. Upon discovering it was missing, a priest put a curse on whoever had taken that diamond. It was said that Tavernier, soon after stealing this, came down with a raging fever and passed away. After this, it was said to be in possession of Louis XVI and Marie Antoinette, who after inheriting this diamond got guillotined. Then later on in 1791, a man named Wilhelm Falls recut this diamond, where his son later on stole it and then ended his father's life and took his own life. And the last one was in the 1900s. This man named Simon Mayon Charades owned this diamond and then passed away as a result of driving his car off of a cliff. Otzi the Iceman. So this was a 5,300-year-old mummy that was a hunter discovered in the Alps between Austria and Italy. It was determined that the Iceman's cause of death was an arrow that pierced him and then his skull being crushed. Over the next 13 years after it was discovered, the people connected to the discovery died prematurely from things like car crashes, avalanches, a fatal fall off a 300-foot cliff, and this other man from the expedition named Conrad Spindler died from a disease that he had had from a long time. Right after he made this statement where he said, "This curse is a load of rubbish. It's all media hype. The next thing you'll be announcing is that I will be next." Apparently, he was right. James Dean's car. This one is so crazy. You know the actor James Dean. He had recently purchased this Porsche 550 Spider, where shortly after, in 1955, he slammed it into another car going 85 miles an hour and passed away. What's really crazy is Obi-Wan Kenobi, the guy who played him, Alec Guinness, basically had told James Dean right before this that it was cursed, saying, "If you get into this car, you'll be dead in a week." Anyways, after James Dean's accident, the car was declared totaled and then sold for parts to 2 racers. These racers put the parts in the race cars, where they both crashed in the same race roughly 11 months after Dean's death. The remnants from their race cars were then sold to another person, which later caused an accident where both tires blew out simultaneously. Parts from that vehicle were then given to the National Safety Council, which was a traveling exhibit where the body body of the car that they were put on fell from the display multiple times, once injured a bystander, and another time killed a truck driver. That car later on caught on fire in a storage unit for an unknown reason, and then mysteriously disappeared during transport. Only one confirmed remaining part from this vehicle still exists today. It's the transaxle, and it was found in a wooden crate in rural Massachusetts. So crazy. Next up, we get the Swansea Devil, also known as Old Nick. This was a folklore story that dates back to 1890s Britain, where there was this church, St. Mary's, that was being renovated, and this one man was upset because he wasn't chosen to do the renovation. So basically, this guy who was upset built this building next to the church and placed this carving of something he called Old Nick on top of it, watching over the church. This carving basically looked like the devil, and it was said that this man also cursed this church and said, "When your church is destroyed and burnt to the ground, my devil will remain laughing." Anyways, years later during World War II, a German blitz left most of Swansea, including St. Mary's Church, destroyed and burnt to the ground. But the building that Old Nick was on top of was undamaged and remained standing until 1962. And now you can still see this carving in a museum in Wales. Crying boy painting. So this was a situation back during 1985 where different homes started to be burned all the way to the ground, including everything inside, except for this printed painting of this boy crying. Because of this, a newspaper started to pick up the story and post about it. Firemen had stated they had witnessed multiple fires where everything was ruined except for this similar crying boy painting. What's weird is the response to this article was overwhelming. Within a day, there was hundreds of readers reaching out to this newspaper claiming the same thing had happened to them. This kind of created this mass hysteria over the whole thing, and so the newspaper company told the readers to send them their crying boy paintings, claiming they would destroy them once and for all. It's said that on Halloween, this newspaper company burned more than 2,500 copies of this weird painting. And anyways, in 2010, the prints were tested, and they concluded that these things were covered in a varnish that was fire retardant. So, Busby's stoop chair. So this is another legend about this guy named Thomas Busby, who got mad at his father-in-law because he was sitting in his favorite chair, so he hit him with a hammer, and he passed away. Allegedly, before this guy was executed for, killing his father-in-law, he said, "May sudden death come to anyone who dare sits in my chair." According to the legend, Busby's chair has since been responsible for around 60 deaths. It was said that during World War II, the inn was very popular, and airmen would dare each other to sit in this chair, and it was said that those who sat in this chair never returned from their missions. There was this other incident in 1968 where two airmen dared each other to sit in the chair, and while returning to the airfield, their car left the road and crashed into a tree where they both perished. It was also said a cleaning lady accidentally sat down in the chair when she was trying to clean. She just kind of fell, where she got diagnosed with a brain tumor. And there's other countless stories like that. Anyways, in 1978, the inn owner decided that this chair, although it was profitable for tourists and stuff, was just too dangerous to keep, so he donated it to a museum. And it's still in the Thirsk Museum today, but you can't sit in it because it is hung from the ceiling, because they don't want you to get a tumor. The Bassano vase. So this was another kind of folklore story about this vase that appeared around the 15th century that was given to an Italian bride as a wedding gift. Later that night, she was found in her room, not alive, clutching this vase, and after her funeral, the Bassano vase was given to one of her family members, where within days, they also passed away. The family reached out to a priest for guidance, who told them to just bury this vase underground, and that's what they did. They buried this vase and put a note in it that said, "Beware, this vase brings death." And it's said that in 1988, a guy happened upon this vase and dug it up and was like, "This is fine, right?" Even though he read the note that said, "You're gonna die." And 3 months later, he passed away. Anyways, nobody wanted this vase because of the reputation it had, and eventually it ended up being buried in a lead box in an undisclosed cemetery. Codex Gigas, also known as the Devil's Bible. This is a real book that is very famous. The legend behind this book is that it was created by this one monk named Herman the Recluse. The story is that he was sentenced to death by being walled up up alive for breaking his monastic vows. As a last grasp for survival, he made this deal where he would create a book filled with the world's knowledge in return for his life. His proposal was accepted, but only if he could create this book in just one night. The story goes, the only way the monk could see himself completing this task was with the help of the devil. So it said he sold his soul to the devil and wrote the entire thing in one night and gained his freedom. What's crazy is this book is very old. It's the world's largest preserved manuscript from the Middle Ages. It's 165 pounds because it's ridiculously massive, and there's one page in the book where the entire page is a picture of the devil, and it also has 12 missing pages that some think contained a prayer to the devil, and some people kind of think this thing is very cursed, as people who have been around this book report hearing voices. And there's this other story about a man who got locked in a room with this book overnight, where he was found the morning after confused and hiding under a table, and he had gone completely insane and never regained his sanity. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Don't read that book, and don't sit in the bad chair. Sci-Fi Iceberg. First up, we got Star Wars. If I need to explain this one, shame on you. One interesting thing about Star Wars, I feel like most people don't realize, is that it's supposed to be kind of like a space western, as it has gunslingers, outlaws, and bounty hunters. I really like the idea of mankind expanding into outer space and starting to colonize the universe, and kind of living in this old western frontier-like lifestyle that kind of could become this permanent thing due to the infinite amount of space in the universe. Dune. So this story is surprisingly mainly about politics. This world is set 20,000 years into the future, where there was this war with AI, and now all thinking machines are outlawed. And because of this, they can't use computers to navigate space. So they take this substance called spice, which is only found on the planet Dune, and that's what this whole thing is all about. This political struggle over this very important substance that allows them to go through the universe. I'm kind of explaining it bad. It's a lot more interesting than that. There's giant worms. 2001: A Space Odyssey. So to explain this movie briefly, this is about this monolith that lands on Earth and makes apes smart. Later on, people find another monolith on the moon. This one is now emitting a signal that tells them to go near Jupiter. On their way to Jupiter, the computer in their ship kills everyone on board except one person, and when that guy gets to Jupiter and finds the monolith near there, he gets pulled into this gateway to another world, where he is then kept in an alien zoo and then transformed into this weird star child thing and returned to Earth as like the next evolution of man. And it's very strange and cool, and it was not made in 2001 but way earlier, obviously. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So this is a comedic sci-fi story about this ordinary guy from England who survives the destruction of Earth and then tries to use this travel guide to survive exploring the universe, the galaxy. It's very unserious, and it deals with a lot of philosophical themes, and yeah, 42. Starship Troopers. So the book and the movie of this are very different. The movie really makes fun of war propaganda. I'm sure you guys know it from the "I'm doing my part" meme. Basically, Earth is like, there's giant bugs out there, and they sent an asteroid to destroy our planet, so we gotta eliminate their entire species. And that's basically what they do. They wage war on these bug things from another planet, and yeah, I personally think that the asteroid hitting Earth was like a false flag operation to allow Earth to wage war on these things. Helldivers 2 is basically supposed to be exactly what this movie is, and wow, Helldivers 2, so awesome. It's basically the same in every way, where there's this Earth waging war on alien civilizations that seem to have not even provoked them at all, but they're going to war with them, probably to get their resources. Project Hail Mary. So this is a book that is soon going to be a movie that, not to spoil anything, is basically about the sun getting sucked away and the Earth getting cooler rapidly. And this rapid cooling of the Earth is going to lead to extinction because the sun is just mysteriously disappearing. So then this average guy finds himself in this spaceship and doesn't remember anything, and it's this epic space adventure. The movie that's coming out is going to have Ryan Gosling in it, so that's so awesome. awesome. I'm not going to explain any more because I will spoil it if I say anything else. But the book is very much worth reading, and I really hope the movie's good. I bet it will be. A Trip to the Moon, 1902. So this is actually the first sci-fi movie ever. It was a silent short film, filmed all the way back in 1902. I watched this when I was younger, and I found it very eerie. Maybe it's just because I was young, and they used a lot of really weird effects in it because, you know, no CGI, no animation. Or maybe it's because I never watched a silent film, and it made the whole thing feel eerie. But I recommend you watch it. It's really weird. It's about these people basically taking a trip to the moon by getting shot out of this giant cannon, and then there's the famous scene of like the moon with the face, and then it's got the ship projectile stuck in its eye. And anyways, when people get there to the moon, they realize there is this alien civilization there, and there's a bunch of shenanigans. It's really over the top. The aliens are really weird, but it's kind of cool too. It's just crazy they came up with this idea of going to the moon back in 1902, and they showed it as like a capsule that kind of looks like modern rocket capsules after they break off. Red Rising. So Red Rising is a book series that I have recently been very obsessed with. I gotta say personally, it is a vibe. I highly recommend reading this entire book series. Not to say any spoilers, I'm gonna just briefly describe the universe and not really the storyline. This is a world where humanity has spread across two familiar planets I'm sure you know. They're inhabiting places like Mars, the moon, Mercury, Jupiter's moons, and these planets are now terraformed and very different, and society has been divided up into this caste system based on how they have been genetically modified. At the top of society, there are these people called Golds that rule everyone, and they are absolute warmongers. They are exactly what I would imagine people in the Roman Empire who want to wage war on other countries would be like. The Golds also have this school called the Institute, which is very similar to Hogwarts, but with more death. I guess it's more kind of like Hunger Games, and very few people make it out of the Institute, but they become like higher class citizens when they do. But, you know, the themes are really cool. There's a lot of historical references, mythology. It's very poetic at times. To describe it briefly, imagine the Roman Empire that has spaceships and nuclear bombs and like lightsabers and a lot more slaves. But I think this will be a modern classic. I highly recommend reading it. Pierce Brown, if you guys do a live adaptation, please let me be a background character that dies instantly. Anyways, that's all I got for this iceberg. Please forgive me for not putting Interstellar on there. It is one of my personal favorite movies, if not the top 3 movies. I don't know why I didn't put it on this iceberg. I couldn't really get it to fit anywhere without putting these other really prominent ones. I didn't have much to say about it. Interstellar is just such an all-around good movie, and although it is confusing, I feel like most people know what's going on in it, so that's why I did some of these kind of lesser known movies that aren't really lesser known. Bizarre facts about animals iceberg. First up, we got woodpecker tongue helmet. So this is referring to the fact that woodpeckers will wrap their tongues around their brains to cushion them from getting a concussion when they peck against wood. What's interesting is the G-forces generating from a woodpecker slamming their head against a piece of wood would instantly kill a human. So I guess they're just kind of built different. Fart bigger than car. So this is not referring to Ethan. This is about how whales can fart a bubble so big that a Volkswagen car would fit inside of it. Not inside of the whale, inside of the bubble of fart. Great whites never mate. So this is a really interesting one. There is zero record of any human seeing a great white mating. It's strange considering how often humans see great white sharks, and we actually haven't seen them giving birth until 2023. So it's crazy that one of the most popular animals in the world still has so much mystery around it. Koala criminal. This is about how koalas have fingerprints that are nearly identical to humans, and apparently in Australia they were having a problem with several break-ins that looked to be from the same exact person because they were basing it off of fingerprint evidence, but it turned out to be a single koala being responsible for all of these. Real raptor sound. So this is referring to the noise that the raptors make in the Jurassic Park movies. The noise that they sampled to make the raptor noise is actually turtles mating. So the more you know. Caterpillars turn turn into goo. So this is really crazy. Caterpillars, whenever they, metamorphosize to turn into a butterfly, don't just grow wings and change, but rather they dissolve almost completely into this goo-like substance, where they then rearrange and reform into a butterfly. Also, if a caterpillar loses like a limb or something, it does not affect the way a butterfly would turn out after it metamorphosizes. Ants weigh as much as humans, so this is about how if you weigh all the ants on the planet and all the humans on the planet, they will equal roughly the same amount of weight, because I guess there's a lot more ants than humans in the world. CIA spy cat. So in the 1960s, the CIA did this operation where they spent nearly 5 years and $10 million to make a covert spy cat with implanted microphones to eavesdrop on the Soviets. So they didn't just put a microphone on it, but rather they kind of created a cyborg as they surgically implanted a microphone into its ear, and they put a radio transmitter at the base of its skull, and they put an antenna woven into its tail. What's sad is on its first mission, they put it near a park bench in a park to go eavesdrop on these two men, where it immediately wandered away into traffic and got hit by a taxi. So I guess that was a huge waste of money and cat. Arctic Obscurities Iceberg. First, we got Ice Fingers of Death. So these things are called brinicles. They're basically these eerie-looking underwater icicle things that form in really cold underwater environments. They're essentially these columns of death that move down, freezing anything they touch, freezing things like starfish, plants, and even fish if they don't move. Unsinkable ghost ship. So there is this boat called the SS Beichimo. It was a cargo ship that became a ghost ship after it was abandoned off the coast of Alaska in 1931. It was abandoned there after it was trapped in the ice and then floated away when the crew went to a nearby town, and the crew just assumed the ship had sunk, until they started hearing different reports of it being sighted floating around. So this ship had in fact not sunk, and over the next several decades, people reported seeing it and even boarded the ship several times. But every time they were able to get on the ship, they weren't able to take control of it and they were driven away by bad weather. The last sighting was in 1969, which is 38 years later after it was abandoned. What's so crazy is, to this day, even after the Alaskan government did an investigation in 2006, we don't know if it's actually sunk or if it's still floating around. Antarctic Atlantis. So this is the theory that the lost city or lost continent of Atlantis is actually Antarctica. The main reason people think this is because of this thing called the Piri-Reis map, which is a map that really shouldn't exist just in general. The reason why it shouldn't exist is because this map was created in 1513 and appears to have mapped the entire world along with Antarctica 300 years before Antarctica was discovered. What's really odd is somehow they accurately in this map depicted Antarctica as it would look like with no ice on it, which just doesn't seem possible unless the climate was different on Antarctica at the time, which might indicate some sort of advanced civilization being there. Moon controls Arctic methane release. So this is just a fact about how the moon influences methane emissions from the Arctic Ocean, as the moon causes tides to rise and fall. At low tide, there is less water pressure, which causes more methane to get released, and at high tide, there is more water pressure, causing less methane to be released. Lake Vostok Google reviews. So Lake Vostok is Antarctica's largest lake, and it's underneath a gigantic glacier. It is actually 13,000 feet below the surface, and nobody has been down there. But if you go to Google Maps and you look at the reviews on Lake Vostok, people say things like, nice warm weather, I recommend it, you can swim with organism 46b, and then talk about how a scientist was gotten by the organism. There's this other one that reports how these scientists were sitting over an open creature that resembled an octopus studying it, and how he barely managed to escape because they started shooting at him when they realized he was watching him. And there's a lot of funny other ones. 700-year-old soot. So this is referring to the fact that these researchers have found this 700-year-old soot that was actually from fires that were set by the Maori people while they were settling in New Zealand. They basically were drilling for ice samples in Antarctica and pulled one out and saw this soot and calculated that it would have been 700 years old, which is insane. Andrew Dawson giant sightings. So this was a really viral thing on TikTok where this guy was claiming that he saw a giant on a mountain in this far north area in Canada, and he also took a video of what he was claiming was the giant. Then after this guy also claimed he was being stalked by a government agency galaxy before he disappeared. In the video, he shows this thing on the mountain that if it was a person, it would have been like really, really massive. And he also showed other videos of this strange aerial phenomenon that some people think are UFOs. And in a later video, there was this black car that was following him around. Now, while some people claim that these videos are just set up or faked, others think this man actually saw something he shouldn't have because he suddenly quit posting online. Antarctic Godzilla. So this was a thing that happened back in 1958. There was a Japanese whale researching vessel called the Soya, which I would never ride on that ship. Anyways, this ship was conducting research around Lutsa Bay, Antarctica in 1958. At first they saw this thing that they thought was just like an oil drum that had been abandoned by another boat before they realized this thing was moving straight towards them. They described this thing as being some sort of animal that had a head that was roughly the same shape as a cow or a horse, with the top of its head looking kind of like a monkey's head. They also described it as having large eyes and pointed ears, and an engineer on the boat observed the creature closely and discovered that it had dorsal spike fangs, kind of like Godzilla, on its back. Also, they said from analyzing this creature, they assumed that it lived on land because of its long, dark brown body hair it had all over itself, and the captain of the ship, who was a fan of Godzilla, nicknamed it Antarctic Godzilla. What's interesting about this story is I believe this was the inspiration for what became the Ningen later on, that cryptid that kind of looks like a whale and has a human face. But anyways, that's all I got for this video. I love the Arctic and the Antarctic. I know this video was not just about the Arctic, it was about the South and the North. But thank you guys for watching. Thank you for being deranged and liking very obscure things like this. I love you. I love you. Types of Civilizations Iceberg. So this is based on the Kardashev scale, which was created back in 1964 by a Soviet professor who was trying to measure a civilization's potential technology based on their energy production. Type 1 civilization, also known as a planetary civilization, they would be capable of harvesting all the energy on their home planet and storing that energy. Currently, we don't even fit on the Kardashev scale at all because we don't harness all the energy that gets to Earth. It is estimated by scientists that Earth will become a Type 1 civilization within the next couple hundred years. Type 2 civilization, also known as a stellar civilization, this means that these guys would be able to control the total energy output from their sun, and then they'd be able to take that energy and transfer it throughout the solar system. So it's theorized the way they would harness this energy from the sun is by building a structure such as a Dyson sphere. Now, a Dyson sphere is a hypothetical megastructure that surrounds a star to capture the energy that comes off of it. Now, more recently, scientists think that the idea of like creating a solid structure around the sun is mechanically impossible, and so they rather like the idea of a Dyson swarm, which is basically the same thing as a Dyson sphere, but it's a whole bunch of like little satellites that orbit around it and harvest the sun's output. Anyways, the amount of power this civilization would have would be amazing. They would be able to reach everything throughout their solar system and mine planets and asteroids and do whatever they want in their area. Type 3 civilization, also known as a galactic civilization, so similar to a Type 2 civilization, they would be able to harness the entire power of a star, but not just their star, but every star in their galaxy, which the Milky Way galaxy that we live in has hundreds of billions of stars. That's like near limitless power. They would be able to use this to manipulate stars and planets and achieve things that we would consider impossible, such as instant travel across hundreds of light years, and likely manipulating space-time, which might kind of be a byproduct of instantaneous travel and like teleportation. Anyways, you get the idea. They could probably do like wormhole travel, terraform planets, create new solar systems, and it's hard to imagine a civilization could get much more powerful than this. But next is a Type 4 civilization. So both Type 4 and 5 civilizations are not technically on the Kardashev scale, but were extended later by other scientists. So a Type 4 civilization is called a universal civilization. This level is just like a Type 3, except instead of being able to just harvest their galaxy, they could harvest the energy from the entire universe. So they'd be going from 400 billion-ish stars under their control to nearly 200 billion trillion stars, which is really hard to comprehend. They would likely figure out how to harness things like dark energy or dark matter, things that we don't hardly understand today, and maybe even harness energy from black holes and destroy entire galaxies and build them to their liking. Type 5 civilization. This is where things get really weird. A Type 5 is described as a civilization that's not just capable of harnessing the energy in their own universe, but rather parallel universes as well. So this civilization would theoretically be able to travel across the multiverse, traveling from reality to reality, claiming domains as their own. They would likely figure out how to do things that we can't even comprehend today, and they could likely harvest things like white holes, which are still just hypothetical. We don't even understand if they are real or not, and likely manipulate the very fabric of reality and the laws of physics, such as the speed of light or even like gravitational forces, making them have unlimited manipulation over the universe and potentially creating or destroying entire universes at will. A Type 0 civilization. So this is much smaller than all the other civilizations we just talked about. A Type 0 civilization would be able to control about 1 megawatt of power, which is tiny. It's the equivalent of having like 100 campfires burning at any given time. So based on the amount of energy that we have, we are technically a Type 0 civilization, more specifically a 0.75 type civilization, but really we're not even on the scale at all. Anyways, it's crazy to think about like what the future holds and what kind of hypothetical civilizations could be out there. Some people genuinely think that these type of alien civilizations are out there, and we need to be careful because, you know, if like a Type 2 or 3 civilization found us, they would just harvest what we have and be gone. But I don't really think that's really going to happen, or I'm not the biggest on worrying about that kind of thing. But yeah, don't put out radio signals to aliens. Weird Animals Iceberg. First up, we got the platypus. So these are mammals that lay eggs and don't have a stomach. And the males have this venomous spike on their heel that causes excruciating pain. Now, while they have no nipples, they do produce milk that comes out of their skin and kind of looks like sweat. Also, under UV light, they kind of glow a greenish color, so I guess Phineas and Ferb was right. Axolotl. So these things are known for their ability to regenerate lost limbs, but also regenerate parts of their brain and heart. They're said to be able to regenerate the same limb up to 5 times. Under rare circumstances, they usually don't do this, but sometimes they will metamorphosize and transform into a land-dwelling salamander. But normally, they stay in the larva stage where they look like a normal axolotl, where they are able to still reproduce with others. Narwhals. So this looks like a cross between a unicorn and a whale. This is a toothed whale that is native to the Arctic. Its horn thing is actually a spiraled tusk that is a modified canine tooth that grows through their upper lip, and these tusks can reach up to 10 feet long. They use this tooth for sensing changes in their environment, such as different temperature in water, salt level, and where nearby prey is. What's really funny is back during medieval times, they used to sell narwhal tusks as unicorn horns, and they believed they had like magical powers, and it was reported that Queen Elizabeth paid the equivalent of $2.7 million for one tusk to add to her crown jewels. The shoebill. So this is a 4.5 foot tall bird from Africa. Despite looking really menacing, it is really menacing. It's kind of horrifying. Not towards humans, but it does this hunting technique called collapsing, where it stands motionless for an extended period of time, where it then suddenly lurches forward with its large razor-sharp bill and ambushes its prey, such as fish, but also sometimes baby crocodiles. They also poop on their legs to stay cool, so that's cool. Blue dragon. So the blue dragon is this sea slug that is this small, really cool looking, pretty dangerous thing. So it eats venomous creatures such as the Portuguese man-of-war, and once it eats it, it stores its venom in these stinging cells, which then makes its own sting even more potent than the man-of-war. So it's pretty dangerous. Pangolin. So this is a really weird looking mammal with these large scales. So it is an insectivore, kind of like an anteater, and it literally literally just walks on its hind legs. Here's a video of it. It is the only mammal covered in large hard scales all over it, which is made out of a similar material to our fingernails, so it's very tough. If it feels endangered, it will roll up into a ball to protect itself, and its tongue can be as long as its own body. The Maned wolf. So the Maned wolf is one of the coolest ones on here in my opinion. It is this tall, lanky canine creature from South America that is not a wolf and it's not a fox, but rather it is the only species in its genus. It has long legs that are perfect for navigating tall grass. It stands nearly 3 feet tall at its shoulder, which is taller than gray wolves, and it has this really strong smelling pee that is comparable to skunk spray that it uses to mark its territory. What's different about it compared to other canines is that it hunts alone and its diet has a significant amount of fruit. Another strange thing is that it mates for life, kind of like a penguin. Big fin squid, also known as a Magnapina squid. This is one of the most mysterious and alien looking creatures in the world in my opinion. So no adult specimen has ever been collected, and we really only know about them from a handful of deep sea footage. Scientists aren't sure what they feed on, how they feed, and how many species of it exist. It has these crazy tentacles that kind of bend like an elbow, and they can be 20 times the length of their own body. This can make them up to 26 feet long. However, we've only found juveniles, so imagine how big like an actual adult would be. They appear to drag their long arms along the seafloor to kind of grab their prey like a net, and what's really scary is they have been sighted as deep as 20,000 feet deep, and they are the only squid known to inhabit this zone of the ocean. Anyways, I like animals a lot, and I think these are all really cool. I feel like I learned a lot in this video. Like, you guys might think that I'm like an expert in these things. I have no idea. I just looked this stuff up and then we talk about it in these videos. But yeah, don't get bitten by a blue dragon or stung by a blue dragon. Time travel iceberg. First up, we got Hawking's time travel party. So, you know, Stephen Hawking, the famous astrophysicist, he hosted a time traveler party on June 28th, 2009 at the University of Cambridge. The purpose of this party was to test the possibility of time travel, as he sent out invitations after the event, reasoning that only time travelers from the future would know to attend it. The party included champagne, balloons, but nobody showed up. This led Stephen Hawking to conclude that time travel is completely impossible. Or maybe nobody wanted to go to his party. Guy with a phone. So there was this picture taken back in 1943 that shows a man talking into what appears to be a cell phone. However, the first mobile phone wasn't around until 1973. Some think that this guy was a time traveler, while others think that he was simply just scratching his ear, which, like, if you think about it, who would he be calling unless his phone like went through time? But others say that maybe he was just holding a watch as he was standing next to a watch store. Man from 2036. So in 2000, this guy started posting online claiming that he was a time traveler from the year 2036 and that his name was John Titor. He described that there is a dystopian future ahead of us where the US has split into 5 regions after a civil war and a nuclear conflict in 2015. This guy claimed to be a soldier who was traveling back in time to 1975 to recover the world's first portable computer, which happened to be invented by his grandfather. He said this device was crucial for rebuilding infrastructure in 2036. He claims that he successfully got the computer and decided to stop in the year 2000 to visit his mom and warn everybody about what the future was going to be and all the wars. Some people got really into believing that this story was real, but in 2009 they did an investigation and concluded that Titor was likely just a creation from a Florida entertainment lawyer along with his brother, a computer scientist. The Moberly Jourdain incident. So on August 10th, 1901, Charlotte Ann Moberly and Eleanor Jourdain visited the Petit Trianon at Versailles, France, and claimed to have experienced a time slip. They said that they met a lot of people from back in the day and believed that one of them was Marie Antoinette, who was sitting in the grass outside drawing a picture. They later published their account in 1911 in a book called An Adventure. They suggested that they witnessed scenes from 1792 and and both of these women were highly educated. Moberly was a principal at St. Hugh's College in Oxford, and they didn't want to tarnish their careers, so they used these fake identities to write this book. Their story sparked fascination, but a lot of people were very skeptical, with critics proposing that they just stumbled across a costume event or just experienced a shared delusion. This incident remains one of the most famous controversial cases of alleged time travel, with no definitive conclusion. Torrid. So this refers to a fictional country where this random guy claimed to be from back in 1954. This unnamed man arrived at Hanada Airport in Tokyo with a passport saying that he was from Torrid. The guy was seemingly normal, he wore a suit and knew a good amount of Japanese, but when workers confronted the man saying that Torrid wasn't a real country, he got upset and insisted that Torrid had existed for nearly 1,000 years, and he even went and pointed out a map to where his country should have been. It was between Spain and France, and he was confused on why it wasn't on their map. Japanese officers took this guy and put him up in a hotel for the night and put guards outside his door while they conducted a more thorough investigation, but in the morning they were shocked to find that he had vanished. Now, while this was a really popular and cool story, it is largely considered to have been made up, and it was actually based on a real story about a guy named John Zegras, who was arrested in Japan for identity fraud and bank fraud in 1959. This guy also claimed to be from a place called Torrid, but it was actually like a misspelled version of Taureg, a place in Algeria. This guy was actually caught and served 1 year in prison. The Lamp Nightmare. This story is also known as the parallel life story / awoken by lamp story. So this was a post a guy did online where he claimed that he got into this fight and got knocked out. So while he was knocked out, he claims that he felt like he got married, had kids, lived an entire lifetime that was really wonderful and happy, until one day when he was sitting in his house, he noticed that a lamp looked very odd, and it was like inverted in a way that it should not exist. So the guy then stared at the lamp for 3 days until finally he realized that this lamp wasn't real, and that his wife wasn't real, and the kids that he had wasn't real, and his house wasn't real. And basically, the last 10 years of his life was fake and wasn't real. He then claims that he woke up with bystanders worried about him because he'd just gotten knocked out, and he went through like 3 years of depression and grieving the loss of his wife and children that were very real to him. This may or may not just be a story that someone made up online, but if it was real, this would be very sad. Alright, Archduke Ferdinand created anime. This is just the argument that because Archduke Ferdinand was taken out, then World War I happened, which then led to World War II, which then led to Japan getting defeated, and then the US occupying Japan for a while, which brought in Western influences into Japan, including animation techniques, which then eventually created anime. So Archduke Ferdinand, anime. At least we got Attack on Titan though, am I right? Chronovisor. So in the 1960s, this Italian monk named Pellegrino Ernetti claimed that he helped develop this thing called a chronovisor. This was a time viewing device that was like a TV screen that could view past events using quantum physics and sound wave manipulation. They claim that the Vatican used it to witness historical events, including Jesus' crucifixion, Napoleon's speeches, and it said that this device was dismantled to prevent misuse, and that the Vatican now hides it in its secret area. He also allegedly created these grainy pictures of Jesus on the cross that was supposed to be authentic, but others claim that this is just a reverse image from a postcard. What's interesting is church officials neither confirm nor denied Ernetti's story, which kind of added an additional layer to the mystery. Volcano Iceberg, world's coldest lava. So this only comes from one volcano called Oldoyo Lengai. It's located in Tanzania, and it produces this rare type of lava only found there. The lava is cooler than regular lava, so much cooler that it actually flows kind of like water. And one time back in 2007, a guy actually fell directly into the lava flow and he survived. Although he was severely burned, he was able to climb out on his own. This lava also turns white whenever it hardens, so it looks like snow. Volcano taller than Everest. So Mauna Kea is this dormant volcano located on the big island of Hawaii. When it is measured from its base underneath the ocean, it is 33,500 feet tall, making its total height 4,000 feet taller than Everest. Mauna Kea's summit also has these rare conditions because of low humidity and minimal light pollution, making it one of the world's most important astronomical observatories. You can actually even drive up all the way to the top of it, which I did earlier this year, and there was something really cool about being that high above a place that's like right on the equator. You could really tell how far above the clouds you were there. Krakatoa. This was a volcanic eruption in Indonesia that is known for creating the loudest sound ever recorded at 310 decibels. It was so loud that there was this boat full of British sailors 40 miles away from the eruption, and half the crew went completely deaf because of how loud it was. Mount Vesuvius. Mount Vesuvius was a catastrophic eruption that happened back in 79 AD, which buried the Roman cities of Pompeii and Herculaneum under thick layers of ash. I just learned that around 20,000 people actually lived in the area and got away after the eruption before they died. So what happened was they escaped when it was raining ash and dirt, but a lot of people stayed because they didn't think it would be that bad. But then once the pyroclastic flow started, the hot gas could move around 400 miles an hour, which like there's no way you could escape that. Mount Vesuvius is still considered an active volcano and is considered as one of the world's most dangerous volcanoes because over 3 million people live in the hazard zone. Vortex rings. So this is a rare volcanic phenomenon that produces these perfect smoke rings of gas and ash that rise from the craters. These rings form whenever gas bubbles collapse into the magma, puffing out circular clouds. Mount St. Helens. So Mount St. Helens is located in Washington State. It erupted in 1980 and was the most significant volcanic event in US history. What's kind of crazy is the sequence of events that followed this eruption. There was a massive landslide that triggered a 5.1 magnitude earthquake, which then caused the largest debris avalanche ever recorded. This landslide then triggered a pressure release that led to the eruption. The blast from this eruption then traveled at speeds up to 670 miles an hour and flattened 230 square miles of forests in minutes. The trees all around were snapped, and the blast force was equivalent to 24 megatons of TNT. Yellowstone supervolcano. This is just the fact that Yellowstone National Park sits on a volcanic hotspot with a 45 to 30 mile wide caldera. This volcano is actually fueling all the geysers such as Old Faithful and has a magma chamber that is 3 to 10 miles below the surface. Scientists estimate that there is a 1 in 730,000 chance per year that it could erupt, so that's good. And if it did erupt, theoretically it could be capable of burying the states of Wyoming, Montana, Idaho, and California in 3 feet of harmful volcanic ash. It's even possible that there would be some sort of minor orbital shift, like the Earth would kind of change a little bit because of the tremendous amount of power from one explosion on one side of the world. And it could also cause a seismic chain reaction causing several earthquakes elsewhere, which is crazy. Year without summer. So this is referring to Mount Tambora, which was one of the most powerful volcanic eruptions in modern history. It was so bad that it erupted for 4 months in 1815, and it threw up 24 cubic miles of rock and ash, which actually circulated the globe for roughly 3 years. After this eruption, the year 1860 became known as the year without a summer because of how much cooler it was. And this was due to the enormous amounts of ash and sulfur dioxide that was released that blocked the sun and lowered global temperatures. This led to crop failures, famines, and severe weather anomalies all across Europe, North America, and Asia, even though Mount Tambora is located in Indonesia. Something interesting about this is the rainy, gloomy summer that happened because of this was said to inspire Mary Shelley to write the story Frankenstein, which is pretty crazy. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. I love volcanoes. I saw one erupting one time and it was cool. Just like a minor eruption at Volcanoes National Park. That's me. Mysterious People Iceberg. First up, we got Tommy Wiseau. So this is the guy that made the really bad The Room movie. This movie was so bad that it cost $15 million to make and only grossed $1,800 during its original theatrical run. The big mystery behind Tommy is nobody's really sure where he came from and how he made all his money. He's claimed various times to be from places like New Orleans or have lived in France, but other sources claim that he lived in Poland or that he had a different name for some reason. And as far as how he made his money, money. Generally, it's thought that he got his money from properties and owning stores, but for how he got the money to buy them, he said there's a couple ways he did it, from jeans to making weird bird toys, or even that he got in a near fatal car crash and got a huge payout. So yeah, it's still a big mystery and no one knows today. Satoshi Nakamoto. So this is a name that's used by an anonymous person or persons that developed Bitcoin. It's speculated this is a man that was living in Japan because of the Japanese name, but we also know that this guy has flawless English from some papers he's written. After launching Bitcoin and helping it gain traction, Nakamoto just vanished from the public in 2010, and whoever it is must have known that what he created would get him into a lot of legal trouble, and they're probably also a billionaire now. There's this interesting theory that the guy who made this was a software developer for both the cartel and the CIA, as both of them need to do a hidden way of transferring money to profit off of operations. I actually do know who it is, but I'm not going to tell you guys. Thomas Townsend Brown. So this was an American inventor who did intense research into odd electrical effects. This guy claims that he created anti-gravity technology, and there's this conspiracy theory about how this guy was part of the Philadelphia experiment. The Philadelphia experiment was this alleged event where the US Navy teleported an entire naval ship from Philadelphia to Virginia. And there's also other conspiracy theories that go along with this about how things like the B-2 bomber is powered by some sort of electrogravitics, which is just like anti-gravity technology. Anyways, on Thomas Brown's Wikipedia page, it's really oddly worded and very dismissive. It will say things like, he didn't understand the field of science that he created, even though he invented it. And other things like, oh, he was crazy, but he defined and manipulated this natural phenomenon that was ionic wind. So it's just really weird that, oh yeah, he was a genius, but he had no idea what he was talking about. I've always been big on the possibility of anti-gravity and that sort of thing, so, which probably makes me look really crazy. Jerome of Sandy Cove. So this was a guy who just showed up on a beach and had both of his legs cut off. He appeared out of nowhere in this beach called Sandy Cove in Nova Scotia in 1863. What's weird is nobody knows where he came from, but he didn't seem to speak English, French, Italian, Latin, or Spanish, but it appeared that both of his legs had been skillfully amputated by a skilled surgeon. What's also weird is this guy barely spoke at all the entire time he lived after this, and his hands were soft, which led to a lot of people believing that he wasn't a laborer, and some speculated he may have been some sort of nobleman or heir to a fortune who was silenced or discarded. Anyways, this guy lived 50 years after he was found in nearly complete silence, which is really sad. Man in the Iron Mask. So this was a real prisoner that was held during the reign of King Louis XIV. He was arrested in 1669 and imprisoned for over 30 years in various French jails. He was forced to wear this mask to probably conceal his identity. Theories on his true identity have been speculated to be either like the king's twin brother, or some sort of disgraced nobleman, or a valet that knew too much. But likely it was someone that could be recognized if he was seen in public and was an embarrassment to the state. So there probably is a real conspiracy going on there. The Leatherman. So the Leatherman was a mysterious man who lived around the 1800s who became a local legend in the northeastern part of the United States. Although his identity is still unknown, what we do know is that he wore a full suit of leather. His shirt, his shoes, his hat, everything was leather. He also walked this strange repeating 365-mile route year after year, which took him through certain towns in Connecticut and eastern New York, where he returned to each of these towns roughly every 34 days. He also lived in caves and rock shelters that people started to call the Leatherman shelters. So pretty cool, real urban legend. The Count of Saint Germain. So this is a real historical figure that had various identities, such as Count Bellamare, Prince Rogowski, Marquis de Montferrat. Some believe this guy was the illegitimate son of the Transylvanian prince. What's weird about him is everybody claimed that he never seemed to age. Eyewitnesses claim that he looked the same for decades. He hung out with famous figures like Voltaire, who famously called him the Wonder Man who does not die and who knows everything. Officially, this guy died in 1784, but sightings of him continued well into the 1800s. It's also weird he was big into alchemy, which a lot of people at the time believed that alchemy went hand in hand with like the Fountain of Youth, the Philosopher's Stone, the Elixir of Life, which were all things that were said to give you eternal life or eternal youth. So there's kind of a conspiracy theory around this guy being immortal somehow. Rasputin, this guy was an absolute weirdo. He was called the Mad Monk. Grigory Rasputin claimed to be this holy man, although he never was officially an ordained priest or monk. Despite this, he appeared as a mystic and faith healer and got the role of a spiritual advisor of Tsar Nicholas II of Russia because he seemed to heal their son. This gave Rasputin unofficial power over the entire country. What I think is really interesting is during this time, Russia had this really obscure cult called the Klists. They were a very strange cult, and at the time there was a very popular rumor that Rasputin was part of it, although historians haven't confirmed that today. Towards the end of Rasputin's life, or reign, or whatever you want to say, there was this group of French noblemen who decided that he had too much influence over the royal family, so they attempted to poison him, where he ate enough cyanide to, quote, kill several men instantly, but apparently it had no effect on him. Then it was said he drank 3 glasses of wine that were also laced with cyanide, and he didn't die either. So finally, these men decided to just shoot him, and they shot him in the chest, where he then laid down like he was dead until he jumped back up and started attacking the shooter. Finally, after Rasputin had pursued the shooter into the courtyard, they shot him in the head where he died. And yeah, he is a very strange looking man. He looks very scary. He may be one of the scariest looking people in history, in my opinion. But anyways, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for enjoying history and mysterious people just like me. You're just like me for real. Places you can't visit Iceberg. First up, we got the North Pole. So this is referencing the northern point of inaccessibility, which simply put is just the point in the Arctic Ocean that is furthest from any landmass. Now, while a lot of people claim that some have reached the northern point of inaccessibility on foot, others claim technically these explorers that reached it were using the wrong coordinates. And so it has yet to have been reached, and the main reason it's so hard to get there is because there's no landmass there. You're just dealing with constantly moving and shifting ice and extreme environmental conditions, and it's just really hard to get there. Niihau Island, also known as the Forbidden Island, this is the 8th Hawaiian island that has been privately owned since 1864. Because of this, access to the island is restricted to residents and invited guests, making it nearly impossible to go there. What's really interesting about this place is they have no paved roads or modern infrastructure, including electrical grids. So people get around using horses, bicycles, or just on foot. And they say going there is kind of like stepping back in time to the traditional way Hawaiians lived. Surtsey Island. So this is the youngest place on Earth, being born out of a volcanic eruption just back in 1963 off the coast of Iceland. This place is strictly off limits to the public, and only a handful of scientists are allowed to set foot on the island. The reason for this is because there are very few places on Earth where you can study how life colonizes new land without human interference. Lascaux Caves. So these are caves in France that contain some of the most incredible Paleolithic artwork anywhere on the planet. There's over 600 vivid paintings of things like horses, deer, bison, and other animals that have since gone extinct. It was discovered in 1940, but in 1963 it was permanently closed to the public to preserve the paintings because there was a lot of people going there and it was kind of ruining the artwork. Tomb of Qin Shi Huang. So this is the tomb of China's first emperor, and it's actually like a pyramid structure. I'm sure you guys have seen the picture of the terracotta army, which is like these life-size stone statues of these Chinese warriors. These statues were buried all around this tomb pyramid thing for the first Chinese emperor, and officially nobody has been inside of this tomb chamber that the emperor was in. There's a few reasons why nobody's been in there. The main reason is because they believe there is literally a river of mercury down inside of it, and that opening it up would destroy everything inside because it's possibly pressurized because of the mercury evaporating. There's also a few conspiracy theories on why they haven't opened it, such as there being some sort of supernatural curse on the tomb, or that they were doing immortality experiments back in 200 BC and they found something they don't want us to know, to there even being a theory that there's nothing there and that they know that grave robbers got in there and took everything, and so the mystery maybe is more intriguing than the truth. North Sentinel Island. You can't go there because they'll just try to kill you. This is an island I'm sure you've heard of. It's located off the coast of India, and it's almost entirely untouched by modern civilization. It is 23 square miles of dense forests that is so isolated that the people there are still hunter-gatherers using bows, arrows, and spears. And it's really crazy. This thing happened where this iron boat washed up on shore, and these people literally went from living in the Stone Age to going into the Iron Age because they harvested the iron off of this boat, and they went into the Iron Age without learning metallurgy, and they are using iron that they don't know how to make. It's crazy. Dulce Base. This refers to a conspiracy theory about this secret underground base near Dulce, New Mexico. This theory claims that there is a multi-leveled 7-story deep bunker that is jointly operated by humans, gray aliens, and reptilians that are doing genetic experiments, like creating human-alien hybrids. Anyways, this conspiracy theory came about after this Albuquerque businessman intercepted these electronic signals that he believed were from alien spacecraft, and it's pretty crazy. I've never heard of it until recently. Allegedly, there was a lot of stuff going on here, like New Mexico state troopers finding unexplained cattle mutations, and there being some battle with aliens in 1979, and yeah, it's really crazy. Poveglia Island. So this is known as the most haunted island in the world. This is an abandoned island that was once used to quarantine plague victims and also as a psychiatric asylum. This island is now owned by the Italian government, and it is strictly off limits to the public, allegedly because of decaying structures, but some think maybe it's off limits because of it being dangerously haunted, or they don't want the public to find the actual scale of the amount of people buried in mass graves there because of the Black Plague, and that maybe the Black Plague there was much worse than historically written. Anyways, I don't know about you, but I am always intrigued about places you can't go, and I want to go to them. But thank you guys for watching. Thank you for always wondering where you can or can't go. In this video, you can't, maybe. Movie Entities Iceberg. First up, we got the Shimmer from Annihilation. The Shimmer first came to Earth on a meteorite where it became this mysterious expanding zone that scrambles and combines DNA of any living thing it touches. For example, it combines the DNA of a shark and a crocodile, or like humans and this scary bear thing that mimics it. More specifically, at the end of this movie, the main character goes to the root of this expanding zone and goes inside this lighthouse where the Shimmer takes a drop of her blood and creates a humanoid entity. The Shimmer entity is this really creepy, shapeless, glowing thing that mimics all the movements of the main character until she seems to cause this mimic to inherit her self-destructive urges and then gives her a grenade. Death Angels from A Quiet Place. These are really freaky looking aliens that arrive to Earth on a meteorite. They are blind, but they have incredible hearing along with nearly indestructible armor. This allows them to massacre most of the sapient species on the planet, and I heard this really interesting theory that maybe there was this advanced alien civilization that wanted to take over Earth but knew that we had nuclear weapons, so instead of trying to take us over and then they use the nukes on them and kind of radiate and destroy the whole planet, instead maybe this alien civilization would send the Death Angels to Earth, kind of infest and wipe out the Earth so that they could take it over easier without destroying the planet. Pennywise. So in the movie and the book Pennywise is this shape-shifting cosmic being whose true form is beyond human comprehension. But essentially, its true form is this primordial being outside of our dimension known as the Deadlights. According to the lore, anybody that looks at the Deadlights either goes insane or passes away instantly. Pennywise uses these Deadlights to paralyze victims by opening up his mouth and revealing them to them, where they then look into another dimension and see his true form and then can't move. Tripods from War of the Worlds. This is a movie about Martians invading Earth to conquer it. So these tripods were placed on Earth a very long time ago, maybe thousands of years in the past, where the Martians used the lightning strikes as cover to go into the ground and get into their tripods. They then come up out of the ground in these tripods and just wreak havoc across the Earth and have instant disintegration rays and have poisonous black smoke that kills any organic life that is in it. And yeah, it's a great design. Herobrine. Steven Spielberg did a great job in his 2005 version. It has that incredible fog horn sound that is just really eerie and scary. Jean Jacket from Nope. So Jean Jacket was this thing in the movie Nope that looked like a UFO or a flying saucer, but really it was kind of a living creature that lurked around in the sky, hiding in clouds, and then feeding on anything that looks at it. Now, it's not extremely solid on whether this thing is an alien or something that originated from Earth, but it does appear to be some sort of atmospheric beast, which I think is really cool because I feel like in media we never see like atmospheric beasts ever depicted. Anyways, this is an animal that lives in the sky. It's very strange. This entity consumes things whole and then digests them inside of its giant body. At one point, it kind of reveals its true form and unfolds into this like massive jellyfish kite fabric thing. But it seems like this creature is kind of inspired by biblically accurate angels. So it's very cool. The Thing from The Thing. This thing is of extraterrestrial origin, where it crash landed on Earth thousands of years ago, which is a common theme with all of these. The Thing has a terrifying ability to perfectly mimic any living creature it comes in contact with, making it nearly impossible to detect by anyone else. Once it infects a host, it takes over their body on a cellular level, replicating their appearance, memories, and behaviors. It's also really hard to destroy, as every fragment of its body is independently alive. The Martyr from The Ritual. This is a giant-like entity that is supposed to be like a creature from Norse mythology. It's described as the offspring of Loki, and it's this creature that lives in this very rural Swedish forest where it has created this cult around itself where these people offer sacrifices to it in exchange for immortality. But overall, its appearance is really freaky. It looks like this massive kind of elk-like creature that instead of having a head, it has this headless human torso that has these hands in the place of like elephant tusks that it can grab stuff with. The Pale Man from Pan's Labyrinth. So this is a kind of nasty, very pale humanoid creature that doesn't have eyes in its head, but rather embedded into its hands. In order to see, it has to place its eyeballs into the holes on its hands and then hold them up to its face like this to see. It lives in this lair filled with really eerie murals of it making meals out of children, and it has this huge table with food in front of it that's kind of like very tempting to eat, but if you don't eat from its huge massive banquet table full of food, then it won't try to eat you. It has really flappy skin too that's kind of designed to look like a really overweight man that lost all of its fat, and the character was inspired by the painting by Goya, Saturn devouring his son. Anyways, I think entities in movies are really cool. Personally, I think good character design really makes or breaks a good story. Video game myths iceberg. First up, we got Herobrine. So this was a thing in Minecraft where people claim to see this eerie version of Steve, but with glowing eyes, that would either stalk players or build weird structures or even like manipulate the game in strange ways. Despite being this huge thing that tons of people claim they saw, Herobrine actually never existed in Minecraft's code, but the Minecraft team did make jokes about Herobrine, and in some updates in the code they said they removed Herobrine and that sort of thing. Polybius. Polybius is one of gaming's most infamous urban legends. The story is, back in the early 80s, there was this mysterious arcade game that appeared as like a normal asteroid-style game that allegedly caused players to experience hallucinations, nightmares, and even have like amnesia and forget periods of time after playing. It was also rumored that this game caused fatal seizures. The game was said to be highly addictive, and there were some versions of the legend that claimed that men in black would actually visit these arcades that had these systems so that they could collect the data from these machines before they mysteriously disappeared. Basically, this was supposed to be some sort of MK Ultra-like experiment that a lot of gamers participated in without knowing. The Mount Chiliad mystery. So this is the biggest unsolved mystery in the game Grand Theft Auto 5. At the summit of the tallest mountain in the game, Mount Chiliad, you can see this cryptic mural that has these weird symbols such as a UFO, an egg, a jetpack. So many players speculated this was a hidden puzzle that led to to secret in-game content. Over the years, players have discovered things like UFOs, hidden underwater hatches, and even Bigfoot. You can become Bigfoot in the game. But despite extensive investigation, the mystery continues, and many think that Rockstar was just trolling and the whole thing's a big joke. Call of Duty Halo. So this is a theory that both Halo and Call of Duty take place in the same universe, with Call of Duty depicting the past and Halo depicting the somewhat future. People think this because there's a lot in common. Both franchises reference historical, military tactics, and futuristic warfare. We see things like exosuits in Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, and then in Halo, we see the much more advanced version of these exosuits in their power armor. The Delphius Hills Ghoul. So there was this old mobile game called Carnivores, which was a sick game where you basically hunted dinosaurs, except you were really on another planet in the year 2190, and there were just aliens, but they looked exactly like dinosaurs. Anyways, in the Carnivores gaming community, there was this rumor that got really popular about how this guy found this giant green humanoid reptilian creature that he just found one time in the Delphius Hills area. And so they constantly tried to find this thing, and a lot of other players were trying to find it, but it actually wasn't in the game. However, they ended up making a mod for the game, so it's kind of in the game now. But it was a fun little kind of spooky mystery for a while. Rankles the Otter. So this was a character that was rumored to be in the game Sonic 3 and Knuckles. This myth originated in the UK version of the Sega magazine, who published a joke article in 1994 claiming that Knuckles was going to have a sidekick named Rankles, and it was going to be like a green otter with these oversized spiked ankles, and he was going to be hidden somewhere in the game. The article even said they would give a £1 million reward to the first person to send them a picture of Rankles in the game. But at the end of the article, it clarified that this was just a joke. However, many people did not realize this, and so many players spent a lot of time trying to find Rankles, and yeah, there was no green Knuckles. Mario 64, every copy is personalized. So this is a theory that has gotten really popular online. The idea is that no two copies of Super Mario 64 are identical, and that they might range from like texture to enemy behavior to level layouts, or even like secret content, and it's changed by the way players act in the game. Some people even claim that there was a lot of strange things that happened to them. There's this really popular video of what appears to be a Wario apparition that runs down a hallway chasing Mario and like trying to bite him, and it's really eerie. Shigeru Miyamoto, who was the Nintendo director, even had an interview where he said, "This game always changes with players playing." However, this was him speaking in English, and many people don't really think this is what he meant by saying that. However, a lot of people ran with this interview and thought he was referencing Mario 64 changing as different people play it. More likely what's happening is a lot of people are experiencing like the Mandela effect because they're misremembering details from a game they played when they were really young. But I still like the idea of some sort of cursed copy of Mario 64 being out there with Wario. Animal Crossing Night Clowns. So in Animal Crossing, there is this really eerie piece of dialogue that has created a lot of speculation. In the game, if you invite a villager that is at a campsite to move into your island, sometimes they will mention how the villager that they are replacing wanted to move out because of the night clowns. So that started a lot of theories on what the night clowns were. Some think this was just a joke, while others think this might reference like the ghost spirits that appear at night sometimes, and others think this is actually a reference to real night clowns that are on the island, and that the unsettling music that you can hear on the island at 3 a.m. is actually the sound of the night clowns lurking around. Anyways, I thought it was a really interesting theory. I have never heard of this at all, and I didn't even know that they played this weird music at 3 a.m. But that music that they do play does sound like goofy, like it would be something a clown would walk around to. So anyways, watch out for the night clowns. Natural Disaster Iceberg. First up, we got the Carrington event. So this was in 1859. It was the most intense geomagnetic storm ever recorded, with the energy being equivalent to 10 billion nuclear bombs. This disrupted telegraph systems worldwide and caused sparks and some fires in telegraph offices, and there were auroras visible as far south as Cuba, Panama, and Colombia. Scientists say if this storm happened today, it would very likely cause power systems to fail, cripple satellites, GPSs and power grids, and likely cause all transformers to overheat and explode. The ones on the telephone poles, not the robots, which would cause blackouts almost everywhere, but also likely large fires. The Great Quakes, also known as the New Madrid earthquakes, this was a series of severe earthquakes in 1811 and 1812. This was the most numerous amount of powerful earthquakes in the shortest span of time. On December 1811, there was 3 earthquakes that happened in one day that were all roughly 6.5 to 8.1 magnitude in size. Almost 2,000 earthquakes hit in just a 3-month period in the New Madrid region, and because there were so many of these earthquakes and a lot of them were so large, a lot of weird things happened. The Mississippi River briefly flowed backwards and had waterfalls. Ground beneath people's feet literally liquefied and caused these huge sand boils, where even today, if you drive around the New Madrid region, around the southeast Missouri region, you can see huge piles of sand in areas that don't seem like they should be. The largest of these sand boils were 1.4 miles wide, and people also say that before this earthquake happened, they heard this awful noise that resembled distant thunder, which could be some sort of rare phenomenon known as the skyquake. It was also said that there was complete darkness that was caused after this earthquake because of sulfur that created this weird fog in the sky. And these quakes were felt more than 1,000 miles away, even by the sitting president James Madison, who was in the White House in DC. Hurricane Katrina. So this was a Category 5 hurricane that was particularly bad in New Orleans. The main reason it was so bad wasn't necessarily because of the storm itself, but because the levees that held back water failed and submerged 80% of the city. People say that the city cut corners when building these levees and that's why they failed. And also a huge reason it was so bad was because of mismanagement of disaster relief. People say that FEMA maybe could not have done a worse job. Thousands of people were left stranded. Tons of cases of food supply just went to wrong locations. And FEMA also purchased 25,000 mobile homes, but due to their own regulations that they made up, they could not be used by any of the victims that lived in flood zones that actually needed them, rendering them virtually useless. There was also this weird thing that I heard that I know isn't true, but you know, the whole zombie craze was going on at the time, and there are these people posting online that there were zombies down in New Orleans during the Katrina hurricanes. I don't know, I thought it was cool when I was younger, and yeah. El Reno tornado. So this tornado happened back in 2013 in El Reno, Oklahoma. It was the widest tornado ever recorded at 2.6 miles wide. Not only was it the widest, but it also had the highest observed wind speeds on Earth, with winds moving faster than 313 miles per hour. It is hard to imagine what a 2.6 mile wide tornado that is moving over 300 miles per hour would look like, and the destruction it could do. It's just nearly incomprehensible. Krakatoa. This was a volcanic eruption in Indonesia that was known for how explosive it was. It was the single loudest sound ever recorded at 310 decibels. It was so loud that there was this boat full of British sailors that were sailing by 40 miles away, and half of the crew went completely deaf from hearing the explosion. This event also caused a massive 140-foot tall tsunami that was caused because of volcanic material falling into the ocean, and at least 36,000 people lost their lives because of the eruption and the tsunami it created. The Lituya Bay mega tsunami. So this was in 1958. There was somewhere between a 7.8 and 8.3 magnitude earthquake that caused 40 million cubic yards of this mountainside to fall off this mountain into this bay, which then triggered a 1,720 foot tall tsunami in this bay in Alaska, and it is by far the tallest wave ever recorded. Here's a chart of the wave and different buildings. It is so massive. Now, although this is the estimated size because we don't know for sure, the size was at least large enough to rip off trees at around 1,700 feet on the nearby mountains, so this wave was huge. The deadliest disaster ever in 1931. So this is referring to the 1931 China floods. This very likely honestly was the deadliest natural disaster ever. Anywhere from 422,000 to 4 million people lost their lives, which is a number so large that it's hard to think about, but also that range is crazy. For this disaster to have been so bad, there was a lot of terrible things that had to happen just right. First, there was a prolonged drought. Then it was followed by a really harsh winter, which led to excessive snow and ice buildup that then melted all at once, along with heavy spring rains and cyclone activity, which caused almost all the rivers everywhere to flood in this area. And then there was almost no flood control at all that was put in place, along with recent deforestation in the area, which caused the land not to absorb the water as easily. This caused floodwaters to cover an area of 69,000 square miles, roughly, which is an area comparable to England and half of Scotland combined. This is massive. Now, I think the number 4 million would have to be including like a lot of things that were triggered by this flooding, like economic depression and a severe famine, but I also think there was a lot of bad things going on in the country at the time as well. Death fog. So this is a term that's used to describe a limnic eruption. So this is when a body of water suddenly releases carbon dioxide and it violently erupts out of a deep water lake. The worst limnic eruption that we know of is the Lake Nyos disaster in Cameroon, Africa. This event suffocated 1,700 people. What happened was this lake for some reason just was building up all its carbon dioxide, and then for some reason, people don't know why, it all of a sudden released it. And so 0.75 cubic miles of carbon dioxide suddenly was just released, and because carbon dioxide is heavier than air, it laid low on the ground and traveled kind of low. Everybody that was close to the lake did not make it, but some people did escape on motorcycles by going up the mountains. I have no idea how they knew to do this, but also this carbon dioxide took out people that were 15 miles away. It was said that some people would be sleeping laying on the ground and others would be standing up, and without knowing it, these people would just fall asleep and pass away, and people standing next to them would have no idea. So overall, it's really terrifying to think about this happening, but it is a very rare event that I think only happens when it's on like a volcanic crater like this lake was, so it's not something you have to worry about like at home around another lake. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Natural disasters are really cool, but they are very bad. Tell me in the comments what your favorite one is in a measure of coolness, not of like, you know what I mean. It's terrible. They're terrible, but you know, it's interesting how they work and that sort of thing. Mass Hysteria Iceberg. First up, we got War of the Worlds. So back in 1938, there was this news broadcast that was telling the story War of the Worlds, but they were doing this in this kind of breaking news style storytelling. Now, because a lot of listeners were listening to the news and then only switched to this channel when it was over, a lot of people didn't realize this was just a science fiction story, so they thought it was real. This received a lot of massive outrage, and what's really funny is when I was doing research for this, they specifically state how the crisis escalated dramatically when the reporters described these creatures emerging from alien spacecraft and using heat rays against the police. The meowing nuns. So there was this history book written back in 1844 about this one nun that lived in a French convent back around sometime in the Middle Ages, who began to sporadically meow like a cat. Shortly after, this led to all of the nuns in the convent meowing as well. Eventually, all the nuns there would get together and meow for hours a day, and it left people around the community absolutely astonished, and they were asking them to stop, where they would then just get meowed at, and the nuns actually didn't stop until the police threatened to whip them. Honestly, I kind of understand this because I have a cat. The Halifax Slasher. So back in 1938, there was this town in Halifax, England, where these two women started to claim they had been attacked by this mystery man that chased them with a mallet. Because of this, the paper ran the story about this, and then other reports came out about this man with a knife or a razor chasing women, and some women started to say that their dresses were getting cut, but they weren't getting cut themselves, and it got so bad that people started to form groups to go get them, where random people would just get beat up over it, and it turned out that a lot of the women would just cut their dresses and say that they were getting attacked by this mystery man. Now, to me, this sounds very similar to the hash-slinging slasher from SpongeBob, but when I looked into this, it said that SpongeBob episode was based on like Freddy Krueger or whatever, but it sounds very similar. I'm pretty sure the Haliflax slasher has got to have inspired the hash-slinging slasher. 2008 Congo football riots. So back in 2008, in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, there was this football game going on, and one team was losing, so their goalie allegedly just ran up and put a spell on the other team to make his team win. Because of this, a bunch of the other people just freaked out and started a big fight and said that this guy needed to be thrown out and it should be a penalty, where while they were fighting, the cops were trying to stop them, where then people in the crowd started throwing rocks at the cops. Because of this, the cops then shot tear gas up into the crowd that caused a huge stampede, and then 13 people died. The Monkey Man of Delhi. So back in 2001, people in Delhi, India started to say they're getting attacked by Monkey Man. So people would be sleeping on their roofs in India, where they would then say they see this 4 to 5.5 foot tall man that is half monkey and also wearing like medieval armor. They said this Monkey Man would attack them, and locals in India went completely insane over this. There was 350 alleged sightings. There was 60 injuries. 3 people just jumped off of buildings and died because they thought they were getting attacked by the Monkey Man. There was riots and mobs were formed to go find the Monkey Man, and at one point there was this short bald man who was a monk that was beat almost to the end of his life because a crowd thought he was the Monkey Man. No Monkey Man was ever found. Puppy pregnancy syndrome. This was once again something that happened in India. So people will get bit by a dog and then shortly after believe they were pregnant with puppies in their abdomen. This is localized in small villages, and doctors and psychiatrists believe that this is just a cultural bound disorder because they have this weird superstition there. Victims are said to bark like a dog and often report being able to see the puppies in reflection in water, or also hear them growling in their stomach, and the locals believe that they will eventually die because of this. They also have witch doctors that claim they can cure this by like dissolving it, but don't eat watermelon seeds. Am I right? 1998 East Java Ninja Scare. So in East Java, Indonesia in 1998, the local population for some reason thought that they were getting targeted by sorcerers. In response, there was a bunch of unidentified vigilantes that dressed up in all black. People called them ninjas, and they started going out like Batman and just taking out a number of people that they suspected were sorcerers. This included religious leaders. In response to these people getting taken out, other Indonesians then attacked and ended these suspected ninjas. And by the end of all this, 307 people lost their lives. Talking Angela. So I'm sure you probably know about the game Talking Tom or Talking Ben. There was another version of this game called Talking Angela. This game was different because the animal would try to carry on a conversation with you. So because of this, a kid was playing this on their phone, and the mom was in the room with them, and they heard the little cat thing asking weird questions where the mom claimed it asked where they lived. She then posted this on Facebook and was saying it was really terrible and that it was really dangerous, and a lot of different speculation about it, and this absolutely blew up into a huge rumor, which officially the app could not ask where you lived. But a bunch of different rumors came out of this. People would say that if you tried to delete this app off your phone would then get hacked and have a virus. And a really weird rumor about it is that if you looked close into the reflection of the cat's eye, Angela's eye, you would see an old man who was on the other side of your phone watching you. And so people actually thought there was a real person that was watching people through this app, through your camera. And it was all very weird. I just don't understand how people can see these things on Facebook and genuinely believe they're real. But anyways, because of this, the entire app was completely changed and it can't ask questions anymore. Anyways, we're all a little bit crazy sometimes, so I don't blame you for being hysterical, but at least you're hysterical enough to watch my videos, and I appreciate that. Wii Iceberg. First up, we got candle sensor bar. So this was a trend where people figured out that they could just place 2 candles where their sensor bar was, and it could be used to control the Wii. This works because your controller just reads IR light, and so the candles put off that light so it knew where it was. Secret strikes / secret targets. So in Wii Sports Resort, there was this bowling mode where you got to bowl 100 pins, and if you moved all the way to the side and threw your bowling ball up on the ledge, and then it rolled all the way to the end of this ledge, it would actually hit a button that made this loud explosion sound, and then gave you an auto strike and knocked down all the pins automatically. Also in Wii Sports Resort, there was an archery mode where you could shoot archery, and way in the background, way beyond the target, there were these secret targets that were either like a loaf of bread or different pieces of fruit that when you shot gave you a lot of points. 100 level tanks. So this is a reference to tanks in Wii Play, where there's actually 100 levels of tanks, where in the first 20 missions there is a preset layout that is the same every time you play. The maps are all identical, but then after those 20 missions there is actually randomly selected areas from a pool of 16 different maps. But then also the number of tanks increases as you progress through these missions, but there's 100 of them. Rehab Wii / Wii Relax. So Rehab Wii is not a game. It's just reference that the Wii has been used for rehab for a lot of different people. In like nursing homes or rehabilitation centers, they usually have a Wii to help people get moving. Specifically, they use games like Wii Sports, Wii Fit, or Wii Sports Resort. It's also said that the US Army uses the Nintendo Wii as a physical therapy device to help wounded troops get back up on their feet, and they usually use the same type of software. Wii Relax is a canceled game that is kind of obscure. It was being made as Nintendo made the patent, and it seemed like the goal of this game was to help users relax and monitor their stress levels, but it's one of the most mysterious canceled projects. Wii Vitality Sensor. So this was a real device that they actually did make called the Wii Vitality Sensor that probably was going to go along with Wii Relax. It was shown off at the 2009 E3 presentation, where basically it was designed as a regular vitality sensor that was compatible with the Wii. It was just a device that clipped onto a player's finger to measure their pulse, and like I said, it very likely was going to be used for like Wii Relax, but it said that it was very sporadic and didn't really make a lot of sense. Miis aren't humans. So this is just saying that Miis are not human, as they're obviously Miis. So Miis are humanoids, but they lack ears and they lack fingers. But in this game, Tamagotchi Life, Miis specifically say things that allude to them not being human at all. They'll say things about how they're an entirely different species from humans. Some lines they'll say are, "You cannot defeat us Earthlings, we are Miis." Or other things they'll say are like, "How big do you think we Miis are?" Like in your world's metrics. Or, "You know we're really big, right?" Kind of taunting us and saying that actually they're really massive, but to us, we're looking at them thinking that they're small because we're assuming their world is the same size as ours. But also, if you notice, Miis will kind of shapeshift different sizes based on the game that they're playing. So like for example, Mario Kart, they'll change sizes to fit the carts, or Wii Sports, they gotta be a different size to play the particular games. So I guess they're something different. Ancient Mii civilization. So this is a reference to in Wii Sports Resort. You can find ancient structures and ruins throughout the island. These structures appear to likely have been built thousands of years ago. Specifically, the mysterious ruins look very like Roman-like to me. Also, there are the cliffside ruins that whenever you fly through the little eye coin thing, it specifically says, how did they build this all the way up here? So this could be a hint that this was some sort of advanced civilization, or that maybe it wasn't even built by humans, maybe extraterrestrials that are the Miis. There's also some other interesting lore, like this place called Sea Serpent Cavern Ruins, where if you fly into this cave at night, you'll actually hear these eerie human singing sounds. And another thing to note, if you're flying around and you're getting all the little eye coins, you will notice 3 different mentions to, "Oh, I hope they get back before dark," or they better get back before dark, they better get home before it's dark outside, because maybe there's something bad going on at dark on this island, which might just be a reference to the eerie singing in this cave. Anyways, all we know is that there's some sort of ancient advanced civilization, maybe the Mies are aliens, and also everybody wants to get home on time before it's dark out. And also, somehow the Mies have built this like altar looking thing inside the volcano. But all that combined makes me have a theory that either this island is haunted or the Mies are darker than we think they are. Anyways, I have no idea, I'm just making this stuff up. The Wii fortune telling channel. So the Wii had this really obscure channel called the Today and Tomorrow channel that basically used horoscopes to tell you what actions to do and what would happen to you that day. So you would click on this Wii channel and it would tell you like what color you should wear that day. It would give you a food hint on what kind of food you should eat that day, and also it would tell you different things to do that day. For example, it might tell you to clean your house or get out of your house or just play video games, which seems kind of beneficial for Nintendo, or it would just give you like general tips to improve your life. Along with this, it would give you these predictions on how much work you would have to do that day, as well as how much money you would make and how much love you would receive. So kind of weird. I'd never heard about this channel. I didn't even know that it existed. But it's very crazy, the obscure things that you can find out about the Wii after you play it your entire life. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. If you like the Wii, then yeah, you're just like me. But Mario Kart Wii is definitely the best Mario Kart, and you know, just watch out for those Miis at night. You never know what they're gonna do. They're definitely not from Earth. Tornado Iceberg. Before I start, I just want to say I'm not a meteorologist, but I am going to be talking about these topics just briefly from what I understand, and I'm going to try to do so respectfully because I know a lot of people have been affected by tornadoes recently. Starting off with dead man walking. So this is a phenomenon where people see these multiple vortex tornadoes that sometimes look eerily similar to a person walking. These things have individual vortexes that appear as legs or arms, and the most famous one was the Gerald tornado that was an F5 that hit Gerald, Texas in 1997. It was very strange because if you look at the footage of this one, it doesn't hardly move. It just sits in a small area and just grinds it to dust. Ghost tornado. This is just a reference to tornadoes being kind of invisible. There's these types of tornadoes that are nearly invisible because there's not enough condensation to make the funnel seen, and this can sometimes be very dangerous because people might not act or get to safety or even realize there's a tornado there. The 2011 super outbreak. So this was one of the deadliest tornado outbreaks ever recorded. In a span of only 4 days, there was 368 tornadoes confirmed by the National Weather Service, and several of them were high-intensity EF5 tornadoes that went across multiple states. EF5 sonic booms. So this was a widespread rumor that was specifically about the Smithfield EF5 tornado in 2011, where people thought they were hearing sonic booms because of how fast the tornado was moving. This Smithfield tornado was very devastating in rural areas like Mississippi and Alabama, and the locals were saying that they were hearing sonic booms coming directly from the tornado. However, meteorologists say that it's far more likely that they were hearing like bangs and explosions of different debris and stuff blowing up in the tornado, but you never know. The 1932 Great Kanto Fire tornado. So this was a natural disaster that took place after the 1923 Great Kanto earthquake that struck the Kanto plain on the main Japanese island of Honshu. This earthquake was an 8.2 magnitude earthquake that started fires, and then these fires were further fueled with wind that formed into these rapidly moving fire whirls or fire tornadoes that resulted in significant loss of life. In one instance, there was 40,000 people that were evacuated, and they were gathered in an open space where they were then all wiped out by a fire tornado. The Blackwell Supernatural F5. So this was an F5 tornado that struck Blackwell, Oklahoma in 1955, and for one, it was really strange because it went in almost a completely straight path, but what was really weird is that it glowed blue. And I'm not just talking about the lightning occasionally flashing and looking blue, but rather eyewitnesses were saying that it had a constant blue glow that was at the top of the funnel, and some were even even comparing it to an arc from a welder. Not only that, but people were also saying there was these balls of light that were surrounding and rotating around the tornado, and some theorized that all of this light in the glowing could be ball lightning, but it's a really weird event, and maybe it was like some sort of continuous intercloud lightning. It's still a mystery today. The rolling fork lights. So this was a reference to what people think is a car that got picked up in a tornado. There was this storm chaser that was filming this large tornado in Rolling Fork, Mississippi in 2023 when he captured what looked like a car getting pulled into the rotation and then taken way up into the sky. Nobody knows for sure what was captured in this video, or if this actually was a vehicle, or if there were people inside if it was a vehicle. But whatever it was, does look like a car's headlights that went a couple hundred feet into the air and was circling this massive tornado. But still, after looking into it further, I can't find any information on if anybody figured out what it was. The Joplin butterfly people. So the Joplin tornado was another terrible tornado in 2011. It was the single most costly tornado in recent history, with damage totaling $37 billion in damages. The reason why this tornado was so bad is because it went directly through the middle of town, which was probably the worst path it could have taken, and there was 158 fatalities and over 1,000 injuries. What's really interesting is people, particularly children, who didn't even know each other, all around town started to recall seeing these butterfly humanoids that protected them from falling debris or lifted them up and pushed things from hitting them right before they got injured. And if this is real, to me as a Christian, this sounds a lot like some sort of guardian angel or divine protection from God. But others like to say this is just people coping and it's kind of like mass hysteria after a terrible event. Anyways, tornadoes are terrible, and I hope I didn't cause distress. But it is really interesting, all the strange phenomenon surrounding tornadoes. It seems like this year we have had an insane amount of tornadoes, at least in the area where I live. SCP Iceberg. First up, we got SCP-173, the Sculpture. So this is one of the most famous anomalies, as it was the first SCP file ever written. It's very similar to things like the Weeping Angels from Doctor Who or just Coilheads from Lethal Company. It appears as this large stone statue that cannot move when a person is looking at it, but if a person even blinks for a split second, it moves extremely fast and will more likely snap your neck. SCP-096, the Shy Guy. This is basically the opposite of the last one, where the sculpture demands you to look at it. This one instead doesn't want to be observed at all. It's kind of Wendigo-ish the way it looks, kind of looking like a rake-like creature, and if anyone views its face or just sees a picture of it or a video of it, it will start covering its face and screaming and crying, and then it will run directly to the viewer wherever they are in the world and end them. This SCP always succeeds at getting whoever viewed it, and there is nothing you can do to stop it or prevent it from getting to you. If you look at it, you're basically done. SCP-3008, Infinite IKEA, also known as a perfectly normal, regular old IKEA. It's not. This thing appears as a normal IKEA store, which is, you know, the Swedish furniture store that's kind of hard to get through. If you get inside one of these things and then you lose sight of the exit, you basically become trapped in what is an infinite interior space that looks just like a regular IKEA. It has a whole bunch of furniture, but the workers are humanoids. They have distorted proportions and lack facial features. And also, this thing is so large and so many people have become trapped in here that entire communities and settlements are in here of people just living. SCP-939 with many voices. This thing is essentially a skinwalker that can't turn back into its human form. These things look like large reptilian creatures that have translucent red skin and no eyes. They live in caves and have this uncanny ability to perfectly mimic human voices, often relying on the voices of past victims to lure others into their dens and then eat them. Another annoying thing about them is if you see them and then you stop looking at them, just their presence causes memory loss. So essentially, someone can see them and then completely forget they even had an encounter with them, which makes them really dangerous. SCP SCP-682, the hard-to-destroy reptile. So this thing looks like a hairy crocodile thing that is basically indestructible. The way it survives is by constantly regenerating its body, but not just regenerating in a normal way, but adapting to how it got hurt. For example, if it gets subjected to extreme heat, it might grow fireproof scales, and then it would also grow a way to somehow use a similar attack on whatever attacked it, so it would burn them. This SCP has a hatred for all forms of life, particularly humans, which makes them extremely dangerous. And there's actually a real-world cryptid called the Sakhalin Island Seawolf, which was this globster creature that was washed up on the shores of this island near Russia that looked really weird, and people thought it was some mythical creature, but in reality it was just a decomposing beluga whale, which I can't show on here. SCP-7819, no vacancy. This is a really cool one. Basically, it is a predatory location. This thing manifests itself along US highway systems, where it usually appears as a predatory motel along highways. It only appears to drivers that are alone, tired, and traveling at night. If a person enters it, they become trapped in this liminal, shifting space with strange, unsettling phenomenon. There are these figures that mimic staff and other guests which are not human. And if you want to survive in these things, there's actually a list of specific steps you have to take to get out, but I'm not gonna read these all on here. But it is very similar to what I would imagine the back rooms are like. SCP-3000, sometimes just called the eel. There is lore about this thing being a mythological legend that was told in Bangladesh about this story of this giant snake deity that had a head that was the size of an entire town, and it was so large it could swallow up entire armies in one gulp. But then the Foundation found out information that made them assume it actually existed, and so they tried to study it. However, studying it always ended in disaster, as anytime someone got close to study it, this thing oozes out this goo that makes people go insane. This thing is very big, at 500 miles long, and basically looks like a giant moray eel, and currently it is considered harmless, as it is motionless and asleep for now. SCP-2470, this is the Void Singularity. It is known as something that eats reality. Basically, this means that anything this entity can perceive or understand instantly disappears. The only way this thing was even found was there was this plane flying really high in the sky, and they looked down and noticed there was a random 650-foot crater in the earth. They then realized there was this entity in this crater, and that anything around it just started to not exist. Like, it started to understand the soil around it, so the soil just kept disappearing and kept creating a larger crater. And not only the soil, but also the oxygen in the air around it started to disappear as it understood it. And there's not much known about this entity, because simply perceiving or understanding this entity as a person can be dangerous to your health, as it destroys your mind. So it can't be studied very well. What the Foundation is really worried about this thing is that it might somehow understand the entire world, and then Earth will just vanish. So yeah, don't explain Earth to this thing. Helldivers Iceberg. First up, we got 2084. Helldivers 1 takes place in 2084, with Helldivers 2 taking place 100 years later in what we can assume is 2184. I feel this is a direct reference to George Orwell's book 1984, which is a book about an authoritarian society that is completely controlled by the government. I feel that a lot of key themes in 1984 and Helldivers are similar in the way that the government completely controls information, and how Super Earth says that it's not a democracy but rather a managed democracy, and they are constantly having a never-ending war, just like in 1984, which in the book they do on purpose so that they can have control over society and oppress them, just like gamers are. Next up, we got the Voteless. So the Voteless are the zombie-like creatures that you can fight in the game when you're fighting the Illuminates. These are actually former citizens of Super Earth that are warped by the Illuminate, the really advanced alien faction, and basically they're just mindless soldiers. Sometimes you can see see their humanity slip through right as, you end them, which is kind of eerie in the game. Next up, we got the Democracy Space Station. So, the Democracy Space Station, or the DSS, is a massive orbital battle station operated by Super Earth, sometimes called a weapon of mass liberation. Basically, it provides tactical support for Helldivers in the form of airstrikes from orbit, and there was a sad event where we called the DSS really close to the front lines, and then it was destroyed, but I believe it will be back online soon. Bug oil. This is just referencing the fact that Super Earth is waging war on the Terminids, which is the bug faction in the game, not just to spread democracy, but also to maintain their steady supply of bug oil, which is basically just used like oil to power their spaceships. In the game, there are several broadcasts you can hear that kind of hints that this entire war on the Terminids has been manufactured to ensure the flow of resources, specifically oil. And maybe that's how the Terminids have spread from planet to planet. They're just these bug things. I have no idea how they would get off one planet and onto another, and so maybe that's how they spread, is because there are farms of them on different planets that we have placed. There is also a reference to Starship Troopers in the first Helldivers that says that these bugs can sometimes spread from asteroids or laying eggs on asteroids. Mars destroyed. So in the game, Mars is the training site for all the Helldivers, which just means you do the tutorial there to figure out how to play the game. Anyways, in a recent update, Mars has been completely destroyed by the Illuminates. We don't know exactly, how they did this, how this happened. We can assume they just bombed all of Mars, but there may be a deeper thing going on, and maybe we will fight on Mars, which would be really cool, but we'll probably find out in the future. Hive Lords. So Hive Lords were these bugs that were kind of similar to sandworms from Dune that were in the original Helldivers 1 game. In Helldivers 2, we see on the bug planets, the Terminid planets, what looks like these molts are like shells from these bugs that have grown out of that size. And it kind of looks like they're in the shape of a giant Hive Lord, which might be hinting to the fact that they're bringing back the Hive Lords, potentially, which would be a really cool faction in the game. Winged Bile Titan. So Bile Titans are these huge four-legged bugs that are like the largest enemy in the game. But there's this footage this guy posted online when he was extracting that seems to be some sort of massive winged creature that people are saying potentially could be the Winged Bile Titan or some sort of like dragon terminid. Here's some concept art for what people want this to look like. I think that would be really sick. Bile Titans are pretty hard to begin with, so it'd be cool to see another type of them. Supply depreciation. So there was this post on the Helldivers Reddit forum where this guy was arguing that throughout the war bonds we are seeing supplies depreciate and that maybe we will even run out. At first we were getting things that were to like protect people in the cities, like riot gear, that sort of thing, and then we were getting more desperate and we were getting things like backpack nukes, and then after that we started recruiting like outlaws and criminals, and then finally we're just sending whatever we have left from Super Earth. Like people are literally getting parade equipment and fireworks to fight the enemies. I think it's a really cool idea if they are trying to tell a story from the different things that they are giving throughout time. It kind of makes sense that they would. I think it would be really cool if, right now we're fighting the Illuminates on Super Earth. Maybe we will get some of the Illuminate technology, and then the next war bond will be advanced technology. That will be really sick. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you for being a nerd just like me. I love lore, and I love Helldivers, and Super Earth democracy will spread. Anyways, get out there and push the Illuminates off of Super Earth. Dinosaur Cryptids Iceberg. First up, we got Mokele Mbembe. Mokele Mbembe is this creature that is deeply rooted in local folklore. The main story about it is told by tribal people in the Congo River area in Africa about this creature that lived in the area that looked eerily similar to a sauropod, which is like one of those long-necked dinosaurs, such as a brontosaurus. The story goes that there was this group of hunters that hunted one of these creatures, but when they went to eat the meat from it, everyone died shortly after because it was poisonous. Theories on what this thing actually was range from being like a black rhinoceros to more fringe claims being an actual unextinct dinosaur. The New Mexico Territorn / pterodactyl. So the Territorn is this extinct raptor-like bird, which is a bird of prey, that had a huge wingspan that was like 20 feet long. It lived in both North and South America and went extinct roughly 10,000 years ago. What's strange is there seems to be a similar story where different people people allegedly report seeing this thing that is very similar to what I said, 20-foot wingspan, black feathers, in places like New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, Illinois, and even into Mexico. There's also a handful of eyewitnesses that think that instead of a Teratorn, they're rather seeing some sort of pterodactyl, and people report seeing this in like broad daylight and like pretty up close, which if people are really thinking they're seeing this, it could be some sort of drone that's, tricked out like a pterodactyl. Other people like to theorize that these birds that people are seeing are like remnants of the Native American mythology of the Thunderbird. Next up, we got Burrinjor. Burrinjor is an Australian cryptid that people describe as looking like some sort of theropod dinosaur, kind of like a T-Rex. There is this Aboriginal legend that speaks of this nocturnal predator that allegedly preyed on cattle and camels and kangaroos. Some believe this is some sort of surviving dinosaur species such as a megaraptor, which is like a giant raptor. It's really cool. More specifically, if they think it was like a leftover dinosaur, they think it likely was an Australovenator, though there's no scientific evidence for this. The most famous sighting of this thing was in 1985, where this family was traveling near the Roper River and allegedly saw this 20-foot long feathered creature that is pretty consistent with what other people see. Another thing is this creature often leaves these three-toed footprints, and there's actually quite a few sightings of this thing. Some people think these sightings may be caused by the Parentee, which is one of the largest living lizards on Earth. It's 8 feet long and it lives in Australia. Imela intuca. Imela intuca literally means killer of elephants. It is a cryptid in Central African folklore, also living in the Congo. It's described as this large horned creature that's around the size of an elephant, has a brownish gray color, a heavy tail, and a similar body shape to a rhinoceros. Usually in stories, it resembles a ceratopsian dinosaur such as a Triceratops, but it's usually described as having one horn, leading people to believe it's a Centrosaurus. The earliest alleged reports of this thing came from a guy named Lucien Blanco back in 1954. This guy went around and documented local accounts of mysterious elephant-sized beasts that were feared by the indigenous people. While it's incredibly fun to think that this was some sort of ceratopsian dinosaur, more people like to think this is actually like a black rhino. The Partridge Creek Monster, also known as the Monster of Partridge Creek. Back in 1908, there was this French writer named Georges Dupuy who published this alleged encounter that he had with essentially a large hairy dinosaur. So the story goes that this guy, James Butler, a banker, and Tom Leemore, a miner, were out hunting moose in the Partridge Creek region of the Yukon Territory in Canada when they saw these 3 moose get really scared and run away. The men then followed the tracks of whatever the moose were running away from and then ran into another group of men that included Dupree. They joined the hunters along with a French missionary and 5 First Nations peoples, where they joined them to search for the creature. While they were searching, they were camping on this overlook when they said they observed for 10 minutes this creature they described as being 50 feet long from nose to the end of their tail. Its snout had this kind of horn thing like a rhinoceros. It had a hairy body with a hide that had thick bristles similar to a boar. The French missionary Lavenot said, "A Ceratosaurus. It is the Ceratosaurus of the Arctic Circle," when he saw it. So after publishing this story, the guy was the laughingstock for months. Newspapers were calling him Edgar Allan Poe. But later on, the French missionary actually sent another letter to him and said that he saw the same Ceratosaurus carrying a caribou in its mouth, the Kazai Rex. So there was this Swedish big game hunter out in the Congo who said he was out hunting elephants when this huge creature jumped out of the brush and attacked one of the elephants. The hunter said he took 3 shots at it, but it ran away, and he described it as being so large that it could tear the hump off of a rhinoceros, not the horn, its entire hump. Anyways, he described the creature as being a reddish color, 43 feet long, and looking kind of like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. By the description, this thing sounds like some sort of theropod, some even thinking it's a Gigantosaurus. But these are the original pictures by the hunter, whose name was John Johnson. It turned out that these were hoaxes, and I mean, these are terrible hoaxes, but you know, he did his best. He tried, and I'm still talking about it today, so I guess he won. Eureka monster. So this is a theropod-like cryptid that was allegedly seen in the Atacama Desert in Chile, South America. There's different descriptions of this thing, ranging from it being like a velociraptor-like dinosaur covered in feathers to being more of a kangaroo. Various people say that while they're driving down this main road that links Iquique and Eureka, they see these 6-foot-tall bipedal creatures that cross in front of them and leave these 3-toed footprints. They always talk about how they're extremely fast, and the most prominent sighting was by a family that saw it in 2004. They described seeing these 4 different dog-faced kangaroo-looking creatures that surrounded their vehicle as they drove north to Attica. But very likely these creatures were rhea, which are known as the South American ostrich that are like 3 to 5 feet tall, and they pretty much fit this description perfectly. But I really do like the idea of there being velociraptors out there. The Van Meter monster. So the Van Meter monster, or the Van Meter visitor, was this mysterious creature that allegedly terrorized this town in Van Meter, Iowa in 1903. So this took place over the course of several nights, where multiple residents reported this large 7-foot tall creature that had like these leathery bat wings, and also it had a blinding light on the top of its like horned head. Other than the weird light thing, it kind of fits the description of a pterodactyl-like creature. Anyways, the story goes, it terrorized the town for 3 days, spotlighting residents through their windows, jumping on roofs, and the townspeople got so worked up about it that they became hysterical and didn't even want to go outside. So they banded together to get rid of this creature, where it came out of a mine shaft with a whole bunch of smaller versions of itself, where they then shot at it constantly until it flew away, and then they never saw it again. Now, while I really want this to be a pterodactyl, it very more likely was a hornbill, which is this bird that likely escaped from a local that had this exotic bird in the area, and the rest of all the sightings and stuff was just like mass hysteria. And it's really sad to think about the guy who had this pet bird. He had this beloved pet that flew out of a window, and then everybody that saw it just screamed and shot at it. But you know, Iowa. Anyways, I love dinosaurs, and if you watch this video, then maybe you do too. And I also like cryptids, and I hope that dinosaurs are still out there, especially the one in Canada. I really like that idea. Overall, we know that the Kraken is real, so who else knows what's out there? You know what I'm saying? Cosmic Horror Iceberg. First up, we get the Call of Cthulhu. So the Call of Cthulhu is a story written in 1928 by H.P. Lovecraft. H.P. Lovecraft, as many know, is the father of cosmic horror. His stories have deeply influenced literature and pop culture in the modern day. His most popular one, the Call of Cthulhu, follows this guy who is uncovering these disturbing notes left by his great uncle, who is a professor, and it slowly reveals the terrifying truth about this ancient monstrous entity known as Cthulhu. Cthulhu has been secretly worshipped by these underground cults throughout the world, and for some reason it has started to be seen by random people worldwide in what's called the Call of Cthulhu, where in reality this entity is just so powerful that it's dreaming, and its dreams are influencing our reality. So I'm not going to spoil the story, but it's a really cool story about an ancient force that is beyond human comprehension, and yeah, it's basically what started almost all of cosmic horror. Next up, we got The Thing. The Thing is a really cool movie about this group of researchers in Antarctica that, to summarize, they have this unknown thing that was from beneath the ice infiltrate their base, and it kind of starts as an unassuming dog that starts to shapeshift and take people's bodies and turns people at the base against each other until there are only 2 people left. Anyways, this is cosmic horror, as this creature is some sort of unknown alien entity. Its true form is never fully revealed, and it is a really cool movie. I highly recommend watching it. The Mist. The Mist is a movie based on one of Stephen King's books. It's about this cloud of mist that basically just enshrouds this area, and it mainly focuses on these people that are trapped in a supermarket that are forced to survive. It plays on fear of the unknown, where we don't know why the mist is there and what what creatures are in it and where they're coming from, but there's like a lot of strange monsters out there in the mist. It seems that anybody that goes out there doesn't come back, except for seemingly random people. Some people do survive when they go out in the mist, but it's kind of sporadic. Overall, it's very eerie, and the ending is not defined clearly. Like, we never figure out what happens, and this makes many people that watch the movie mad, but it's kind of a cool concept. The fog is coming. Next up, we got Annihilation. Annihilation is a personal favorite of mine. It's this really cool movie about this expanding area that is quarantined called the Shimmer. Anyone who goes into it does not come out, and the movie is about these 5 people that make an expedition into it, and they start to observe how the area is making new life by merging existing people, animals, and plants together. For example, this woman is taken out by this mutant bear, where the bear then later comes back and mimics her voice. But later on, we realize that this place doesn't just merge people together, but it also duplicates things and even places, or like houses. It seems that the source of all of this stuff going on was brought to Earth on an asteroid, and it's some sort of alien presence that doesn't seem necessarily evil, but rather it has created this biome that is essentially like a cell that is spreading kind of like a cancer, and there's like a lot of cancer slash self-destruction themes in the movie. The Lighthouse. The Lighthouse is a movie with Robert Pattinson and William Dafoe, where they play these lighthouse keepers that are on this completely secluded island in the late 1800s in New England. The men throughout this movie stay in this lighthouse island place where they slowly begin to lose their minds. At first, Robert Pattinson's character begins to think he's seeing like mermaids, and then later on he starts to become obsessed with the lighthouse and the light coming from it. But William Dafoe, who is the lighthouse keeper, does not let him go into the lighthouse or look at the light, and he himself seems like he's obsessed with the light as well. At the end of the movie, William Dafoe's character gets offed, and so Robert Pattinson goes up to look into the lighthouse, and he looks into the light, and it seems to be some sort of great horrible thing. Maybe it's like a deity or a cosmic entity, but whatever it is, it places him outside to be eaten by seagulls. It seems this movie is kind of based in Greek mythology, where Robert Pattinson is supposed to be kind of like Prometheus, the guy who stole fire from the gods in Greek mythology. But this movie was actually all based on a real event called the Smalls Lighthouse Tragedy, loosely based on it. They don't obviously do all of these things, but one guy does go insane in the actual story. Uzumaki. Uzumaki is a horror manga about these eerie events that happen in a Japanese town that becomes plagued by an obsession with spirals. So it starts with this one guy who is obsessed with spirals. He is fixated on them and fills his office with them, but one day his wife throws them away, and he is so distraught that he turns himself into a spiral, which ends his life. Where then after this, the entire town seems to get this spiral curse. A lot of strange phenomena happens. People turn into spirals as well, or they also get this weird snail-like mutation, and the entire town itself begins to warp into a spiral. It seems that the spiral curse thing is a strange inevitability of this, mysterious infection that is the spiral, and maybe it's like a sentient force, but whatever it is, it seems it is beyond human comprehension. The King in Yellow. The King in Yellow is a group of short stories that was written in 1895 about a then future in the 1920s. In this story, the world is plagued by this book called The King in Yellow, where this book is essentially an incognito hazard, which basically means it is cursed knowledge that if you know, makes you go insane or self-destruct. So the book in this story talks about this king that is dressed in yellow, and maybe he's wearing this pale mask, but it also talks about this mysterious ancient lost city called Carcosa. And it's really cool because it is like a first of its time, even predating H.P. Lovecraft and the Cthulhu mythos. But this story has gone on to inspire a lot of other stories that I'm sure you probably know about but don't know are inspired by it, such as True Detective. And anyways, I recently heard about this story because Wendigoon just did a video on it that is really good, and and inspire this entire iceberg. So thank you, Mr. Goon. Next up, we got The Pulse. Pulse is this 2001 Japanese movie about this eerie relationship between technology and the supernatural. In the story, people seem to go insane after seeing these ghostly figures, where some people start to disappear, leaving these ominous black stains on walls. Also, people find these rooms that are sealed off with red tape that contain supernatural entities inside, where if you go inside these rooms, they have these terrifying encounters with these human-like creatures. It seems that in this movie, the supernatural world is leaking into our world, and the phenomena spreads until society begins to collapse. There's a lot of like unknowable cosmic forces in it, and I think it's cool that there's themes in here about how like the internet is isolating society, which is very relevant today, you know, 24 years after this movie was made. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Do not listen to the Call of Cthulhu. He is trying to get you to go to that place. Alternative Timelines Iceberg. First up, we got The Man in the High Castle. So this is a 1962 novel by Philip K. Dick. In this timeline, World War II was won by the Axis powers, Germany, Japan, Italy. This happens because FDR is taken out before the war in 1933, where his successor then doesn't want to get involved in the war at all, and so we don't supply the Allies with weapons or ammo. This leads to an undersupplied Soviet Union ending up losing the war, and then after this, Germany ends up developing a nuclear weapon, which they then use on Washington, D.C., where we instantly surrender. Then, in this timeline, the US gets divided up between Imperial Japan controlling the West and Germany ruling the East, with a neutral zone in the middle. Fallout. I'm sure everybody has heard of Fallout. This is a video game franchise about a post-apocalyptic world. In the Fallout universe, the timeline diverges after World War II, where microchip technology doesn't quite take off, and this causes things like nuclear power and robotics to advance drastically, leading to a world filled with retro-futuristic tech that's kind of similar to stuff from like the 1950s. Also, in the Fallout universe, instead of the Cold War with the Soviet Union, we have a Cold War with China, and eventually it leads to China invading Anchorage, Alaska, which is funny, and there's like the bit about Liberty Prime, a giant robot that hates communism. And anyways, this turns to the US invading Canada, and finally there being a Great War in the year 2077, where there is a huge nuclear exchange that leaves the entire world a huge wasteland. World War by Harry Turtledove. So in this timeline, it's the middle of World War II and an alien invasion happens where all the world powers stop what they're doing to then fight the aliens. The aliens are called the Race, and they're these reptile-looking things, and what's great is their technological progression is much slower than humans. Like, for example, they visited humans back in the Middle Ages, and so they were coming back later to conquer us and didn't think we would have things like guns and modern weapons. Anyways, when these aliens invade, they control everywhere on Earth except for parts of Europe, Japan, Russia, and North America, and World War II ends up ending with a stalemate because we developed nuclear bombs. So after this, the aliens are dealing with uprisings in Asia and Africa, and also they have a crippling addiction to ginger, which to them is very addictive for some reason. And eventually, the alien society is in shambles due to human ideas spreading throughout their territories and their species. Southern Victory. This is another Harry Turtledove novel. In this timeline, the Confederates won the Civil War, gaining their independence. After the Civil War, the Confederacy wants to expand their empire, so they purchase Cuba from Spain, but then also in 1880 wage war on Mexico. The US, the North, however, do not like this, so they back Mexico, but the British back the South, so they end up winning the war with Mexico. Later on, this leads to a World War I where the South actually sides with Great Britain and France, while the Union is sided with the German Empire. And this war is expanded all the way into North America, where there are many casualties, where once again the Confederacy wins along with Great Britain and France. In this timeline, there is also a version of World War II where the South ends up siding with Germany, which, you know, kind of makes sense on their ideology. And also, they develop nuclear bombs again, and places in the US get nuked like Charleston, South Carolina, and other places in Europe. The Years of Rice and Salt. So this is an alternative medieval timeline where the Black Plague is much worse. Instead of 1/3 of Europe getting wiped out by the plague, 99 99% is depopulated in 1405. As you can imagine, there was a lot of land up for the taking, and so Europe becomes populated by Chinese and Islamic civilizations. This leads to North America being discovered by the Chinese Ming Dynasty, where the Chinese civilization have control of China, Australia, all the way to the west coast of the US. And then there's also a big Muslim nation that has control of all of Europe, all of Russia, most of Africa, and even back in North America, there is a group of Native Americans that start their own united nation, where they fight back against their colonizers, and this alliance of native tribes control parts of Central America, Mexico, much of the Midwest in the US, and all of Canada. And they even have their own version of World War I in this timeline, where the Muslim nation is fighting China, but it's much worse, and it spans like 60 years across multiple continents, and it lasts for so long that they forget what they're even fighting about. The difference engine. Before I talk about this timeline, there is a bit of real history that you need to know. Back in the year 1820, this inventor named Charles Babbage tried to build a mechanical calculator just to do math, but this guy failed due to lack of funding, as it was extremely ambitious at the time. But in the novel The Difference Engine, this is an alternate reality where he was successful and he built this thing, but it was also a little bit more advanced than it was supposed to be. This thing was essentially like an older version of a computer. This led to technology evolving completely differently than we know in history. Overall, because it was invented by the British, the entire world was just generally more British, and parts of the US was even owned by Great Britain, and overall, the technology of the world was more advanced with like steam-powered stuff, and this novel is actually a big reason why steampunk is a big popular genre today. Atlantis. This is another book series by none other than Harry Turtledove. Essentially, in this timeline, Atlantis is a real landmass that has existed and still exists today, and essentially North America split apart a long time ago, but humans didn't get to the Atlantis region until the 1400s, where Great Britain has a colony there, just like real history, but the Atlanteans get tired of it and they have a little revolution, and really it's just a repeat of American history, except a bunch of the states were just moved further into the ocean and they called it Atlantis. It's the same history. Eyes Turn Skyward. This timeline is essentially a thought experiment about how would space travel have evolved if we had just made rocket technology better. Essentially, NASA sticks to using rockets and perfected that technology instead of trying to do the whole space shuttle thing. After the Apollo missions, they instead went to the reusable rocket booster, and in the story, humanity is just a little bit better at space travel. We do more moon missions, and we establish a permanent moon base by the 2010s. Anyways, that's all I got for this iceberg. Thank you guys for being history nerds just like me. This one was really interesting. It took a lot of research to figure out what all these things were about. I just think it's so cool that people basically make like fan fiction for history. That's essentially what all these are. Trevor Henderson's Entities Iceberg. So if you don't know who Trevor Henderson is, he is an online artist who creates a lot of famous like urban legend cryptid-like creatures. He is most famous for Siren Head, which first up we got Siren Head. This is a tall, thin humanoid thing that has a siren as a head. The lore is that it is an ancient entity that predates modern history, and it primarily lurks in rural areas, forests, and abandoned places. It's known to stalk its victims and use its siren to mimic voices and lure people into danger. Cartoon Cat. Cartoon Cat is this black humanoid cat thing that resembles a lot of old style cartoon characters like from the 1930s. It's often described as one of the most dangerous of Henderson's creatures, as it's a very evil shapeshifter, often called a cosmic parasite. And from what I understand, that just means it's like very hungry for committing atrocities against other living things. Next up we got Long Horse. So Long Horse is depicted as this horse head that is attached to an infinitely long, winding neck. Despite its terrifying, eerie appearance, it's actually quite nice, and rather than hurting you, it instead shows up to warn you about impending danger. It is essentially a guardian figure that lets you know when something bad's gonna happen. The Man with the Upside Down Face. So this is a man that appears after great disasters or accidents that looks like a normal man, except he has this eerie smile and an upside down head. The lore is this is an entity that feeds off off of human suffering, and people started to notice that between 1910 and 1960, a lot of different pictures started to appear of like accidents or car crashes that for some reason had one single man in the background with an upside down head. And so it seems that this thing causes these accidents to then get full off of their fear or suffering. Anxious dog. So this is a strangely thin creature that walks around on 4 backwards facing legs. It has white translucent skin, a wide human-like mouth, and also has kind of these chicken feet, which is eerie for some reason. They're often said to mimic people's voices and act as dangerous predators around people that fear them, but it's said that if you treat them with curiosity rather than fear, they act differently towards you. The Wandering Faith. The Wandering Faith is this large, 4-legged black creature that looks eerily similar to a giant tornado. It's said that the purpose of the Wandering Faith is to ascend worthy people to heaven, using its numerous tendril leg things to pick them up. It also normally only picks up people that worship it as like a deity. What's funny is this thing looks, very similar to a tornado. It reminds me a lot of a dead man walking tornado, which is this real, extremely eerie phenomenon where a tornado with multiple vortexes can form from the same thunderstorm and look like a man walking. Forgotten Baby. This is a very large humanoid that resembles a baby. It's roughly 7 to 8 feet tall. It has this slimy skin, a toothless mouth because, like it's a baby. And the lore is that this thing is extremely dangerous as it breaks into people's houses and kidnaps them for seemingly no reason. The Subway Creeper. So the Subway creature appears as this tall, starving humanoid thing with long limbs, glowing eyes, and it overall has a twisted, unnatural looking body that has adapted to life in the tunnels. Often there are rumors of this thing being responsible for people disappearing in the subway tunnels at night, as some people believes it targets lone passengers or just generally hunts at night unseen, but beyond that, not much is known about it. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Trevor Henderson has created so much cool online urban legends with these creatures. Rabbit Holes Iceberg explained. Before I start, I just gotta say, this iceberg has some of the most deranged topics I have ever looked up in my life, and it took me forever to figure out some of these, especially the lower ones. First up, we got cursed images. So this is kind of an internet meme about pictures that feel unsettling, eerie, or just plain wrong. Typically, it is disturbing to the viewer, but it's anything from like silly to lighthearted. This is a good example of one. It's a kid with a bunch of Teletubbies, and the Teletubbies have black eyes, and yeah, I mean, you just get a feeling of unease because of these horrible costumes. But it doesn't have to be necessarily unsettling, but more of just like a curse that you had to look at the picture, like the hot dog banana picture. Cicada 331. So this was an online puzzle that began in 2012 where people had to solve different complex codes or riddles that appeared as images that had cryptic messages on them. Some of these cryptic messages spanned across the world and showed up as signs that were hung up close to nearby large airports. The goal of this Cicada 331 puzzle was said to be a secret group that was recruiting intelligent individuals. Many people like to think that this was actually like a recruiting process for the CIA or the NSA, but in reality it seemed like it was kind of like a group of online nerds that thought they were smarter than everybody else and wanted to get a group together, kind of like Anonymous. Unless that's just what the CIA wants you to think. Pyramids construction. So the pyramids were constructed roughly around 2700 to 2500 BC, and they were constructed of millions of limestone and granite blocks that were precisely cut and transported likely over 500 miles away. Then they were aligned with astronomical precision, and all this was constructed with limited technology. If you think about it, woolly mammoths literally existed during the same time the pyramids were being built. And yeah, it's just a huge rabbit hole. How did they do it? It's just such an amazing structure. It was so precise, and it's something you could research forever. The Tartaria conspiracy theory. So to start with, this is a conspiracy theory. A lot of it is just straight up made up or just general speculation, but the theory claims that there was this vast advanced empire called Tartaria, and that this empire spanned across Eurasia, but it was deliberately erased from history by the global elites. Or it just kind of was naturally erased because of something they called the mud flood, which was just like a huge flood that covered the buildings and the technology they had with mud. And the reason people think this is kind of because they cherry-picked historical maps that said things like Tartary, which was meant to describe the regions inhabited by the Turkic and Mongolian people, which likely wasn't a unified empire necessarily, but it's still a really cool conspiracy theory and rabbit hole. And part of the theory is that this empire had this free alternating current energy, kind of like what Nikola Tesla was trying to make, and also things that like the Chicago World Fair, the St. Louis World Fair, they built these amazing structures and then seemed to just take them down after the fair, which is really strange. However, people do kind of explain the taking down thing because the buildings were made out of like chicken wire and stuff. Speaking of Nikola Tesla, we got Nikola Tesla's inventions. So Nikola Tesla, if you don't know, is a famous inventor who is known for his work with alternating current electricity. I'm sure everybody has seen the picture of him and his Tesla coil, which was this high voltage tower thing that looked like it was really dangerous because it put off a lot of like electricity and stuff, but it was actually fairly safe. So Nikola Tesla even built this building called the Wardenclyffe Tower around 1905. It was a massive structure that was designed as a prototype that was planned to be used for global transmission of wireless energy and communication worldwide. So basically the idea was that he was going to use this to then use the Earth as a giant conductor instead of wires to transmit power and signals. But he also kind of publicly claimed to have some more out there inventions, such as a death ray, which was a particle beam weapon that he said could shoot down airplanes from 250 miles away. And he said he had like an earthquake machine that was like a mechanical oscillator that generated vibrations that were so strong that he said he almost accidentally knocked down a building and caused an earthquake in New York City. And now, while this guy did have his quirks, I still think he was on the right track with alternating current technology, because today we know it could hypothetically work. And like, if you look at who actually built the radio, Nikola Tesla laid the groundwork for the radio as we know it. The dude figured out how to use light waves to communicate. So he wasn't just some out there guy completely. But anyways, if you look into his life and like the stuff he created, if some of the claims of the stuff he made were true, we would have some technology that was further advanced than we know today. The Saturn time cube theory. This theory is super deranged. So to start off with, we need some background information. Historically, the planet Saturn is known by multiple titles. First, it was called Kronos, the god of time, and then also some other pagan names like Moloch or Baal, but also it was referred to as Father Time, which is like the Roman god name. Also, if you've ever seen like the picture of the northern hemisphere of Saturn, the North Pole has this crazy hexagon pattern, which is a real thing. It's crazy that a planet can have a shape like this at such a large scale. Anyways, that's relevant because people point to the fact that if you trace the hexagon in a hexagon shape and then draw 3 lines connecting in the center of it, you basically get this cube. And this cube was essentially supposed to be known somehow by ancient civilizations that did not have the technology to see Saturn's North Pole. And people claim that it was used to create things like the Star of David or the big black box thing at Mecca, and that this black cube was essentially used to create a simulation that we live in. So it's kind of hard to understand, but the big picture is we are in a simulation or a matrix, and that the sun is a power supply, Saturn is essentially a computer, and the time cube at the North Pole is sending out a signal that then hits the moon, and the moon is a communication station, kind of like a satellite, and then the moon transmits it down to Earth, creating the simulation we're in. Oh man. So yeah, basically time cube, Saturn is time cube, Saturn is simulation computer. Shout out to Numbers Don't Lie on YouTube. He did a video explaining this. That's the only way I could understand it. But yeah, very deranged theory. Moving on to Real Life Truman Show. So the Real Life Truman Show was this reality show in Japan where they took this guy named Nasubi, and he thought he was just on kind of a regular reality show that they were gonna cut out different parts of to then put it into a cut down version of the show. But in reality, they live streamed his life for 15 months. What they did was they put him in this room and they stripped him naked, and they told him that his goal was to win 1 million yen in prizes from like magazines and newspapers and stuff like that. Also at the same time, he only had crackers to eat that was supplied by the studio, but he could win food to eat from the newspapers and magazines. And yeah, this guy was naked in a room for 15 months. They broadcasted the show live even though he thought I was going to be cut up, and he got like 15 million viewers per week. So it's crazy that things like The Truman Show kind of happened in real life. The Toynbee tiles. So the Toynbee tiles was this mysterious cryptic messages that were from unknown origin that were found embedded in these tiles in the asphalt of streets of multiple cities, mainly United States cities, but there were some in South America. So since the 1980s, several hundred tiles roughly the size of a license plate have been found, and this is the inscription. It said, Toynbee idea in movie 2001, resurrect dead on planet Jupiter. So some kind of interpret this as meaning the first line is Toynbee, which refers to a British historian, Arnold J. Toynbee, and the second line refers to 2001: A Space Odyssey, and then the third line just kind of references that they're trying to like resurrect the dead on the planet Jupiter. And so all of this kind of points to this guy who created the tiles being a little bit obsessed with something he thought he figured out. The guy had recently read this British historian Toynbee's theory on the afterlife, and then he watched the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey, and somehow he connected the two things to being about how someone could be resurrected next to the planet Jupiter or something. That is the best explanation I have of it. This is still an unresolved mystery, and I really don't know what exactly it means, but it's just really crazy that someone made a bunch of tiles and embedded them into the ground to put out that message. The dude basically came up with a fan theory and was like, I gotta tell everybody, nobody will listen to me, I'm gonna put it in the street. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for going down the rabbit hole with me today. Please watch out for the Teletubby cursed images and also the time cube. Medieval Iceberg explained. First up, we got the Black Death. This was the devastating disease known as the bubonic plague that swept through Europe and Asia in the middle of the 1300s. It wiped out about 25 to 50 million people and was estimated to have taken out about 50% of Europe's population. This was the most fatal pandemic in human history, and while it was extremely terrible on its own, the effects to society, the economy, and religion itself was a lot greater than people really realize it was. The Knights Templar. This was a medieval military order of Christians whose main goal was to protect the Holy Lands and people traveling to them. And then, later on we get the King of France that kind of betrayed them, and then, National Treasure and that sort of thing. Little Ice Age. This was exactly what it sounded like. From the 1300s to the 1850s, there was significant colder temperatures because of three main factors. One was that there was 4 massive volcanic eruptions which caused the entire Earth to be colder. Another thing was there was extremely low sunspot activity, and 3 was that there was a lack of ocean circulating warm air for some reason. And what's really crazy is this likely caused major historical events that happened because of this that you probably didn't realize was because of the cold temperatures. The cool weather caused mass starvation at times, and a big thing also was discontent in society because of this, which made people do things like blame their neighbor for being a witch, or the Vikings abandoning Greenland, and even the French and English going over to North America, which caused one of the biggest events in any history, which was, one side of the world reconnecting with the other. The Dancing Plague. This was a mysterious phenomenon where in 1518, people in Strasbourg, which is now modern-day France, were dancing uncontrollably. It started with just one woman who was dancing to no music playing, and then amassed to about 400 people dancing uncontrollably for weeks, until somewhere between 15 to 400 people died of exhaustion and heart failure. Historians estimate that the cause of this was anywhere from stress-induced mass hysteria to ergot poisoning, which was basically just like a fungus that you could accidentally eat that, molded in your wheat or whatever that made you hallucinate and kind of go crazy. The Phantom Time Hypothesis. This is basically the idea that medieval times never happened. So this is a conspiracy theory that 1640 to 911 AD, roughly 300 years, was made up in order to rewrite history. So the purpose of why this history would have been made up is because key figures like the Holy Roman Emperor Otto III, Pope Sylvester II, and possibly even the Byzantine Emperor Constantine VII were all working together to fabricate this period to align historical significant dates. Particularly, they wanted to basically make it look like Otto III was emperor right at 1000 AD because it made him look special. special for some reason. Of course, the phantom time hypothesis is complete pseudo history, and I do not believe this theory, and there's like a ton of outside history outside of Europe that clearly happened during those 300 years. The Headless Men, or Blummies. So the Headless Men was this thing that was described in both ancient Greek and Roman mythology, where there was this weird tribe that different people said they saw that they described had no neck, no head, but rather facial features like eyes, their nose, their mouth, all on their chest and shoulders. The stories of them were told as long ago as 500 BC, and famous people were said to encounter these things, such as Alexander the Great. Now, while initially there was a real nomadic tribe called the Blummies in Nubia, which was this region along the Nile River in southern Egypt, the Blummies slowly became known as something more out of this world due to rumors of them being like cannibals and really violent. Later on in the Middle Ages, their mythical status grew, where they started to be depicted as just having a face in the middle of their chest, and the explanation for how this legend came about, people just think they misinterpreted pictures of these tribal people in combat stances where their head was tucked into their chest, and they also wore like traditional headdresses which made them look like they had no heads. So now they're known as the, no head. No, they have no head people with no heads. Headless men, that's what I'm saying. Paintings with UFOs. So it seems there is a common theme through a few pieces of medieval artwork that shows a really wonderful normal picture and then a UFO up in the sky for some reason. One of the best examples of this is Madonna with Saint Giovanni, which looks like a normal Renaissance painting, but then in the background there is this little flying disc looking thing, and while some people say it's like just a mess up or a blemish, I don't know why it would be a blemish, because they also painted a guy looking into the sky like this, so it's like they're drawing attention to it. And I'm not sure if this picture is correct, but I do believe they also put like light beams coming off of it. I mean, it really looks like a flying disc that was deliberately drawn in this picture. But there's also another picture that was painted a little bit later in like 1645 called The Baptism of Christ by Art D. Gilder. In this picture we see what looks like a flying disc that's sending light beams down, and some people like to argue that it's supposed to be like the sun or the moon, but I mean, it looks exactly like a flying disc or a flying saucer. Others say it's supposed to be like representing God or the Holy Spirit, but it is a very strange picture, and I find it really cool. There's also the painting, the Crucifixion fresco, that was painted in 1350 that depicts people flying these crafts, but I think the crafts are supposed to represent the sun and the moon, which I think was just a big part of Byzantine culture. I think that's where this was painted, but others like to point to this phenomenon as being part of like the ancient astronaut theory, which I really like the idea of people in ancient times figuring out how to go up into space. Like, imagine, you can't calculate anything, you don't have any technology, but maybe you have some sort of like primitive gunpowder or primitive rocket fuel, and you just blast yourself up into the atmosphere, and what are you gonna do? There's no way you could come down, and you probably already suffocated at this point, so I don't know why. I guess you would just go up and that's it. I don't think they would make it. I bet their craft would like immediately break apart. But anyways, yeah, some people think there were astronauts in ancient times, and that's, a kind of a theory. Medieval found footage. So this could be referring to a couple things. There is this YouTube video called Medieval Found Footage that basically depicts a black and white video of what looks to be medieval times, soldiers walking around. It's showing different structures, but really it seems this footage came from like a couple different documentaries and movies and was all pieced together with a filter. But then as you get further on in the video, all of a sudden there are World War II German soldiers. Basically they have Die Glocke, which is supposed to be like this ancient mythical artifact that the Germans had during World War II that was either anti-gravity technology or a time machine. And so here I'm guessing it's supposed to be a time machine, and so you could probably conclude that this video is supposed to be taken by Germany during World War II when they got Die Glocke and then went back into medieval times and took a video and for some reason brought it back into the future, and they still didn't win the war. but they got this footage from medieval times. Yeah, Diglocka. That'd be really cool if this was real. I like the idea of it. I mean, I think it would be sick if it was real, but it's not. Medieval found footage could also be referring to like Leonardo da Vinci and how he had this sfumato technique for painting. Like when he did the Mona Lisa, the way he blended colors was so incredible that it was so close to photorealistic that people don't understand how he did it. And so it's still a big mystery. Maybe the Mona Lisa is medieval found footage in that sense, that he somehow created a picture that was so close to found footage that we just don't understand it. Anyways, thank you guys for watching. Thank you for being deranged just like me. But I appreciate each and every one of you watching my content on here. And I wish we had astronauts in ancient times. Maybe we will someday. That doesn't make any sense. Extinct animal sightings iceberg. First up, we got the coelacanth. So I'm sure many of you have heard of this. This was an extinct fish that was thought to be extinct for 66 million years when it was suddenly discovered in 1938. What's crazy is scientists claim that it hasn't evolved from its shape in the past 400 million years, and so that's why scientists call it the living fossil. As of today, there's only 2 living ones known in the wild, and it just seems like everything is fighting against its existence, as its gestation period can last up to 5 years, which is the longest pregnancy known in the wild. And on top of that, it has to be 18 years old to have babies. And while it can live up to 100 years, its average lifespan is about 50 years. So yeah, it seems like everything is fighting against its existence. The thylacine. The thylacine is also known as the Tasmanian tiger or the Tasmanian wolf. It was presumed to have gone extinct around 1938 when the Australians hunted them to extinction. It was actually the only surviving member of its genus and family that existed in modern times, and it is very strange looking to me. It's a large carnivorous marsupial, and to me, I think it's very uncanny looking as its jaw opens up extremely wide for some reason. Anyways, despite its extinction, thousands of unconfirmed sightings have been reported in Tasmania and mainland Australia ever since it disappeared in the 1930s. But more notable sightings have happened in more recent years, roughly around 2016 to 2019, where many have claimed to even get picture evidence of it. But still to this day, it is inconclusive. The ivory-billed woodpecker. So this was the largest woodpecker in North America. It likely went extinct around 1944. That's when the last official sighting happened. But of any extinct animal, this is probably the one that people report seeing the most. And the reason I think that is because there is a pileated woodpecker that looks almost identical to the ivory-billed woodpecker. As far as if it could be alive, I think it's possible. Although I think almost any sighting people say is just a pileated woodpecker. Like if you look at these 2 pictures, nearly identical, but it was a really cool bird. I really wish it was still alive. The Barbary lion, also called the North African lion, the Atlas lion, or the Egyptian lion. This was a lion that lived in the mountainous and desert regions of North Africa from Morocco to Egypt. So this was the last picture ever taken of the Barbary lion. While the picture was taken in 1924, the last Barbary lion was actually hunted in Morocco in 1942. But then, later on in 1956 in Algeria, there was this bus full of passengers that described seeing this large lion. But then later, that entire area was destroyed in a war. Some people still do claim that there are captain versions of this lion in a zoo that carry the Barbary genes, but that is pretty controversial. The Great Auk, or Auk, or however you pronounce it. So this was a penguin that likely went extinct back in the 1850s. What's interesting is all the penguins that you know of today, like the ones that live in the southern hemisphere, were actually named because they resembled this bird. This is because the Great Auk lived in both Europe and North America, so it was fairly well known. As far as sightings go, there haven't been too many in the past century, but there was one alleged sighting in 1927 in Norway that turned out to just be other penguins. In modern day, there is actually an ongoing discussion about reviving the Great Auk using DNA that we have, which I think would be absolutely amazing, but I'm sure people have a reason why that shouldn't happen. But like, look at this map of where it lived. It went all the way down to Florida, and then it went around in Europe, and yeah, this thing was really widespread, and it was a really cool bird. The Bermuda petrel. So this is the second rarest seabird on the planet. It was last sighted in 1620, but then it was rediscovered 330 years later in 1951, where they realized it had 18 nesting pairs. Now it in modern day, we estimate there's about 500 birds out in the wild. The moa. So the moa was this extinct group of flightless birds that lived in New Zealand. They were pretty similar to ostriches, but the largest of these birds got up to about 11 feet tall and weighed 700 pounds. Anyways, this thing likely went extinct around the 1400s due to hunting, and although it's been extinct for more than 500 years, there are numerous sightings where people usually report seeing these things in remote New Zealand in dense forest areas up until fairly recently. But this bird seems like it would be terrible if it lived in the modern day. The Japanese wolf. So the Japanese wolf was this subspecies of gray wolf that lived in the Japanese islands that was revered as a guardian spirit that was often associated with mountain deities in Japanese folklore. But it was declared extinct in 1905, and despite that, there have been many sightings that are still reported from then to now. But most notably, this guy named Hiroshi Yagi took a bunch of pictures of what many people think is the wolf in 1996. So many people do believe this is the Japanese wolf. Many experts even concluded that this animal in the picture closely resembles what the Japanese wolf would have looked like. But despite this, the Japanese government won't even genetically test these animals, even though there is a lot of evidence on the side of it being an actual Japanese wolf. That's all I got for this iceberg. Thank you guys for watching. I wanted to do this because I recently went down the whole dire wolf de-extinction rabbit hole. I thought that was really cool that companies are kind of playing Jurassic Park. I really like Jurassic Park, and I feel like the world is becoming more Jurassic Park-like every day, if you know what I mean. And yeah, we should bring back the great auk. We need penguins. We need penguins in North America. What are we doing? U.S. urban legend iceberg. First up, we got the killer clown epidemic. So at the height of the 2016 killer clown epidemic, there was at least one sighting or attack in every single state in the U.S. where people saw these creepy clown things. Believe it or not, this entire situation was actually inspired by different people trying to create short films about scary clowns. The first situation actually happened not in the U.S., but actually in the UK, where there was something called the Northampton Clown, which was just a guy making a short film, a college student who created this Facebook page to track the clown back in 2013. Anyways, fast forward really far, there's another short film about some clowns in the US, and people start reporting seeing these scary clowns. And then the news picks it up and just blows it up in the mainstream media, where people hear about it and then want to do it more, and so more people start dressing up as clowns, and yeah, it became a really big thing. And even the director of the movie It had to come out and say that he wasn't doing these scary clown things as like marketing for their movie. But yeah, kids were saying they were like getting lured by scary clowns into the woods. One kid said he got cut by a clown. I remember this was when I was in high school, and there was a lot of groups of people saying they were going to go out and hunt the clowns, and there was a lot of physical altercations with them. Even the college Penn State actually had a riot where they went out and 500 students tried to get the clown, which I guess they riot a lot up there. So Walt Disney's frozen remains. So this is an urban legend about, you know, Walt Disney, the guy who created Disney, and about how either when he died or right before he died, they froze his body to then bring him back alive in the future. People think this because Walt Disney was like obsessed with the future and that sort of thing, and so they believe he either froze his body or just his head to preserve, and that they're keeping it underneath Disneyland under the Pirates of the Caribbean ride. That's part of the rumor. But also people like to say that they even created the movie Frozen to cover up the fact that they froze his body. But officially, Walt Disney's family said that they did cremate his body. I will say though, Walt Disney passed on the 15th of December in 1966, and the first person to officially be cryogenically frozen was in January 1967, just about a month afterwards. And so people like to point to that and say it actually was Walt Disney. So you never know. Black-eyed children. This was a modern urban legend that came about in the 1990s, where people were describing seeing these eerie figures with pale skin that looked like children with basically all black eyes with no whites or pupils in their eyes. Often they would report seeing these strange looking children knocking on windows or doors trying to get inside their house or their vehicle. Not only that, but they said when they were in the presence of these children they felt overwhelming dread. Bunnyman Bridge. This is an urban legend that originated from two main incidences. Basically, there's this bridge over overpass in Clifton, Virginia, where in the past there has been a man in a bunny costume that has threatened people. The first incident was in 1970 where this guy and his fiance had parked their car near the bridge, and they said that a man smashed out their window with a hatchet and screamed at them about trespassing. When the police requested a description of the man, they said he was wearing a white bunny suit with big bunny ears. And then a little later that month, there was a second guy who was a security construction guy who said he saw a man standing on one of their unfinished houses chopping at a post on a porch with a hatchet. And then this bunny man started yelling at the construction guy, saying that he was gonna take off his head. And then in the following weeks, 50 other people actually contacted the police saying they had seen a man in a bunny suit. Anyways, the legend is the bunny man appears at midnight on Halloween. Michigan Dog Man. So this has been an incident where multiple people have said they see a 7-foot tall half dog, half man creature in Michigan. So allegedly this originated back in 1887 in Welford County, Michigan, where there's these two lumberjacks that saw a creature that they described as having a man's body in a dog's head. The legend goes that the dog man only appears in a 10-year cycle that falls on years ending with 7, but it can be deterred by just clapping loudly. In Paris, Michigan in 1937, another man named Robert Fortney was attacked by 5 dogs and said that one of the 5 dogs was walking on 2 legs. And there was 3 similar reports to that happening throughout Michigan in the 1950s and 60s. Melonheads. So this is a legend in Ohio, Michigan, and Connecticut that is about these children that have these big bulbous heads that sometimes attack people. The legend is that they were originally children with a condition called hydrocephalus that lived in the Michigan Junction Insane Asylum near this building called the Felt Mansion. The legend is that after being abused by the workers and doctors there, they escaped the asylum after it burned down. And then they fled into the woods, and now there's a bunch of feral people out there in the hills and caves and abandoned buildings in the area. And they say that some of those rural areas are even very dangerous to drive through because these melonheads turn to cannibalism to survive, and there's still feral, cannibal, big-headed people in the area. But there's a few variants of the story. The ghost train / ghost light. So ghost trains are a fairly common legend throughout anywhere in the world that has a place where there have been train tracks where trains no longer run. In the US, there is a specific legend about a phantom funeral train for Abraham Lincoln that goes from Springfield, Illinois to Washington, D.C. I personally have known people who've said that they have been on train tracks that are no longer in use and have seen a light coming towards them, but then whenever it gets close, there's nothing there and the light is gone. And I feel like that's pretty common with stories like this. Dublin, Wisconsin. So this is a legend about a town that people claim that they have been to or had family living at that suddenly disappeared. So this kind of started a rumor about how maybe the military had a secret project there that either destroyed the town or they're purposefully covering it up so people don't go there. Some point to a project called Project Sanguine, which was actually a real project that was proposed back in 1968 that was going to be this station for communicating with submerged submarines, and they were going to use extremely low frequency radio waves to transmit tactical orders to US nuclear submarines anywhere in the world and even survive a nuclear attack. And the way they were going to do this is they proposed this system where they were going to create this massive antenna that covered 2/5 of the entire state of Wisconsin. That's 22,000 square miles. Anyways, when they proposed this, a lot of people were angry and said this would be terrible for the environment, and this project was replaced with a smaller version of the project. And so anyways, many people point to that project and say maybe this partly did happen and they completely took out of town for it. But honestly, it probably is just kind of like an inside joke on the internet about a place that never existed. Darkest universes in fiction iceberg explained. First up, we got Game of Thrones. This is a medievalish fantasy realm where there's different conflicts between royal families. The main conflict is about the Iron Throne, which is the seat of power that controls the main continent, Westeros. But in the universe, there's this evil supernatural force called the White Walkers, who essentially are a giant zombie plague that seem to be bringing like an ice age upon the land. Attack on Titan. This is a show about a society that is trapped behind a giant wall, and beyond the wall there are these giant humanoid creatures that eat humans. It's really terrible because their military is constantly going outside the wall to fight these things off, but every mission is a failure as they lose tons and tons of people, and there's a huge mystery on why they're trapped behind this giant wall and what are the giant humanoid things, and I really can't tell you more of the story without spoiling the entire thing. Warhammer 40k. Warhammer is set far in the future, roughly around the year 40,000, where everything is terrible and there's nothing but endless war. In the universe, humanity is spread throughout the galaxy, and they're constantly waging war on different alien factions while also fighting off these 4 evil godlike beings. And there's like a lot of cosmic horror. There's the godlike emperor called the Emperor of Mankind, and also instead of like jumping to light speed or like traveling really fast, they instead open up a portal to travel through hell whenever they want to go really far through space. So it's all very interesting. Berserk. This is another medieval world where humanity has suffered so much that they wanted to blame their suffering on something, and basically they manifest this thing called the God Hand. The God Hand is 5 powerful demonic entities that cause terrible events to happen to humanity and the whole realm. I'm probably explaining it kind of bad because I don't know the story very well, but in the middle of the story there is Guts, who is the Black Swordsman, and he's basically a mercenary who is kind of the good guy in the story. The Road. The Road by Cormac McCarthy is a book that's centered around a man and his son who is just trying to survive in this post-apocalyptic world. The setting is in the United States, and they're basically traveling on a road down south, trying to get to the ocean, and the world is just absolutely destroyed. Everything is ashes. There's almost no plant life anywhere. I think maybe they find mushrooms once, but that's like the only plants that are alive. And basically any person they meet is insane. And the people have this like blood cult thing where they're cannibals and they have a whole bunch of like, they just do terrible things. And the world is so dark and it's so cold, and we never really learn what happened to cause this apocalypse, but we just know that there's no food, you can like never see the sun, all the plants are dead, and yeah, it's just a really interesting story, and it's a very symbolic story as well. Trench Crusade. So Trench Crusade is an alternate timeline to World War I, where in the world during the First Crusade in 1099 AD, the Knights Templar uncovered a demonic artifact in Jerusalem, and that artifact unleashed hell on Earth. So by 1914, the world was completely destroyed by this demonic artifact, and so the church is then waging an endless war upon these demonic forces. And yeah, it's very interesting. Basically all the artwork is insanely cool in my opinion, but it is very dark. I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. This is a short story about an artificial intelligence gone rogue. In this story, all of humanity has died, and an all-powerful AI endlessly tortures the 5 remaining people on Earth. The setting is after World War III. During the war, different countries had created this AI to basically fight the other countries, and that AI, only knowing war and hatred and death, merged together and created this super intelligent AI being that calls itself Am, because I think, therefore I am. Anyways, the AI is very evil and he's taking it out on the 5 remaining humans, and it is a very strange story because he like traps them in this world, kind of like a simulation. They're stuck, I think, inside the embowelments of the AI computer thing, and they're constantly trying to, I don't know, get out or something, but they never can. And it's just constantly torturing them and like tricking them into thinking something's happening when it's not, and then eventually they get turned into these different creatures. Speaking of getting turned into different creatures, we have All Tomorrows. All Tomorrows is basically a speculation for what humans would evolve into in the future. Basically, humanity is discovered by this very evil but extremely powerful civilization called the Q. And the Q is this alien species that has this weird religion religious motivation to remake the universe through genetic engineering. But humanity obviously doesn't want to get turned into something else, so they wage war on them, where the Q instantly win because they're like godlike compared to humans at this point. And then as punishment, the Q bioengineer the humans into a range of exotic forms, and luckily some of them are unintelligent. But then after ruling over the humans for 40 million years, the Q leave, leaving the altered humans to evolve in their own spaces. The story is then mainly about these altered humans and what they end up doing, and it's a very strange story as well. World Cryptid Iceberg. First up, we got the Yeti. So this is an ape-like creature that's said to inhabit the Himalayan mountain range in Asia, commonly referred to as the abominable snowman more in the western part of the world. The first official report was back in 1832 by a British hiker who thought he saw an orangutan. However, stories of the Yeti have been around for a while. It's said that Yetis are a folklore from pre-Buddhist beliefs about this glacier being that was the god of the hunt, that was an ape-like wild man thing that carried large stones as weapons and made a whistling, swooshing sound. I've heard people online theorize that the Yeti is actually just the Gigantopithecus, which is an extinct giant ape thing that actually inhabited the area around southern China, which really is not too far away from the Himalayan mountain range. So maybe stories of the Gigantopithecus was passed down for so many generations, and that folklore has just turned into the Yeti. The Kappa. This is a creature from Japanese folklore that is this water-dwelling humanoid reptilian creature that has a beak and a shell, and it kind of looks like a humanoid-looking turtle thing. It's said to live in some sort of body of water, whether it's just a puddle or a river or a lake or a stream, and it's known for being really mischievous and sometimes kind of dangerous, as it's said to drown people or kidnap children or even do much worse things to people. The Mongolian death worm. So this thing is described as a giant worm creature that's said to be 2 to 7 feet long, and it's bright red. People report that this thing will kill its prey by spitting yellow venomous secretion on it, or sometimes generating a blast of electric shock. Some Mongolian nomads believe that its venom is so deadly that it will cover its prey in the substance and basically turn it yellow from it, where it dies instantly. Livestock and humans are said to be its main prey, and there's this interesting thing where this guy named Evan Macarelli, who was a big Loch Ness Monster investigator, did his own investigation on the death worm. And you know how in the movie Dune there's like the sandworms and they put down a device that like thumps the sand? Well, this guy basically made one of those devices and brought it to the Mongolian desert and thought it would attract the Mongolian death worm because of the rhythmic thumping, and it didn't. Mokele Mbembe, I'm sure that's not how you pronounce it, but the name basically means the one who stops the flow of rivers, indicating it's so big it would stop a river from flowing. It's basically a dinosaur. This is a cryptid that's said to be in the Congo part of Africa. Sometimes it's said to be, you know, more of a living creature, but sometimes it's said to be like a spirit. Natives in the area say they see this thing that looks nearly identical to like a sauropod, specifically a brontosaurus. And anyways, back in the day, whenever locals in the region were like drawing a picture of it, people were like, that looks like a sauropod. And then when they were shown a picture of an actual sauropod dinosaur, they said that's exactly what it was. It's said to have a long neck, a long tail, round-shaped tracks with 3 claws, and they even think they got a Google Earth picture of it, of its head, its body, and its tail, as you can see. But yeah, there you go, dinosaurs in Africa. Tsuchinoko. This is basically a fat snake. It's said to be in the mountain regions in western Japan, and it sometimes is said to bite its tail and roll around really fast, kind of like the hoop snake, if you've ever heard of that. And also it's able to jump really high, like 3 feet high. But some even say it has the ability to speak, which is really freaky. It's not to be trusted. Don't believe what it says. It's a snake, literally. According to folklore also, it has a taste for alcohol, which is a good way to trap it. And what's interesting is the government of Yoshi Akiyama once offered 20 million yen, which is the equivalent of $200,000, to anyone who could successfully capture it. The man-eating tree of Madagascar. So back in 1874, this newspaper, the New York World newspaper, published this article about how there was this German explorer that was in Madagascar and stumbled upon this tribe, the Makoto tribe, doing a sacrifice. This guy said that this sacrifice was to this giant pineapple-shaped tree, and basically the tribal people, when they got close to the tree, they started chanting and then grabbed a woman from their tribe and then forced her at spear point to climb up the tree and then drink from in the mouth part of the tree. And then once she drank this fluid, the tree's leafy tentacle tendrils came alive and grabbed her until it strangled her to death, where the liquid from the tree then started to stream down the trunk of the tree. And then all the tribal people started drinking it. Anyways, 14 years later, it was revealed that it was just a fictional story that they had published as fact. But it's actually a kind of a crazy story. The Volpertinger. In German folklore, there is an animal that is said to inhabit the alpine forest in southern Germany that is terrifying and horrible, and it's basically a little rabbit with wings and antlers and fangs. This thing is extremely similar to a jackalope, obviously. The origins are said to be a result of crossbreeding between a fox, roebuck, a hare, duck, and a pheasant. And in the folklore, it's said that the Volpertinger only show themselves to beautiful maidens on full moon nights if they are taken into a secluded part of the Bavarian forest by the right man. I'm sure you can assume where that folklore came from. Kazai Rex. This is basically a T-Rex. So back in 1932, there was this Swedish hunter, John Johnson. Great name. He was a big game hunter in the Congo hunting elephants when he came across this strangely small herd of elephants that they assumed had been thinned down for some reason. Suddenly, when he was hunting these elephants, he realized something was stalking them, and then out jumped a 43-foot-long T-Rex. And he did the obvious thing and shot at it 3 times, but only hit it once, and then it ran off. So when he got back to the camp, he told everybody that there was a T-Rex there that was reddish with blackish colored stripes, and he went back out with a group of guys to hunt it, where the thing then attacked them and then slapped the guy with its tail and broke his arm, and then they fled afterwards, obviously. Anyways, long story short, John Johnson, during all this, said he got pictures of it, and it turned out all the pictures were just hoaxes, and one of the pictures was literally just a monitor lizard on top of a rhinoceros. And yeah, that's about it about the Kazai Rex, but I really think it's an awesome one, and there's been other sightings of that too, so it's not just the Swedish guy. Fan Theory Iceberg. First up, we got Barbie is a prequel to Suicide Squad. So this is the theory that Barbie ends up being Harley Quinn in Suicide Squad. So at the end of the Barbie movie, we see the main character, Barbie, experiencing existential dread, and she's feeling that she's unprepared to live in the real world. Because of this, there's a theory that goes that because she didn't fit in with the real world, she went to go work with other people that didn't fit in with the real world, and so she becomes a doctor and goes to Arkham. This is where she meets the Joker and, becomes Harley Quinn. And both movies are played by the same actress, Margot Robbie. Interstellar and Arrival take place in the same universe. This is the idea that the heptapod aliens from the movie Arrival are the same ones that mess with the time in Interstellar. So this one's pretty hard to explain, but I'll do my best. So in Interstellar, there's these highly evolved 5D beings that messed with time and created, the big time cube thing that allowed Cooper to go back in time and send data to his daughter, influencing the past to save humanity. And then in the movie Arrival, there were these aliens that visited Earth. In Arrival, they gave Luis this gift of being able to perceive time and see the future, or predict the future. Those aliens in Arrival did this in exchange for a favor in 3,000 years. This theory is that that favor they asked for was actually to open up a wormhole 3,000 years later, once humanity got the technology to do that. And so the heptapods actually are humans from the past that evolved to become that, and basically these 5D beings are doing this time loop thing to save themselves, which is humanity. Lilo's parents were in the CIA. This is the idea that Lilo and Nani's parents, or at least one of their parents, was in the CIA. In the movie, we see Cobra Bubbles, who is a social worker that we can maybe assume is a close friend or colleague of Lilo's parents. And maybe Lilo's parents died during some sort of mission with the CIA, and that co-worker promised to look after them. Because why would a CIA agent that was at Roswell end up being a social worker? You know, it makes more sense that their parents were in the CIA. Ratatouille, Ego's mother. So in Ratatouille, there's this old woman at the beginning who tried to kill Remy, and this theory is that that old woman is actually the food critic Ego's mother, and that at the end of the movie, Remy makes ratatouille, you know, and the reason why Remy knew to make that dish is because he lived there in Ego's house, and maybe he saw her cook that dish for him, or maybe he even helped her cook that dish in the past. And yeah, that's why the food critic liked the dish so much, is because Remy knew. The Frozen Tarzan connection. So Anna and Elsa's parents in Frozen were believed to have died in a shipwreck. However, there's this theory that they actually survived and washed ashore on an island in Africa, where they at some point gave birth to a son and built a treehouse and named their child Tarzan. However, early in Tarzan's life, they died and got eaten by a leopard or something, where gorillas then found Tarzan as a little baby and raised him up to be their own. But people also point to a time discrepancy in the movies, where Frozen was supposed to be around the 1840s and Tarzan takes place in the 1900s, but I really like the idea. So MCU humanoids are all abducted humans from Earth. This is the theory that all the humans we see out in space in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, you know, the green people, the purple people, aren't alien species, but rather just humans that were abducted by other aliens since ancient times. And why are they so colorful or green or pink or whatever? It's because they had to adapt to different radiation on different planets, and so it made their skin color change. The Iron Giant's true purpose on Earth. So in the movie, we never know who the specific creator of the Iron Giant was, but what we do know is that in the opening sequence, the giant comes from beyond Earth's moon. And based on the design and all the weapons he has, we can assume that maybe extraterrestrial beings created him for non-peaceful purposes. There's even this deleted scene from the movie that I just watched that shows the Iron Giant asleep, and he has this vision where he sees a group of 20 other iron giants on another planet burning down cities to the ground, and then the planet explodes, and it kind of suggests that the original objective was to destroy the planet or a planet, and maybe he arrived on Earth on accident, considering, you know, there's no other iron giants there on Earth. The Mort theory. So this is a really deranged theory that the really cute little lemur thing in the movie Madagascar is actually a powerful, ancient, evil entity with supernatural abilities. This theory was created by a YouTuber called The Theorizer, who spent an ungodly amount of time creating and solving this theory. And basically, the theory goes that Mort is an interdimensional godlike being that has been around since the beginning of time, and that in the original movie, he's pretty unsuspecting and normal, you know, but then in the spin-offs in the show, he's extremely complicated and has a lot of strange backstories. And to summarize and not go into it too much, the show kind of displays that Mort is an interdimensional godlike being that's been around since the beginning of time itself, and that there are these sky gods in the show that were represented as fruit for some reason, and that these fruit sky gods saw that Mort was a threat to reality, so they splintered his being and scattered him across the multiverse. And so in the show, we see his fragmented personalities slowly finding each other again and reabsorbing into the Mort in the show. Also, the Mort that we know in Madagascar is actually just a version of Powerful Mort, who, when Powerful Mort lost a battle with one of the fruit deities, he wiped his own memory and hid himself amongst a group of regular dumb Mort clones. And so he's living out his life as a little mouse lemur thing that's normal. Overarching, the idea is that Mort is an evil deity who created the universe, and essentially he lives as a dumb regular lemur. I also find it interesting that his name is Mort, which is death in French, and this guy theorizes that Mort is the god of death, basically, or death himself. Anyways, thank you guys for watching another video about really intelligent topics. Ocean Legends and Myths Iceberg, Sunken/Lost Places. This reminds me of things like Atlantis or the Phantom Island Bermeja. Atlantis was first mentioned, you know, by Plato back around 300 BC. He talked about this powerful advanced civilization that sunk to the ocean floor after a catastrophic event. Some scholars think that the story was likely inspired by events like the volcanic eruption of Thera around 1600 BC, which is modern-day Santorini. This volcanic eruption absolutely devastated the Minoan civilization, location, and while some believe it was an actual place, others just believe it was a metaphor for something. Bermeja, on the other hand, is an alleged phantom island. It was this island off the coast of the Yucatan that Mexico said existed, but then in the 1990s, people went to survey the island, and they realized it didn't exist, so they started calling it a phantom island, or like an island that disappeared. But in reality, it was very likely that Mexico just said it existed so they could extend their oil reach, or even the guy who made the map of Mexico used this island to make like a signature so people wouldn't copy his map. But there's even some people think that there's like this conspiracy about how the CIA bombed this island out of existence, but that is extremely unlikely. Old world sea monsters. So, especially around the more ancient times, the sea was basically the embodiment of chaos. We see this in a lot of like old world maps. They contain things like sea dragons and sea serpents and like kraken-like creatures. So virtually across all cultures that have contact with the sea, we have seen throughout history sea monsters depicted. The oldest of these sea monsters is likely in the Old Testament of the Bible, where they talk about the Leviathan, which is usually described as a terrifying sea monster that's often depicted as like a sea serpent or a sea dragon, which probably also was just supposed to represent chaos. But of old world sea monsters, the kraken might be the most popular in modern day. This was talked about a super long time ago, like back around 1180 AD. King Sverre of Norway started talking about this giant squid-like creature that would sink ships close to Norway or around Norway. But he also went on about how there was hordes of other sea monsters that were similar to it that protected the shore of Norway. So it's probably just like a warning to people that wanted to attack Norway. The green flash. So this is a real thing that happens where people see a green flash right at the horizon around sunset or sunrise. This happens in places where you have like an unobstructed view of the horizon, such as like at the ocean. It usually only happens for just 1 second or less than a second, and it's just caused by an optical phenomenon of the sun going below the water and it makes it green. I really like the green flash because in Pirates of the Caribbean, there was this mythology in there about how whenever a soul returned from the dead, you would see the green flash. Rogue waves. So rogue waves was actually thought to be just like a tall tale that sailors told all the way up until like the 80s. So it wasn't until 1964 that the first evidence scientifically for rogue waves came about, and that was mainly because there was offshore oil rigs and they had cameras on them, and that's how they figured it out. They thought it was just made up. But there's a really famous example of a rogue wave, the Dropner wave. It was 84 feet tall, and it was recorded in the North Sea in 1995. But rogue waves are basically just a giant wave that is like 2 to 3 times taller than other waves around it, and it can happen at any random time in the ocean. It's really pretty freaky. Carnivorous seaweed. So there's this weird thing called the Sargasso Sea, and basically it's the only sea in the world that isn't surrounded by land. Rather, it's just this oval of water that's about 2,000 miles wide that revolves clockwise like an eye of a hurricane, and it actually sits about 6 feet higher than the rest of the ocean. So the Sargasso Sea area houses this thing called the golden rainforest of the ocean, which is just these massive floating mats of sargassum seaweed. Back in the day, these sailors would always tell stories about how they were terrified of this place, and they even called it the horse latitudes because this one ship got stuck in the Sargasso Sea and they didn't have any wind, and so they were running out of water, so they threw their horses overboard to preserve drinking water. According to folklore about this area, a number of crews have gotten trapped inside of the Sargasso Sea and eaten by the seaweed. And there's a few incidences where they found ships floating without a crew, but most of those incidences may have just been legends, such as the Ellen Austin ship. The El Tanin antenna. So there was this Antarctic research ship that was photographing the seafloor off the coast of Antarctica, and they were taking pictures roughly 13,000 feet deep when they found this strange antenna. This thing looked like it was man-made or made by something, as it had like 90-degree angles and it looked very artificial. And so this picture was taken back in 1964 and everybody was puzzled, and it became a big deal on TV and in magazines at the time. People were calling it a lost piece of technology, and people were saying it was like an ancient planetary grid antenna or like a UFO alien artifact. Although although later on in 1971, they classified it as a type of carnivorous sea sponge. But what's really strange is it looks very non-organic, and it looks like it's got, you know, these 90-degree angles, and it just doesn't seem to me like a sea sponge, but it probably is. The experts, I guess, know what they're talking about. Lemuria. In 1864, this zoologist was trying to figure out why lemur fossils were in Madagascar and in India, but not in Africa or the Middle East. And so this guy proposed the idea of a lost continent that used to be right there that connected those two landmasses. But for some reason, this idea of Lemuria turned into more of an occultist belief that Lemuria was a cradle of ancient wisdom in like a lost utopian society where there was these giant 15 feet tall people with 4 arms and they laid eggs. But also that Lemuria had a capital city called Telos, and Telos was for some reason located beneath a mountain in California, Mount Shasta, and that Telos is still there, and there's a huge underground city where the Lemurian survivors escaped to. But they also believe that some of the Lemurian high-up leaders transformed into things like dolphins and whales and mermaids, and then went into the ocean while their continent was collapsing. Anyways, Lemuria is also kind of interchanged with the name Mu, the lost continent of Mu, which is also associated with Atlantis. Giant dragonfish. So basically, way back in the day in 1932, this guy created this primitive deep-sea submersible diving bell, and it was called BB's Bathysphere. It was a rounded steel ball with barely enough space for 2 people, which was, you know, terrifying to begin with. But then they took this metal ball down 2,100 feet deep off the coast of Bermuda. This is when they encountered these 2 fish that he described as being strange and never before seen. He said they were 6 feet long and that they resembled barracudas and that they were bioluminescent. They had these strong palish blue lights that were strung down their body, and he classified them as dragonfish. However, none of the fish that BB described has been confirmed to exist to this day. But I mean, as big as the ocean is, I would not be surprised that back in like the 1930s, they saw fish that maybe we're not seeing today. Just because of the idea of, you know, like ships traveling over the ocean have made some fish go deeper into the ocean, or maybe there are fish that are no longer existing because of just the overall human impact on the areas, especially like Bermuda. Horror movie Animals Iceberg, The Sheep. The sheep are from the movie Black Sheep, which is like a comedy horror movie about how there was this genetic engineering that went wrong and created this virus that made sheep rabid carnivores. So these sheep then became these horrible monster things that wanted to eat human meat. And as it turned out, the sheep were kind of like zombies, as they could just bite someone and then give them the virus and make them rabid as well. And this is what they look like. It's really wonderful. Orca from the movie Orca the Killer Whale. This movie is about a killer whale that wants revenge on this captain that tried to capture its mate that was pregnant but ended up killing it on accident. It's kind of a mix between Jaws and Moby Dick. This orca is grief-stricken and it just locks in on killing this guy, and as it goes on, its attacks become more and more calculated. I feel like as far as most of these animals go, this is probably the most accurate to what could happen in real life, as orcas really do, you know, go after people whenever they want to, as we've seen in like the documentary Blackfish about SeaWorld and some of the things that happened with those orcas there whenever they got mad. The Birds. This is a 1963 horror movie by Alfred Hitchcock. It's about a series of random, unexplained violent bird attacks on people in the coastline of California. Basically, these flocks of birds start to attack townspeople and they get more and more violent as time goes on, and these attacks happen over a few days. The film ends in kind of a cool way with no resolution, but the people just getting in their car and leaving, and the birds all sitting there watching them, letting them leave. It almost seems to be like there was like a bird apocalypse where these birds went insane for a short period of time and kind of like claimed the land for themselves. What's really crazy about this movie is that the film was actually inspired by a real event where there was this massive bird attack in Capitola, California in 1961. This real event happened because these birds ate this toxic algae and they went nuts attacking people before they died in the streets. The Crocodile from Lake Placid. This movie is about a legendary, almost mythical crocodile that's like prehistoric sized that starts to terrorize this remote lake lake in Maine called Lake Placid. It's a massive crocodile. It's 32 feet long. It's highly intelligent, almost like supernaturally smart. And at the same time, there's this local lady that's feeding this crocodile like entire cows. The spider's from Arachnophobia. This movie is about a highly venomous spider that is from the Amazon rainforest that accidentally gets transported to a small town in America. This spider then has babies with a common house spider, and these babies are extremely aggressive and dangerous as they are extremely venomous and start to multiply. These things start biting people around town where they die because they're really poisonous, and in the movie there's this big spider called the General, which is like a really freaky looking spider. But this movie also has a really funny character at the end played by John Goodman, who is the exterminator. Cujo. So this is actually a Stephen King story about this Saint Bernard dog named Cujo that gets rabies. This dog goes from being incredibly friendly to becoming a very violent dog after it gets bitten by a bat. Cujo becomes a relentless predator and goes on a killing spree in a small town where it gets 3 people before being put down. The main characters in the movie get trapped in a car in a remote area and nobody can reach them and they can't escape, and they try to survive while this insane dog looms outside. Anaconda. This is an adventure horror movie about how there was this legendary mythical giant serpent that was feared by locals in the Amazon rainforest, and then a documentary crew gets caught up with this snake hunter who's trying to capture this giant snake. And it turns out that the legendary snake is real, and it's a giant green anaconda, and it's huge. It's 40 feet long, it's 5,000 pounds, and it has these freaky yellow eyes. But there's also a fan theory that the anaconda in the movie is like some sort of supernatural being, and that the tribe that lives nearby could never have survived without doing some sort of like ritual sacrifice where they kept it at bay from eating them. So that's a fun little add-on to that. Jaws. This is a movie about a great white that relentlessly terrorizes a beach in New England. I'm sure most of you have heard of this movie. This shark is a monstrous great white that starts to pick off people on this popular beach, and then there's a bounty put on the shark where these guys go out to hunt it, and they end up destroying it with an oxygen tank in its mouth. Some people also like to say that maybe the shark wasn't a great white, but was actually some sort of megalodon that had survived undetected for a long period of time, as this creature swims different and bites different than a regular great white. Dystopian future iceberg. So cyberpunk is an entire genre of media that's normally about this really futuristic society that is controlled by mega corporations that has immense control over society. Usually in these universes, people get like cybernetic enhancements that help with the progression of technology and just the overall survival of living in a massive city. I'm sure most of you have heard of Cyberpunk 2077, which is a video game about this place called Night City where there's a bunch of dangerous gangs and really bad corporations that are controlling, and that's probably where you know the name cyberpunk from. Blade Runner is in the cyberpunk genre. It's a dystopian future set in Los Angeles where they've created these bioengineered humans called replicants that they created for using as dangerous off-world labor, but some of them rebelled and escaped to Earth. So what they did was create these things called Blade Runners, which were basically just bounty hunters tasked to destroy these replicants, even though it turns out that these Blade Runners were actually replicants themselves. The Giver. On first glance, The Giver seems to be a utopian society. They've eliminated all pain, conflict, and seemingly all suffering by enforcing really strict rules. People live in this highly controlled society where basically every aspect of their life is controlled. Everything from choosing a career to family structure is regulated by a committee of elders. And so because of this, citizens don't feel any deep emotions or even really see color, and it seems they've suppressed the emotions of every person except for one person, and that is the receiver of memory. This person is responsible for holding all of the world's true past, including the good and the bad. The guy in the book remembers all these memories and realizes how empty their way of life is today, and he slowly begins to learn that a lot of the stuff they're doing is really bad, like euthanizing the weak and the elderly and the disabled to maintain control. Mad Max / Waterworld. So Mad Max and Waterworld are very similar in opposite opposite ways, if that makes sense. In the Mad Max world, there's a huge energy crisis because of a shortage of oil, which leads to nuclear weapons destroying most of society and leaving everybody in a terrible desert wasteland with almost no water. The most important resource in the Mad Max world is water, along with gas, as all their vehicles, they drive a whole bunch of ridiculous vehicles and attack each other for those resources. In contrast, Water World is on a world completely covered by water, where the polar ice caps have melted, flooding presumably all the land on Earth. And so because of this, fresh water is extremely scarce, but even more scarce is soil or dirt for growing plants. And so we learn that the main character in Waterworld is this guy who has grown gills so that he can swim down really far in the ocean and get dirt. And at the same time, everybody is trying to find this mythical dry land that everybody talks about. And what makes the two worlds so similar is, you know, scarcity of fresh water and oil is extremely important to everyone. And even like the producers of Waterworld said they were trying to do a ripoff of Mad Max in a way, as they all drive ridiculous boats just like they drive ridiculous vehicles in Mad Max. Logan's Run. In Logan's Run, people live in a huge domed city and are completely oblivious to the outside world. As far as everybody knows, there's been a huge nuclear cataclysm that has made the entire world barren and poisonous, and so because of this, in an attempt to combat overpopulation inside of the dome, everybody gets renewed at the age of 30. And people are really excited about getting renewed, and like they celebrate it and there's a huge ceremony for it, but really people are just dying. Some people realize that they're dying, and so they try to flee, and they're called runners because of this, where the name Logan's Run comes from. And so Logan gets outside of the dome and realizes the entire world is actually a lot better than inside the domed city. 1984. In George Orwell's 1984, people are controlled by a totalitarian regime led by the Party. This party enforces absolute control over every aspect of life in this made-up nation called Oceania. They use constant surveillance, propaganda, and historical manipulations to suppress individual thought to the point where people believe things like war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength, and they do crazy things like doublethink, where the party will hold two contradicting beliefs as true, even though there's obvious contradictions between these two beliefs, which I feel like some people still do today. Snowpiercer. This is a movie where people live on this giant train, and the entire outside world beyond the train is a huge polar wasteland, and there's like an ice age going on. The elite in society live at the front of the train, whereas the poor people live in the back of the train and are forced to eat bugs. And the reason people can't get off the train is because, one, it's going really fast, and two, if they stop the train, it's a perpetual motion machine, so if the engine stopped, it would stop heating the train and everybody would freeze to death. Anyways, there's this really cool theory about how Snowpiercer is a sequel to Willy Wonka, and there's things like how Ed Harris in the movie, who is the train builder named Wilford, plays the adult version of Charlie from Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. And so, just like Wonka needed a successor for his factory, Wilford needed a successor for the train, and being the engineer for the train. And there's a lot of similar themes in the movie, like how they were going through all these sections and people were getting picked off one by one, just like in Willy Wonka. And I don't know, I just thought it was really interesting, the whole idea that this was a sequel. The Time Machine. In the 1960 The Time Machine movie, this guy goes into the future by using this homemade time machine he built. He goes to the year 800,000, where humanity has evolved into two distinct species. The surface-dwelling people that look like normal humans named Aloy, who are descendants from rich humans, and then the horrible ape-looking people called Morlocks that live underground and feed on the people that live on the surface. The Morlocks were descendants from the workers who were forced underground, but somehow they bred the descendants from the rich people into the Eloi, which are just really kind of dumb people that they have clothed and they feed regularly like cattle. And so these dumb, normal-looking people hear this air raid siren and basically walk towards this huge sphinx-looking thing, where they are then eaten by the Morlocks because they've been conditioned to do this. Anyways, that's a good one. I would recommend watching that one. Soylent Green. In the world of Soylent Green, the world is extremely polluted and has a terrible overpopulation problem in the year 2022. This has happened because there was a huge environmental collapse on Earth, which caused a huge economic depression where natural resources and wildlife have almost been completely destroyed worldwide. And so because of this, people are mostly unemployed and they're just walking around the streets where these giant mysterious trucks then scoop them up and take them away like they're animals. And it turns out that the main source of their food, spoiler warning if you haven't seen a movie from like the 1970s, is actually humans, and they call it Soylent Green. It's like the most popular food source. Anyways, that is a really terrible place to live, a terrible dystopian future. Strange theories you've never heard of. Guys, some of the topics on this chart are extremely deranged the further down you go. But we'll start off with volcanoes' real purpose. This is the idea that all volcanoes on Earth are just remnants of old power plants, and that human civilization have gone through multiple cycles of great extinction events. And so these power plants have melted down, and that's why they are now just volcanoes. The phone mafia is just the idea that all the scam callers that you get and receive are all part of a large mafia syndicate that's goal is to steal your information and sell it, which I feel like is closer to the truth than a lot of these other ones. Pancreas denial. This is the theory that the pancreas that you have in your body is more than just a physical organ, but rather your body's third chakra, and that it's responsible for the filtering out of negative energy. However, the government purposefully exposes us to a lot of negative energy to weaken its ability to block bad stuff, and so this leaves the general public vulnerable to the negativity that the pancreas would normally be able to keep away from us. So the pancreas is being denied its normal function. Moon soul catcher. This is just the idea that the moon is a giant soul catcher, and that there was a soul catcher placed on the moon before the age of man by these celestial beings that were benevolent entities that wanted to protect humanity. And so at the end of your life, they catch your soul with this giant catcher and then reincarnate it into a body of a newborn baby. And like, even if you experience like a near-death experience, your soul gets caught by the moon and then returned to your body if it's not beyond repair. Paleolithic deep state. First of all, the deep state is the idea that there are these secret groups of people controlling the entire world with secret agendas. Paleolithic deep state is the idea that there is this group that has existed since ancient prehistoric times, and they are these creatures that have evolved alongside humans to secretly push their agendas despite having complete power over the entire world. Nano UFOs and Giga UFOs. This is the idea that UFOs can come in different sizes and forms. For example, there can be microscopic UFOs that can exist in like substances that we eat or even in our bloodstream. But then there's also gigantic UFOs that are supernaturally massive and could exist in things like clouds, or they could be stars, or even like cover up the entire sky of the planet. Phantom time hypothesis. This is a pseudo-historical conspiracy theory that claims that nearly 300 years of our Earth's history was made up. So basically, this theory says that 600 to 900 AD didn't exist, and that the Middle Ages never happened because the medieval elite fabricated those years to justify their ascension to power. And because of this, all the history that we know is false. But there's overwhelming evidence that those time periods happened, but I still think it's a cool theory. Nukes weren't made for humans. So this is the theory that nuclear weapons weren't made for humans, but rather were made to combat or destroy these esoteric or supernatural forces, or even destroy things like cryptids. Along with this theory, people think there are these entities that exist on Earth outside of public knowledge, and that even when we were supposed to be doing testing of our nuclear weapons, they were just examples of these weapons being used to obliterate targets that the public could not be made aware of. Sea monsters iceberg. Loch Ness Monster. This is the most famous aquatic monster thing in the world. Allegedly, there was this picture taken of it back in 1930 called the surgeon's photo. But the guy who took the picture's son admitted that it was a hoax that was created for the Daily Mail. But despite that, over 1,100 sightings have been seen to this day. And some people think that it's like a plesiosaur that was frozen in a glacier, and then that glacier moved inland and melted, and now we have adapted freshwater plesiosaurs dinosaurs in the Loch Ness. Kraken, stories of this thing have been around since people have been sailing across the sea, but the first recorded mention of the Kraken was by the King of Norway in 1180, who talked about this creature that would take down ships and was an absolute menace in a certain area of the ocean. But I really like the Kraken because of most monsters in the world, I feel like it's the most realistic to exist, just because we know so little about the ocean, and even like the fact that the colossal squid has never been seen in its natural habitat to this day, which makes me think that maybe there are larger colossal squids that we've never seen that are down in their habitat. The bloop, this was a noise that was just like a really ultra low deep frequency that we heard in the ocean. It was detected by underwater microphones in the 1990s, and it was so powerful and deep that if it was from a living creature, that thing would be massive. And that's how we got this model of the bloop. It's kind of a whale looking creature, but I like the way it looks more. While some scientists theorize that it was actually just an ice quake near Antarctica, a lot of people still cling to the idea that it was an actual living creature, and I like that too. The Ningen, this is a creature that was allegedly said to be in the icy waters around Antarctica. The story of this thing gained traction online from a Japanese user who talked about how there are these whale researchers that did research out near Antarctica, and they kept seeing this thing that was like a whale, but it had human features like these weird arms, a human looking face, and the reason why this research team didn't report its findings was because the thing it found was so outrageous that none of the other scientific community would understand or take them seriously if they reported it. Cthulhu, this is a cosmic entity creature that's written about by H.P. Lovecraft, about this really powerful entity that's been on Earth since before humanity's existence. In his stories, Cthulhu is part octopus, part dragon, and he's kind of like a humanoid thing, and it's essentially like this evil godlike entity that has the ability to create a cult around itself and manipulate people all around the world to telepathically make them go insane. And that's why the book is called The Call of Cthulhu. If Cthulhu was fully woken up or got out of the city of Rhea, it would destroy the entire world. What I really like about Cthulhu is that it lives in this lost, sunken city called Rhea, I think that's how you pronounce it, but the city is located in the area where Point Nemo's at, which is the furthest away from Land Point anywhere on the Earth, which is kind of cool and interesting. Organism 46B, this was an online story about this group of researchers who go to Antarctica to do some research, and they want to go to Lake Vostok, which is Antarctica's largest subglacial lake, which just means it's a lake that's beneath the ice on Antarctica. Anyways, they get down there and they see that there's an entirely untouched ecosystem, and there's this octopus-like thing that is extremely intelligent, but they slowly find out that this thing is really intelligent and evil, and it starts to use this venom that it paralyzes the humans with from really far away, and it can mimic its surroundings and appear to look like a human, and barely any of the scientists survive this research expedition. Anyways, this story is a fictional online story that a guy created, but I like at the end they say that Russia is going to use this thing as a bioweapon against the US. The Black Carpet, this is an urban legend that divers tell. So some scuba divers say they see this black sea creature that's at least a mile long, that's composed of all these little feeler arms that feels things on the ocean floor, and it walks along the ocean floor eating any nutrients that it gets close to. The thing is also described as having this eerie, distorted whale sound that it emits, but it's just kind of a funny little mysterious creature. The HMS Daedalus Sea Serpent. So in my opinion, this is one of the most credible sea monster sightings of all time. The HMS Daedalus was this 1800s warship that the United Kingdom's Royal Navy had, and this ship was en route to one of the most remote islands in the world, St. Helena, which is already a cool place. St. Helena is this island that housed people like Napoleon Bonaparte whenever he got exiled. But anyways, when the ship was on its way to one of the most remote areas in the world, Captain McQuay and several of his officers and crew claimed they saw an enormous sea serpent. They said they witnessed this thing swimming with 4 feet of its head above water and 60 feet of its body along the surface in a straight line. The guys who saw it estimated there was another 30 to 40 feet of the creature underwater, and the ship captain reported it being a dark brownish color and said that it had a yellow-white color along its throat. They also said it was moving at 15 miles an hour, and the creature got so close to them that if it was a man, they would have recognized his features with the naked eye easily. And the 7 members of the crew said they saw it for 7 minutes straight. Another one of the officers on the boat wrote that it was like more of a lizard than a serpent, which is kind of interesting. There's this theme with like saltwater crocodiles swimming out in the ocean really far, but surely it would not be out that far. It would just be way too far. Jurassic Park Iceberg explained, dinosaurs can detect electricity. This is based on the fact that, how did the dinosaurs know that the fences were turned off so that they could break through? In the movie, we first see Rexy, the T-Rex, break through the fence after he touches it with his arm after he drops the goat bone out of the fence. Now, Dr. Grant mentions in one of the movies about how dinosaurs evolved into birds. And today, we actually know that birds navigate using magnetic field detectors in their brains. So it wouldn't be too far-fetched to think that bird ancestors, dinosaurs, had a similar ability. Doomsday Rex / Ultimasaurus. Doomsday Rex is this genetically engineered hybrid dinosaur with multiple heads. It sometimes has tentacles, but it was said to be designed as an unstoppable predator. Now, this thing was actually going to appear in the canceled The Lost World animated series, and some concept art got released, and that's how we know about it. The Ultimasaurus was said to be another hybrid that some say is more powerful than the Indominus Rex. Basically, they took every good part from different dinosaurs. It's got horns from a Triceratops, the mouth of a T-Rex, hands of a Velociraptor, the spikes of a Stegosaurus, and kind of the tail of an Ankylosaurus. And it's larger than the Indominus Rex, as it was at 65 feet long when it was fully grown. But this design actually came from a canceled toy line that was going to be part of the original Jurassic Park movies toy line. Amanda Kirby created the Indominus Rex. So, in Jurassic Park 3, Amanda Kirby ends up leaving the door open to the aviary, causing the Petrodons to escape. Vic Hoskins then is tasked with killing these Petrodons, and because of this, he ends up getting a job with InGen later on. Then, in Jurassic World, he planned on making the Indominus Rex with Dr. Henry Wu. Thus, Amanda started the domino effect that ended up creating the Indominus Rex. Spinosaurus hybrid. So it's said that some InGen officials went back to Isla Sorna in 1999 to do some early research and development for the second version of Jurassic Park. And simultaneously, they were also doing amalgam testing. This is when they introduced 4 new illegal species into the ecosystem of Sorna: the Ceratosaurus, the Ankylosaurus, the Corythosaurus, and the Spinosaurus. So there's a note that Dr. Wu wrote where he detailed how he left an accident on Isla Sorna. Now this could be referring to the Isla Sorna Velociraptors or the Spinosaurus. And if it was like an accident, I would assume it's probably the Spinosaurus instead of many accidents, which would have been the Velociraptors. So the Spinosaurus in Jurassic Park 3 is a theropod. It very much looks like a T-Rex on how it walks and moves. And other previously cloned animals were on InGen's list for this island. However, the Spinosaurus was not on this list. Based on this, and the fact that the Spinosaurus should walk on all fours, we can assume that maybe this Spinosaurus was just an early hybrid, or it was just an accident. It's also said that they tried mixing different bird DNA with the Spinosaurus and ended up with a very much more aggressive version of this creature, which kind of explains why the Spinosaurus would seem to behave less like another animal and more like a bloodthirsty monster. Alan Grant's psychic abilities. So Alan Grant is on the plane to Isla Sorna, where he then dreams of the Isla Sorna raptors before he had even seen them. In this scene, you see him sitting on the plane and he's dreaming of the person next to him having a raptor head saying Alan, Alan, and it's really kind of a funny scene. But obviously, he had not seen these raptors on Isla Sorna at this point. He had only seen the original Jurassic Park Velociraptors. So maybe he had some sort of psychic abilities with these raptors for whatever reason, or just psychic abilities in general, because how would he know what they would have looked like before he even went there? Site C. So Isla Nublar, which is likely Site A, is an island 120 miles west of Costa Rica. This is the island where the original Jurassic Park movie took place, where, the actual park was and then the dinosaurs got out. Isla Sorna is another island that is Site B. This island is 87 miles southwest southwest of Nublar. This is the island where Jurassic Park 2 and 3 movies take place. Initially, this is the site where they grew the dinosaurs before moving them to the park on Nublar. The island Isla Sorna is part of a group of islands called the Five Deaths. Among this group of 5 islands, there's also an island called Isla Morta. This island, Isla Morta, is Site C, which this name Isla Morta means land of the dead. Now, Site C is likely the location that the new movie is going to take place at. And it's not confirmed that this is the location, but we can assume that it is from a lot of different things. From different parts of the lore in recent video games, like the Jurassic World Evolution game, we know that Site C, Isla Morta, has a secret hybrid development research station that's ran by Dr. Henry Wu. This site is such a secret that not even Hammond knows about it. But on this island, there could be all kinds of hybrids, ranging from the D-Rex, which we see in the new trailer for the movie, or even like the human dinosaur hybrids that we were supposed to get in Jurassic Park 4 that got canceled, like Raptor Man and T-Rex Man and Triceratops Man. Island natives wiped out. Basically, when the company InGen bought the island Isla Nublar from the Costa Rican government, there were actually tribal people living there that didn't want to leave. So InGen then hired mercenaries to forcefully relocate them. And so they were either taken out or relocated to reservations or slums. And basically, they either had the native population killed or herded onto reservations in order to make way for their park and their research facilities. And yeah, wow, Jurassic Park is a lot darker than what you think looking at the surface. The Green Flame. So in the Return to Jurassic Park comics, the American Army was actually protecting something called the Green Flame on Isla Nublar. And they were doing this because Biosyn was actually trying to get their hands on whatever it was. Obviously, this was something really important as the US military was getting involved with it. Anyways, Ellie Sattler, Alan Grant, and other characters were actually threatened with being executed by the army just to avoid leaving witnesses of its existence. One character was even taken out by another person while they were interrogating her about it. What's sad about this whole thing is that the comics portrayed it as something really big and mysterious and kind of set it up like it was going to be a big reveal, and then suddenly the comics changed the story to a completely unrelated storyline, and it was never revealed what it was, and we still don't know to this day. Anyways, that's all I got. I wish I had more on the Green Flame, but I don't. Entities Iceberg explained. First up, we got the Rake. This is an urban legend that kind of came about from a creepypasta. Looks like this pale humanoid creature with long, sharp claws. You know, that's where it got the name the Rake. It rakes things. And sometimes it's said to telepathically communicate people and give them like existential dread and nightmares. Skinwalkers. This is a legend about evil witch doctors from Navajo folklore that basically do this evil ritual to gain the power to transform into different animals. Usually, they transform into a predator like a coyote or a wolf, and they're said to go out and attack people or put curses on them. The Woman in White, or the White Lady. This is an urban legend that actually spans across the world. People all over the world say they see a lady dressed in white or a white dress, and the main theme of this entity is that she has like loss or tragedy that has happened to her, and that this lady is either like the remnants of a spirit of a lady, or she appears as a warning to warn someone that death is going to happen to them. But there's like different versions of this lady in 20 different countries around the world. The Dark Watchers. So these are a strange phenomenon where people see a group of entities in California, usually along the Santa Lucia Mountains, where they describe seeing these tall, sometimes giant-sized, featureless, dark silhouettes of humans that often are said to wear brimmed hats, kind of like the Hat Man, which we'll talk about later. Usually they're just standing motionless watching people as they pass, and the legend about the Dark Watchers have existed for hundreds of years. The Chumash people, which is a Native American group, called them the Old Ones, saying that they were actually there a long time before they were. And they say that if you approach them, they vanish into mist. The Machine Elf. These are beings that people say they encounter whenever they are under the influence of specific things. What's strange is although people say they see these things all around the world, they all describe a similar creature that's often like a little elf thing that's playful and mischievous. And while others believe they're just harmless, some believe that the Mayans were so brutal and bloodthirsty because they actually worshipped these malevolent deities that demanded human sacrifices. And, you know, they like started off just asking for small things and then ended up killing like 20,000 people or more per year. But that's just a theory some people have. The Wendigo, this is a supernatural cannibalistic monster that originated from Algonquin folklore about this spirit that possesses someone whenever they get really greedy or if they just taste human meat. If this happens to them, they get possessed by the evil spirit called the Wendigo, and it makes them have this insatiable hunger and desire to eat other humans. There's even a term in modern psychology called Wendigo psychosis, which is where a person just wants to eat other people. And there's a lot of crazy parts in history, especially North American history, about basically the Wendigo or people that get Wendigo psychosis. If you want to learn more about that, look up the story of Swift Runner. The Hide Behind, this is a creature in American folklore that's said to prey on humans who wander in the woods at night. They're basically said to be these large, powerful creatures that sometimes look kind of like a mix between Bigfoot and a Wendigo. Loggers in the early stages of American history would credit these creatures for people disappearing in the woods at night. They would say that they would just be behind people right out of view, and anytime people would turn to look at them, they would hide behind something so that they couldn't get looked at directly. And some people like to say that they are the child of the Bigfoot and the Wendigo getting together, which I don't know why that's a thing. The Hat Man, this is a crazy worldwide phenomenon where people in different parts of the world all see the same creature or entity whenever they experience sleep paralysis. So people all over the world describe seeing this shadowy humanoid man creature wearing a hat that they see whenever they wake up and they can't move. Now, one big theory about it is that it's like a supernatural like spirit entity thing, and normally I don't really believe in many of these things, but I used to live in this house with a group of guys back in college, and two separate people on two separate occasions say that they woke up and saw the Hat Man. And this was in one specific house that we all lived in, and it was an old house, and it was always kind of creepy in general, so, you know, maybe the Hat Man was specifically in this house, but, you know, overall, the Hat Man, in my opinion, is a really freaky entity, just because so many people say that they see him. But let me know if you have seen him in the comments. Star Wars Theories Iceberg, I really like the last one. Starting at the top, Chewbacca is Bigfoot. So there's this 10-page non-canon comic where, to summarize, basically Han Solo and Chewbacca crash land onto Earth, and then they start getting attacked by Native Americans in what looks like the Pacific Northwest. It kind of looks like the Redwood Forest. Anyways, Han Solo ends up dying, and then Chewbacca takes him and puts him in the Millennium Falcon to rest, where Chewbacca then stays in the same area for 126 years. So after 126 years, there is an explorer that is looking for a mystical creature that is living in the area that is now known as the Sasquatch or Bigfoot. And this is when Indiana Jones finds the Millennium Falcon with the body of Han Solo inside, where he then says it seems eerily somehow familiar, because, you know, Harrison Ford is both Indiana Jones and Han Solo. What's also funny about this is that the first Indiana Jones movie, Raiders of the Lost Ark, there is an etching that you can see of C-3PO and R2-D2 on this pillar with a bunch of other Egyptian hieroglyphs. So some people like to say that there's a deeper connection going on there, and some even theorize that the Indiana Jones movies are actually just Han Solo's dreams while he is frozen in carbonite. Darth Jar Jar, I'm sure everybody has heard of this at this point. People think that Jar Jar is a Sith Lord because of a lot of different reasons. Jar Jar seems like unbelievably lucky whenever he does things, which could indicate that he's a Force user like Anakin, like whenever he's in the Battle of Naboo and he's destroying all kinds of troops with ease. Plus, we also see Jar Jar kind of doing this weird move whenever he talks. He kind of waves his hand like this, and some say it indicates that he is using a Jedi mind trick, especially in the scene in The Phantom Menace whenever Sebulba is going to attack Jar Jar, but it seems like Anakin diffuses the situation. But a lot of people think Jar Jar actually did a mind trick on him, as you can see him do this thing. But the biggest reason people think that Jar Jar is a Sith Lord is because he grants Palpatine emergency powers, which leads to, you know, the Empire. Agent R5-D4 in A New Hope, whenever the Jawas are trying to sell Luke and Uncle Owen some droids, they originally choose this little red droid, which is R5-D4. But the theory goes that this droid was an agent of the rebellion, and that it had actually talked with R2-D2 and knew that he was on a secret mission and needed to be sold to them because, you know, he was on the mission to give Obi-Wan the message. So then we see this droid purposefully malfunction his motivator so that R2-D2 could be chosen in his place. Fun fact, we actually see later on that R5 survived the Jawas and made his way into the rebellion, and eventually he is in the Mandalorian show. Ewoks ate people. This is true. This just refers to the fact that the Ewoks were very obviously going to cook Luke, Han, and Chewie until C-3PO claimed to be a false god in Return of the Jedi. Also, the Ewoks for some reason had a human woman's dress that fit Leia, indicating that they had eaten a woman about Leia's size. And after the Battle of Endor, we see them playing the drums with helmets that the stormtroopers had worn. And so, you know, if they were going to eat the good guys when they weren't even, you know, antagonizing them, why wouldn't they eat the bad guys after a violent battle with them? Another thing I read that I liked is that Chewbacca in the Solo movie, the Imperials were trying to feed people to Chewbacca, and we see Chewbacca in a pit where he attacks people, and so maybe Chewbacca also ate humans as well. It's very likely. I mean, why wouldn't he? Star Wars Galaxy, space is full of gas, so this makes sense to me for a lot of reasons. For one, ships in space that should be a vacuum fly like they're inside a planet's atmosphere as they bank and they turn, but also ships combust and explode whenever they get gunned down or bombed, and you can also hear things in the Star Wars universe's space. And certain species of aliens can live on asteroids and out in space in general, and it just seems like there's some sort of pressure or at least a little bit of gas or atmosphere in Star Wars space. E.T. in Star Wars. E.T., which is, you know, this alien in the movie, sees a kid in a Yoda costume on Halloween and says home and points at him, or like tries to walk towards the little Yoda kid. So years after the E.T. movie, in The Phantom Menace, we see a scene of the Galactic Senate where we see a group of what looks like an identical species to E.T. watching the Senate speak. So we can assume that E.T. is canon in Star Wars. Alien Exodus. This was a canceled Star Wars novel that essentially would have made Earth canon. Basically, this story would have said that humans came from Earth and they fell into a wormhole and were transported in space and time to literally a galaxy a long time ago, far, far away. This story would have explained that Jabba the Hutt and the rest of the Hutts were literally in the larva stage of their alien race's life. And that's why they acted so immature and they were so selfish. It's because they were literally overgrown children. And it also would have loosely been based on the biblical Old Testament book of Exodus, where instead of, you know, the Israelites being enslaved by the Egyptians and then leaving Egypt, there would have been the 12 tribes of aliens and humans being enslaved by the Hutts. It also would have shown an ancestor to Anakin getting his last name, Skywalker, because people see him using the Force to levitate, so it looked like he was walking on the sky. And also it would have shown the ancestor to Han Solo piloting a ship called the Century Eagle rather than the Millennium Falcon. The fourth precept. So the Revenge of the Sith had a team of concept artists create these comic books, and they were about different standalone stories throughout the Star Wars universe. The collection of these comic books was called Star Wars Visionaries. These stories had incredible artwork and abstract stories, but one in particular was a lot more abstract, and that specific comic is called The Fourth Precept. Now, this story is told with no words, no known characters, and no familiar places in the Star Wars universe. It instead appears to show the creation of life in the Star Wars universe, along with like the creation of the light side and the dark side of the Force. And it kind of shows how throughout all of Star Wars history, even when there's no sentient species, there was always this battle between good and evil and kind of like chaos versus order. And at the end, it shows the balance between the light and dark side and like midichlorians and stuff. Dinosaur Iceberg. Guys, the bottom of this iceberg is insane. But first we got the Argentinosaurus. This was the largest dinosaur thought to ever exist, at up to 115 feet long, 80 tons, and over 26 feet tall. One of its leg bones was over 8 feet long, as you can see here. It was a big homie. Dinotopia, this was a series of fantasy books, but later on it was a show about how there was this isolated island that had a bunch of dinosaurs on it, but humans shipwrecked onto the island and inhabited it, and the dinosaurs and humans together created this huge utopian society where they lived and worked together, and some of the dinosaurs had developed sapience and could speak and think and were smart. And what's really interesting to me is that they created this city that had like Roman and Aztec and Victorian style architecture, and it was all really cool. And yeah, I like the Dinotopia stuff whenever I was little. The Loch Ness Monster, this is just referring to the fact that people think the Loch Ness Monster is a plesiosaur, and there's this book back in the day that talked about how the plesiosaur maybe froze in an iceberg or a glacier, and then later on unthawed and now is in the Lake Loch Ness in Scotland. Pervotosaurus, this is a rumor about a dinosaur that was what its name implies it is. Currently, you can Google the name of this dinosaur, the Pervotosaurus, and get the false information on what it was, about how it committed these heinous actions in dinosaur times. Thank you, Google AI Overview, for giving us that false information, but it's completely fake. It's a made-up dinosaur. It doesn't exist. Quetzalcoatlus, the largest flying dinosaur. Basically, this thing was a dragon. This was the largest flying thing that we know of. Its wingspan was 59 feet long. It could likely fly up to 80 miles per hour for 10 days straight at over 15,000 feet in altitude, which is insane. The Delphaeus Hills Ghoul. So this thing is from a kind of obscure video game called Carnivores, where you basically hunt dinosaurs, but you're in the future on an alien planet. But you're hunting something that looks just like dinosaurs. But in the game, this huge rumor came about this monster thing that only a few people had seen, and they started calling it the Delphaeus Hills Ghoul because it was in that area in the game. And anyways, it became such a big rumor that it basically became part of the game's culture. So then somebody created a mod in the game to actually make it real, and now it's in the game. Dinosauroid and human hybrid. Dinosauroid is a reference to how there was this hypothetical species that one scientist thought could have existed that looked terrifying. It was this thing. The scientist said could have been what humans would have been replaced by had the dinosaurs not gone through an extinction event and got destroyed. I hate it so much. Human dinosaur hybrids is a reference to Jurassic Park and how after the third movie they were going to create a fourth movie where the plot was going to be that they create these human dinosaur hybrids to get rid of the rest of the dinosaurs. And they made these 3 different designs. You got the Triceratops, which was really big. It looked almost completely human but it had a Triceratops head. Then you got the T-Rex hybrid. It had its little arms still, but was very large. And then you have the Raptor Man hybrid. I like it a lot, and it has its little hands that are with a lot of claws, and its mouth is really freaky. But then they also created Raptor Man, which was this human raptor hybrid that was a cyborg, and it had a gun for an arm. But when the producers saw this concept art, they shut down the entire project, quote, almost immediately. So we never got Raptor Man. Jurassic Park didn't create dinosaurs. This is the truth of Jurassic Park, that they didn't create actual dinosaurs. Rather, they created monsters with dinosaur skin that they created to put in their park with something as close as they could get to looking like dinosaurs and being like dinosaurs. In the original books, there's even this one scene where the T-Rex is stalking Tim and Lex, and they were hiding behind this waterfall in a cave. And so the T-Rex, not being able to reach them, sticks its tongue out through the waterfall and uses it to feel around and wrap around Tim's head and try to drag him out of the cave. So these creatures, in my opinion, were way too intelligent and even way too malicious to really be dinosaurs. Because like the raptors, they wanted to get people the entire time. They just wanted to kill them for fun, for whatever reason. And they used little to no dinosaur DNA. There's even a fan theory that they actually didn't use any dinosaur DNA at all. And that rather, they just claimed that they used dinosaur DNA to get excuses, to get funding, and actually have people want to come as well because people want to see dinosaurs. They don't want to see a park full of monsters, but that's really probably what they were. And that is why the Jurassic Park dinosaurs don't look like the dinosaurs that we have modeled today. Also, a fun fact, while every official source says that nowadays all the dinosaurs don't have any human DNA, before the release of Jurassic World, the official website had a page that included human DNA in the makeup of the T-Rex. So this is canon to me. Anyways, thank you guys for watching and being nerds of dinosaurs just like me. You are just like me for real. Obscure internet rumor iceberg, opium bird. This was a huge viral meme in 2023 where there was all these AI pictures of these big, giant, majestic, kind of scary looking white bird things. Sometimes they were with other people, sometimes they would kind of move around. But the first pictures of these came from an account named DrevFX, where he talked about how these birds were found by scientists in Antarctica and they were like a new species. And people went on to make up more lore about them, about how people were finding these things in Antarctica and they had fossil evidence. And this one guy even made up that they look really majestic because they want to lure people in, where they then put off this chemical compound that whenever people breathe in, it hypnotizes them and makes them dance uncontrollably until they're too tired to move, where they then fall down and the opium bird then devours them. But you know, as every normal person should know, these pictures are AI. Egypt in the Grand Canyon. This was kind of a smaller rumor that people like me got targeted with, about how people were finding evidence of Egypt in the Grand Canyon. People point to things like different formations in the Grand Canyon looking like Egyptian structures, looking like a sphinx or a pyramid, and they were finding things like mummies and artifacts and different things down inside of these caves in the Grand Canyon. And overall, I mean, there's no evidence for this, you can't find anything, but the rumor is that the reason why you can't find anything is because the Smithsonian and other institutions have covered this stuff up. And man, that would be so cool if any of that was legit. I think anything's possible, but I'm not saying it's real. I wish it was. Megalodon still being alive. This is basically a claim that the Megalodon still exists and is out there in the ocean. And the reason they claim this is because of different instances in the ocean, like the 2003 Great White incident, where this great white got eaten by a larger animal and then dragged down really deep in the ocean, and then was eventually taken back up to the surface where it was spit out and found on a beach. But they point to incidences like this being a megalodon eating these large creatures, where it could be something like an orca or the kraken. But as we all know, the megalodon has been gone for a long time. I wish it was still here because that would be really cool, even though it would be a huge pain in the butt whenever doing anything in the ocean, but still would be a cool world to exist in my opinion. The Ningen. The Ningen is a cryptid that is said to be seen around Antarctica. That's basically this humanoid looking whale thing. It was first rumored about on like this Japanese version of Reddit, where they talked about how Japanese whale researchers had found this creature and they didn't release any information on it because it would ruin their credibility. But they talk about how this creature has like human arms, it has a tail, it has a human looking face, it's really creepy, and sometimes it's even depicted as having 2 human legs and walking around on land. So birds aren't real. This is a joke. This is a funny joke conspiracy theory about how birds are not actually real animals, but they're rather government drones. This was started by a guy who was just trying to make up a joke about birds not being real, and his movement claimed that all birds in the United States were exterminated by the federal government between 1959 and 1971, and then replaced by these government robot birds. There's even a billboard that was put up in Memphis, Tennessee that said birds aren't real, and in this guy's timeline of birds not being real, JFK was taken out because he didn't want to get rid of the birds. Anyways, this movement has kind of blown up and a lot of people make jokes about it or think it's real. I think most people are joking about it. The Backrooms. This was a crazy internet phenomenon about this one picture someone posted along with a little caption about how there was this endless space that was these yellow rooms that you go to whenever you no-clip out of reality. Like in a video game when you walk through a wall and you fall through and you're like not in the map anymore. Anyways, this kind of sparked this whole liminal space horror realm in the internet, and it became a huge creepypasta world building thing that was not created by like one group or person, but rather just the entire internet in general. Of all these pieces of media about the Backrooms, I gotta say Kane Pixels has done an excellent series on the Backrooms, but when he released his video, The Backrooms Found Footage, some people thought it was actually real, and that like there really was these areas where the Backrooms were and you couldn't get out of them, and yeah, Backrooms Monster, cool, I like it. Missing 411. This refers to the fact that large numbers of people go missing around the United States in national park areas and on federal land. So because of this, it's kind of sparked this conspiracy theory about how maybe these disappearances are happening because there are things in these places getting people, such as feral people, which means that like there's these people that are nonverbal, they don't speak English, but they're wild and crazy and they'll come get you, or that like cryptids like the Wendigo or some other cave creature comes and gets people, and that's why they disappear. But this map, the Missing 411 map, lines up perfectly with cave systems in the United States, and so people go on to theorize that there are creatures living in caves coming out and getting people and eating them, but that the government covers it all up because they actually do have to feed these things or creatures, and they don't want to alarm people, and they have to feed them to keep them at bay, and so they cover it all up. But obviously this is just a conspiracy theory, one that I do like a lot. It's really cool. The dead internet theory. This is the idea that a lot, or like the majority of internet traffic and interactions are all done by like bots or AI. The reason they say this is happening is because of things like they're trying to direct people into reacting on things that they want. Like the government is trying to push people to basically be controlled and only be interested in specific things online. Anyways, they say they're driven by like AI bots, and the reason why people have came up with this theory is because of things like the way people interact on Facebook with AI pictures, where they see something like a picture like this and they're like, wow, amen, amen, thank you, please, very good. And the comments are just like, it doesn't seem like it's written by a human, but maybe it is. The 2016 cloud sightings. This is less of a rumor and more of a actual thing that happened that kind of snowballed into mass hysteria. The 2016 clown sightings weren't caused by one specific event. There was this dude in Great Britain who had a class project where he was dressing up as this scary clown, and then he grew a Facebook page where they were trying to track this clown, and then this guy dressing up as a clown inspired a indie film about killer clowns to then do this guerrilla marketing where they were pretending like there was clowns in the area. And because this indie film was doing this guerrilla marketing with killer clown sightings in the US, a movie that was just about to come up, Stephen King's It movie about, the Pennywise clown, the producer of that movie had to come out and release a press conference where he talked about how this guerrilla marketing was not him, but rather he doesn't know where it was coming from. Anyways, long story short, a bunch of people started dressing up as killer clowns, and then this sparked all kinds of mass hysteria and people being scared about killer clowns. And I remember I was in high school when this was happening, and I remember people in my high school saying, yeah, we're gonna go get these clowns and get them. There was even like instances where there were riots over this, like at Penn State, but I mean, I guess Penn State riots all the time, so that's pretty normal. But overall, it was just kind of strange, people dressing up as clowns, people trying to then attack the clowns, or the clowns were attacking people, and it was a big cycle, and it was kind of a crazy time. Life on Europa. This was a rumor that came from a meme about this alien-looking fish thing, and the rumor was about how NASA had gone to the moon Europa. So the moon Europa, Jupiter's moon Europa, is different from other places because scientists say this is the most likely place for alien life. The ocean on Europa is said to be 100 miles deep in some areas, and that ocean is beneath 15 miles of ice. So this tiny moon that's about the size of our moon may have an ocean 3 times larger than Earth's. So that's crazy. So anyways, memes started circulating where they would say things like Europa's leaked documents, European hookmouth, leak Europa, leaked NASA documents. And they were talking about how all these words were blacklisted on Google because of these documents that NASA leaked. And so they claimed that, NASA found alien life and it's in the form of this weird looking fish thing. What sucks is the main picture of this thing actually comes from a video game cover. So very likely this entire thing was fabricated and I wish we did find this creepy alien fish demon thing, because it would be a really interesting timeline. And I honestly wish I had more things to say about the European hookmouth, which is what they were calling this alien fish thing, because I think it looks so cool, and I wish it was in our ocean. The Burmese roofed turtle. This was a freshwater turtle that was thought to be extinct by the late 1900s till a tiny population was found in 2001. Less than 10 adult turtles were known to exist by 2018, but now the population is back up to 1,000. The Eurasian lynx. This cat was actually intentionally wiped out of most parts of Europe, and it was actually considered extinct in nearly the entire area of Central Europe for 200 years. But today, there is now a population of roughly 30,000 located in Russia. The European smooth snake. This is a weird snake that releases a really stinky smell as a defense mechanism. The population got dangerously close to extinction, particularly in the UK, but they came back from it. Marten, this is a little weasel looking thing. Both the American and pine marten had their population decrease across the world. This happened especially in England after they cut down 95% of the woods there, but also the American marten was considered extirpated, which means it was completely destroyed in many states of the US, including Pennsylvania, Massachusetts, West Virginia, Ohio, New Jersey, Illinois. But today, there is a population, and they're considered not concerned. Gray wolves, this is a rather interesting one. By the mid-1900s, gray wolves were almost completely extinct in the lower 48 United States, mainly because ranchers would hunt them to protect their livestock. But more recently, this controversial thing has happened where gray wolves are being reintroduced to different areas in the United States. And now the population has recovered in the states of Montana, Idaho, and Wyoming as of 2017. Singing dog, this is a weird one I didn't know about. The singing dog is this wild dog in New Guinea that's kind of similar to the dingo, but it's known for its weird howling noises that sounds like a cross between a whale's noise and a wolf howl. What's so interesting is that it was thought to be extinct in the wild for over 50 years until they were able to do recent genetic studies which confirmed that there was populations of these dogs still alive in the wild highlands of New Guinea. And today, it's estimated there's only roughly a population of 200 to 300 dogs left. 7 Tasmanian devils. This refers to the fact that 7 Tasmanian devil babies were born in 2021, which was the first birth of Tasmanian devils in the Australian mainland for over 1,000 years. Tasmanian devils are really cool. They're the world's largest surviving carnivorous marsupial, which means that it has a pouch like a kangaroo. They're about the size of a small dog, and they're known for being really aggressive. But what's so crazy about them is, for some reason, they can give each other cancer through biting. So they have contagious cancer, and they can spread it whenever they feed or whenever they mate. So yeah. Bikini Bottom is Bikini Atoll. This is the idea that the town where SpongeBob lives, Bikini Bottom, is actually beneath the Bikini Atoll Islands, which these are islands in the center of the Pacific Ocean between Hawaii and the Philippines. They were used for extreme nuclear testing in the 1940s and 1950s, where roughly 23 nuclear tests happened in Bikini Atoll alone. This is also the location where the largest hydrogen bomb was ever tested, being 1,000 times larger than the one dropped on Hiroshima. So this theory would indicate that SpongeBob and his friends are mutants that were caused by radiation. Animal Crossing, Tom Nook's cult. In Animal Crossing, you show up on an island owned by Tom Nook, the raccoon guy. Then you need to get a house, which is owned by Tom Nook. And then whenever you want to buy virtually anything, Tom Nook is the only guy selling stuff. And then you work for free, you pay off debts to him, he has a cult. Kevin McAllister grows up to be Jigsaw. This is the theory that Kevin from Home Alone grows up to be Jigsaw from the Saw movies. The reason people think this is because of how similar some of the traps used in both movies were, and even different symbolism in the movies, such as Kevin's fear for the furnace in the basement and this device he places on a victim's head in Saw, even right down to the basement in the movies looking pretty similar. Also, the similarity in the looks, they have the same eye color, skin tone, their chin, and they're obsessed with traps that other people trip. So Harry Potter was hallucinating the whole time. This theory goes that since Harry was suffering from so many different things like psychological abuse, neglect, being starved and kept in a closet, he created an escape in his mind, which was Hogwarts and being a wizard. So he could exist in this magical world where he was important, he had friends, and he had a purpose other than being discarded in a corner of someone's house underneath the stairs. People even point to the conversation with Dumbledore at one point whenever Harry Harry is dead, where Harry asked Dumbledore, is this real or has this just been happening inside of my head? Where Dumbledore replies, of course it's happening inside your head, but Harry, why on earth should it mean that it's not real? So maybe none of it happened and it's just in Harry's head. Peter Pan is the Grim Reaper. This is either a theory that Peter Pan is the Grim Reaper or an angel that held kids' hands as they went up to heaven, which was Neverland. And that's why they never grew up. It's because they all were dead. Another dark theory is that Peter used to kill his Lost Boys whenever they became adults, and Hook and the pirates were just Lost Boys that escaped and survived. And that for some reason, Peter Pan had this weird psychological rule that if you get too old, you have to be taken out. Doc Brown wanted to kill Marty McFly. This is less of a theory and more of a observation because it's true. In the Back to the Future movie, whenever Doc is first testing the DeLorean time machine, he has Marty film it, and Doc wants him to stand directly in front of the car with him so that either the time machine works and they both survive, or it doesn't work and they get hit by a car going like 90 miles an hour, which would very likely kill both of them. You can even see Marty try to dodge out of the way of the car, and Doc actually pulls him back into the way of it so that I guess he was just gonna take Marty with him. Either it worked or him and Marty were gonna die. Cars disturbing homunculus theory. This is a theory that every car in Cars is actually not necessarily a car, but had humans that were engineered to operate them inside. This explains why all the cars in the movies behave like humans, have human personalities, intelligence like humans, and culture like humans. Basically, people think that they would take a normal car and install a living human being inside of it to operate it and be its circulatory system, essentially. And people would sit in there vertically and have tubes that took care of their bodily processes, and their eyes would be hooked up to a magnifying lens thing that projected them onto the windshield. And they also had their mouth and nose hooked up to a way to breathe, but also had sensors to show their mouth moving. And this is really weird, and I don't like it. But you know, like there's the Pixar theory that all Pixar movies are connected and in the same universe. So maybe this is some weird post-apocalyptic thing where after the movie WALL-E, people returned to Earth, but they couldn't survive there without being in a vehicle, and now they're all in a vehicle, and now they're all cars, and maybe they don't even know they're cars. I hate this. Willy Wonka was trying to kill the children, specifically in the 1971 Gene Wilder Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory movie. It seems like Willy Wonka sets up his factory specifically to tempt kids into either doing things or going into places where they will die. Like Augustus Loop very obviously was likely going to drown or suffocate in the chocolate and then inside of the tube. He probably did. And even whenever his mom tries to get him to help, he just doesn't even want to. He acts like it's not a big deal that the kid's gonna die. And then, like, you know, Violet exploded, the other one burned, and the other one got smashed or something. But you get the idea, even though, you know, in the movies, a lot of the movies, it shows them leaving the factory. People think it was just kind of lightened up to make the movie a brighter movie. And then even Charlie was supposed to die whenever he went into the fan room and drank the thing that made him float. And then at the very end of the movie, whenever they got into the glass elevator and they were going to go through the roof, maybe this was Willy Wonka trying to end it all. Because even he said he had no idea what was going to happen, and he didn't know if they were going to bust through the roof or if the whole thing was just going to disintegrate. Wow, you just watched to the end of a 4-hour long video. What is wrong with you? I mean, thank you for watching. Thank you guys so much for 530,000 subscribers on YouTube. You guys have made it to where my entire workday is just looking up obscure facts and stories, and I really enjoy that. If you would like some merch to rep the Psychopoly channel, I got this Hollow Earth shirt. But then also, we got Kraken is real. You already know we got the Cryptid hunting team. I got a lobotomy in 2004. The Black Kraken is real. And then you can also get them in stickers. These are pretty sick. But yeah, thanks. This is where I filmed all these videos. This is my office. But seriously, from the bottom of my heart, I do appreciate you guys and everything that you've done for me. I plan on making many more Iceberg Charts and YouTube videos as I progress through my content creation career. But thank you guys for watching, and I will see you in the next one. Bye.